Jeben ti dan. Samo ranih se.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back to the PUBG Global Championships 2023. It's time for the winners bracket. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger. It's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah, I'm super excited. The winners bracket, you know, this might as well have been the grand finals when we're looking at the teams. It is extremely stacked. I talked to a few of the teams that are like, this is insane. These guys are demons. These guys are demons. These guys are demons. They're just like, yeah, well, it's going to be nice.
They may be that, but I'll tell you what's heavenly. It's the NAJJACI, which is the official gaming partner of PGC, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with the ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose NAJJACI and choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leaders in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Loga Pro eSports grade gaming gear that's made with a unique design. As a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championship 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as a designated hardware provider for this event. Talkanoi, live deliciously. And finally, #1, fast and reliable fiber internet brought to you by True Online when you need to truly stay connected. I'm glad they're here. They've helped make this event possible, but what we're really here for are the teams that are going to the grand final, and these 16 seem the most likely to possibly get there when this road comes to an end.
Yeah, I can't really see a way where I mean 14 teams are going to make it to the grand final. I feel like it's extremely good teams. They obviously made their way here. The teams, once we get to the last chance, obviously the top 8 from winners bracket are going straight to the grand finals, and the bottom 8 are going to the last chance. I feel like it's going to be a lot of these teams as well that's going to make it through the last chance too.
Does that change the way some of these teams play? Because, I mean, yes, you want to go through without going to losers, but if you confidently think, doesn't matter if I go to
jedva čekam.
We've had so many teams coming out of the winners bracket that always go through the grand finals, even through the losers bracket too. But yeah, here, as you see the schedule,
Odavno se nisam radovao nekom lobiju
12
ovako.
games like we've had our others. So,
Znači
yeah,
jedva
it's going to be a
čekam.
little bit rough. It's hard. 12 games might not be enough for everyone.
12 games against the best teams in the world, and that is 100% what this lobby is right now. Now, if you get through, if you make the top 8, you go to the grand final, done, dusted, wait and watch. If you don't, the bottom 8 have to go to the last chance qualifier. They're not done quite yet, so really they're just sort of playing for that top 8, but you don't want to have to risk it, because if you go to last chance, it means you might go home without any cash additional in your pocket.
If you could guarantee yourself, though, that you would go through the grand finals through the last chance,
if you could guarantee it, I think across the board, most teams would say yes, we do it, because staying fresh is important. But let's look at the fresh teams for this lobby. It's 16 different teams than we saw yesterday. It is a very strong group of
It is so stacked. Like, if you look at the teams, it's just crazy. And here, what they're playing for, of course, once we get to the grand finals, but also if you go down to the last chance, that's what you're playing for. We've already eliminated our first 8. We've sent them $10,000 to $17,000 through that. But we also have, of course, our crowdfunding that's going to be added on top of that. So go in and check that out. But $600,000 guaranteed for the first place. Our winners here, though, top V's. What a lineup.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Normally, there's a couple of teams that kind of pop in, or you say, oh, well, they had a unique ride. Maybe they won't make it through the winners bracket. I think this was the hardest fantasy ever to put together because all of these teams have progression potential, and that's what I'm excited about as Game 1 starts. Now, let's look at some of them specifically. FaZe versus eSports. I know you've got a soft spot for FaZe. Do you think they come out ahead?
I have a soft spot for know them so well. You know, like
we've been traveling with them for a long time.
These guys are just crazy once they pop off. In fact, he had one of the most amazing days. He really popped off. And yeah, of course, they were the most points gathering teams out of the group stage, right? 108.
Now, another team that I love to watch, and I know you do too, Foot got here. It was a tough journey for them, but Vard seemed to be playing out of his mind. They looked very, very good. Another one, Tiamba, absolute powerhouses when it came to day 1 of group stages.
Yeah, I love what I saw from both of those teams, especially Foot, you know.
Pozdrav za sve
we saw some crazy stuff from as the pentagrams too, as you see them here on screen.
Veliki pozdrav za moga prijatelja, dobrog, iskrenog.
Jesi loš, druže, pa ja te ubijem. Kako si loš,
Moga free kill. Brate moj, da nije mene, ne bilo free killova.
Ja sam manje HP bio.
Ne znam. Ali ti si pobjegao na vrijeme, nastradao kristal. Brate, što im je loš stream, jebo?
Dobrog igrača ubiješ, lošeg ne možeš. Pa jevo ti.
Jevo, majksu. Koliko je kristalni imao damage-a nađe? Jel se moglo izmjeriti?
Više.
17 cm, brate. Ja vidim. Znaš, imaš glitch, brate, s damageom. Pucaš medvjede na vikendiju i po 9000 damagea dobiješ.
Da, ali ja nisam pucao medvjede, imao sam toliko vrš.
Da, neko Lukaru Sajića.
Reši. Jo, a gle Pau, brat. Sjećaš li se kad je Pau u sub bio?
Senka Pau.
Tijan Pau. Lik pojede 6 burgera i krene igrat.
Ovaj gori od Mitrogla, je.
2.4% pick. That is
Pravo
also
sad
quite
drugi
high, I
čaj.
feel like.
Pojele ga droge, brate.
Some of the prices like on Gizera and stuff have really gone up after the group stages. Let's look at our talent picks. Avenger, why don't you talk about yours?
Ste odigrali ovaj... Fantasy. Nisam ni ja. Ja zaboravim da se to igra i poslije bude kasno.
Pa ne znam koja je poenta tog fantasy, kao dobijaš nešto, važi, brate.
A dobiješ, ako budeš top 100 dobiješ one coin.
Aj ti budi top 100.
Ja sam igrao jedno kad je...
situacija. Naka njemu.
Right, we gotta have them. Now, regarding the choices we've made, here is the leaderboard as it stands. Toby's still in the lead, but
Ne znam šta
only
rade
by a
ljudi,
little.
znaš?
I've managed to close the gap from,
Ne znaju,
I think,
ne.
dead
Ma ne
last
mogu.
to second.
The most interesting thing is that this time around, compared to our losers bracket, it is vastly different. There could be pop-offs on some of our teams. We could be 100 points ahead. It could be, you know, all the way all the way. You could be following to the bottom if your teams don't pop off. Of course, in game as well, you can see and pick what team you think is going to win the whole thing. Right now, 57% has
Kako si grofa?
gaming, but
Mogu
hold
flasha.
on to your votes.
Otvor vrata.
Until the grand final.
Until the grand final. Until Ali maybe
Dva
we see
liga.
the 8 teams that's going to go through, then you can drop it in.
That makes sense. Do you think 17 has
Yeah.
potential to
Lik
win
me,
this thing?
I think
gle,
there's a
je,
slight chance at the
Gledaš,
moment. I
gledaš
want
ime
to see what
hito.
they can do here.
Razum.
I like that.
They're uncontested in Picard Pachingi.
Jeveću sunce.
Everyone out there. We're starting our angle, so we'll see what they can do.
Jel imao
Yeah, I think that's
first
what we're going to be. We're starting a wrangle. We go Vikendi, Tego, the two chaos maps, we'll call them for the moment,
Imao
because
kurac
that's what
moj,
they've been.
brate.
Then we'll
Oni
wrap
imaju
up with
samo
the Dusty
kroz
Dudes with
budu.
Miramar
Od
for
skinuo mi
today,
po
then
health,
flip-flop
brate.
that the other way when we come back tomorrow. But there are only 12 games. Now is the time for these teams to start strong. We saw in the last division how important that would be. Now, if you want to start strong, the best
Ja,
way to
bro,
becoming
sad
the
meni
first day of
crossbow u
grand
glavi
finals,
stoji,
and it's
ne
the
razumijem.
only day that has tickets left. So if you want to get here to see this, you got to click that link and get your tickets before they finish
Ja.
Friday. Be here
Don't
because it
scrap
kicks
so
off the big show, and I know it's going to be an
Jesi
awesome
ti uzeo
experience.
M-ko odavde?
Another experience
Nije,
is
nikad
maybe you
ni
want some
bila
G-Coin,
M-ke
you want to buy some stuff over on the shop, then you can get that in game number 1 after the first
Znači u prvom meču ide poslije prvog kila, u petom meču ide poslije prve eliminacije.
We'll be giving away codes for 400 the first time and anywhere from 800 to
Ništa nema,
5,000.
sine,
It's a
no.
surprise the second time around, so make sure you check it out.
Ti si pun
All
ti
right,
brod, brate.
about time for game number
Pa
1
imam
to
stadion,
start.
šta ćemo?
This is a totally different lobby than what we've seen before. Set the stage for me. What should I expect if I'm just sort of joining PUBG for the first time this year?
Some of the best PUBG you've ever seen. You've seen streamers. These guys, I'm saying, of course, some of these guys stream too, but these guys are out of this world here. They're going to do some crazy stuff, but also very strategic plays. We're going to see slow plays. We're not going to see this drive-by crazy, everything set it into compounds. We're going to see very clever plays, slow, a little bit of edge play to begin with, and then they're going to be starting to send it towards middles once we get to phase 3 and 4.
Well, you heard it from Martin. Let's see what comes true. It's going to be some of the best PUBG ever played. It's time for PGC 2023, the winners bracket game 1 to start right about now.
Hoćemo njih.
Idemo.
I još dva na narodu.
Samo da se prijavi. Jo, Igore, kreće.
To da, healam se.
Najjači lobby ikada.
Ja sam me izbijao ovaj krog. Gore pika drugi krog na prozor.
Pušim
Pušim
i
nas.
ti. Tiš.
Saša Batulin.
Ne, ušao mi unutra, nisam znao.
我想证明的是，在我们中国队伍里面，我们17 Gaming 会比较稳定。
17 Gaming and Sonics showed great performances in this year's PGS, but they have not
Bio full flash ovdje u čošku, brate.
为了证明我们17
Dobro je da nisam ja stio njej da
一个 PTSD 的奖杯是远远不够的。
去年我们差一点就夺冠，但是今年我们会有所不同。
Ne znam, brate, na
In the group stage, we showed them maybe 70%. If we can enjoy ourselves like we did today, then we can win this one.
Every team is trying their best for the PGC trophy, but only the ones who fully enjoy this tournament will be able to go higher.
说实
Evo
话，
kurti mi
这
se
很无
lik
聊。
i mora da mlatim još sad, brate.
您确实很开心，
Kurva
但
te
这样
au, druže.
太无聊。
To je
Save,
lepo
save,
što
save.
ti to izmlatio.
Mlatio
Em nghĩ
mene.
vui bởi vì phong cách của em là thích bắn nhau,
Oh,
nên
no.
là được bắn nhau rất vui.
Idi nas lupane!
Vui thì chúng mình càng
Ti
đấu
si
tốt hơn.
glodariš.
Đó mới là server.
Raz, raz. Nice, man!
팀들이지. 경기장에서 붙어보면은 다 거기서 거기거든.
A ne znam kako nije pao, druže, ja sam prvi počeo pucat dvije glave, sam
Da
mu
bez
dao,
uloga
ja sam.
jesam.
Imaš booster neki.
Ja.
Daj.
Ovo je bila prijava level Bricks 2 put 1.
His name is Mime.
Ma
He's
druže,
formerly
lik.
from
Pa
the
stvarno
Sonic
sam ga 2 put headao, ali je glupa i...
Mime is a very impactful player. He has an easy mindset of it's just a game, so
Mime.
he brings a lot of confidence to the team and makes all the plays that we need to win.
Fajte se
I'm
lijepo.
going to the grand final with LG, my new family, my new friends.
On ga krosa sa tim lensom.
พวกเรารู้สึกกดดันแต่การใหญ่แบบนี้พวกเราทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
Nemam
ฝากถึ
helmet.
งแฟนคลับทุกคนนะครับ ไม่ต้องห่วงและไม่ต้องกังวลว่าพวกเราจะไปถึงรอบชิง
Veliki pozdrav za Ivana Cvitanovića Cvitu.
I think all we need to do is keep our mood high,
Respect.
keep vibing off each other,
Sao
as I
li
said
je
earlier.
Stevens, bro?
That's all it takes for our
Krosa
team to
na
be
zidu.
one of the best. We're going to bring that atmosphere to the grand finals.
这个想法是有的，毕竟当职业选手嘛，就是荣誉肯定
Mogli
是
su
比较
pojačati još
Ja
ovu
na
muziku.
probu igrao.
我们最常说的话就
Vani
是
prvi pro.
Ili su kontali da svejedno ne razumijemo Kinezi.
现在让我们的团队更强。
我们想在这次 PGC 当中创造出从未有过的记录。
Kako dobar kadar je. Nema produkcija PUBG-a, sve bolja i bolja.
Hello, PUBG fans,
They
and
wanted
welcome
that
to the
question,
winners
No, no,
bracket. I'm
it's
Matt. I'm joined by Paper Thin, and we've got ourselves the
Ivano
tease
Cvitković.
of what the grand finals could be like. Is
Što sam ja mislio Steve Cvitanović. Ja se izvinjavam.
It's incredible how many just unbelievably talented players we have in this lobby, Matt. Unbelievably talented teams. Look, I think you could basically convince me that any of these 8 teams could be the 8 teams that go directly to that grand final because of how good they've looked, not just in the group stage, but throughout their entire history as PUBG eSports teams and players. So many veteran players, so many stories to go through. It's just crazy.
there is so much. I think that it was Avenger that was talking about a second ago. Is that any of these teams could just pop off? We've been seeing that kind of happen during the different group stages, right? Where we had like a really big Tiamba day, and then we had a really big phase day. I wouldn't be surprised
Dobar
if we
sam
see
Maček,
some of
dobar
that
sam.
happening here,
Kakav
but
si
it's gonna
ti?
be so much harder to
I dalje ne
accomplish.
mogu
It's
da
gonna
se
be a lot
pomeri
more
s
about
činjenica da
server.
Pensi ne
If we
radi
get two
prenose
good games
po
in a row,
bukvalno.
and really start asserting authority on
Likuša
these
jede
games,
sve
you're gonna
kastre
have
zajedno
so
koliko je
much
bilo.
respect.
Pensi, bre,
absolutely. I
bog
mean,
otac.
You hear the players talk about this a lot in these like pre-match interviews and stuff where they're saying it's about our vibes, it's about our mental, it's about the confidence. Those kind of things really do matter, and you can see that with some of the teams, all it takes is that one win, like Cerberus on the last game of day 1, right, Matt? They come into day 2 in Group A, and they were smashing.
This is a team that was absolutely smashing in the group stage and had themselves a just phenomenal day. I know a lot of eyes are going to be drawn this direction. Are they going to be able to replicate this? I'm going to say, if you can replicate anything like what happened in the group stage as FaZe in this lobby, man, it's just time to start looking at the trophy.
Yeah. Oh, no. That was the best phase I have seen in quite some time. The Sonics looking really, really solid. A very steady game plan for them. Kind of the same story throughout the year ever since Gunnar has become the coach for the Sonics. You know, it's play for the most points possible, not try to play for the win, not try to overextend, do things like that. Look, 17 as well, another team that's very stable, out in open space. I think 17 may be the best team in the world.
You could definitely say world favorites right now. Given the 57% of fans putting their votes into them. Local favorites, as you can see, T5 getting some love. But jumping back into 17 real fast, a reminder, yes, I know the
Ali obožavam ove mape, gledaj, gdje ko skače. Ne znam da li si to vidio od ove moje kamere. Vidi se.
I'm actually excited about. I think that's going to be refreshing for them, give them opportunity. Also does mean the team that usually is going to be dropping into Pachikado going to be pretty safe off the get-go.
Exactly, and so for 17, that's, you know, a sigh of relief in a way, but they were never scared of the Sonics, and I think very wisely, as we've seen throughout both of these teams' years, that them backing off that fight has actually been sort of mutually beneficial, to be frank. As a Pentagram team, I could talk a lot about, Matt. I'm going to wait for the game because There's a lot of history in that team from the Korean region, but Tyloo, another team that really picked it up on the second day, looked like they were struggling mightily on day one, and then kind of figured things out on day two.
Ja mislim za ovo amplifier.
Yeah, there's a lot
Ova bijela
of, I
kartica.
guess, stress coming into this. If you watched any part of the losers bracket, you can
Ovo je
see the stress
Sennheiser.
that mounts on Roth's face.
Ovo ovdje je crveno sivo Sennheiser. Što ima crvene kablove. Ali ne znam šta je ovo bijelo. Sad ćemo da im... Evo ovo. To je Sennheiser pojačalo. Sad ćemo da im ovi nemaju. Svi Bose QC20 imaju. Sad mi žao što sam prodao. Treba će mi sljedeće godine za LAN. Bro.
Yeah, that's my favorite strategy. That's how I get people fired up is
Da, ali ti mene pratiš još prije. Ja sve ukupno streamam.
Another team that, kind of had some odd games. They were struggling a little bit sometimes, but they
Pa jedno godinu dana. Biće u februaru će biti godinu i koji mjesec. A ti mene pratiš skoro 2 godine prije sam ja počeo streamovati. Jesi vidio novi Redline roster? Nisam, mislim, znam ja taj... Znam roster i prije nego što su krenuli igrati, ali nisam gledao. Jesse, Tifa, legendic. Ej, alo.
Absolutely, one of the hometown favorites. There's two. There's them and T5. A lot of work to be done for those two teams. They're stable, they're consistent. We haven't seen them have that, really strong power to get the top of an international lobby before. So really looking to see if maybe Daytrade or T5.
Danas će biti pucanja,
T5 in terms of their firepower. It seems like that's been upgraded for them. They're not using the emergency pickups as much as we've seen previously so far this year. So for T5, they're trying a bit of a more balanced strategy. And one of the tournament favorites, Dono on your screen right now, absolutely a star-studded roster. Arguably, most people would tell me the best player in the world right now is Soul on your far right there. And Onyx doing most of the...
Novi Redline roster, Zec, Nodi, Iva, Slug. Vidjet ćemo šta će raditi. Novi Redline. Nešto je slabo čujem, da se malo primakne.
Šta je novi Redline?
To bre. Novi Redline, Zec, Nodi, Luka, Ivas.
Zec, Nodi, Luka i Ivas.
Really interested to see if there are going to be any more hot drops. I have heard that most of them have finished. I have heard that, at least on this map. There is some potential for maybe some confusion.
Znači tu su ispali najlupi Meksi.
Has shifted away from the farm area for this without 4am in the lobby to contest Yaznaya. They have that open. That's their old drop spot from last year.
Da su doveli Maminga i Ubaha, rekao bi ti da su kikani.
Shifted away because they felt like with the Chinese teams in particular, they were constantly fighting over Yaznaya, so they wanted to try something.
Gdje će Najlup sad s Kubetom? Kube ne igra godinu dana. Najlup može da bira, vjerovatno Zec.
A ne može da bira, ali sigurno da ima opcije.
Da.
Ima dosta timova koji će da se raspadnu i koji su se raspali, pa opcije postoje sigurno.
Nema hod dropa, ali ja ne vidim hod dropa. Izgleda mi kao da nema.
Iski zamisli, na primjer, Najlup da odu u Vu umjesto onog Diffixa ili kako se zove.
Kaže, zvone Najlup ide u Foot, tako sam čuo.
A jebi ga, ljudi su na svetskom trenutno umjesto koga.
Ko igra u futbolistu?
The center of this one is the Georgia Bowl River, but I was talking to Trevor a bit about how he thinks the Ruin Boatyard split is a good alt drop location.
Čekaj da vidim, oni igraju, pa prošli su u Winner Break.
T-Bone, Vard, ACB.
There's of course the guaranteed spawn for the vehicle right in the ruins itself.
Zato ti kažem, znaš, umjesto koga?
Have to contest with the Razak team for the cars that are to the east of the boatyard.
To mi isto tim koji mislim da nikom ne bi kikali nego jedino oko... Ako neko istupi.
I to futbolist poprilično sigurno ušao u Winner Break. U jednom trenutku...
Mogu da gledam preko tvog streama da ne bi...
Mogu ti streamovati.
Pa to da ne bi...
Ali ne znam...
to gain
To ti je vas da
priority spots.
lutrija
This is something 17 Gaming really
od-
likes to do in these circles. That, you know, normally
to
they go
od
to the
Discorda
compounds that are
zavisi.
south of here if the circle is more southern shifted, it's northern shifted. So these blue quads are whatever, it's 5 I think actually, that are there is something that they're going to try to prioritize, and a Tungmu not really feeling like he wants to dust it up with 17, and I don't blame him.
They already have pretty much center of the
Što mi ne
circle.
vatao.
They're playing over in the Rajak area. They've got themselves the new boatyard position. So why sacrifice it? Instead, just shift into ruins, get control over that. This is, yes, a 50-50 circle with the river running through it, so that means that a lot of our teams are going to have to be making the gamble on which direction they think the circle is going to go. While we do, we're all used to seeing like the military base island bridge camps.
Ali ja ne mogu da vjerujem da PUBG nema oficijalni stream u 2K mak.
As well, but more often than not, it's multiple teams that are going to be looking into it. I know that's some basic PUBG, but we just want to break you guys into this one. So if we're seeing much earlier rotations,
Evo ga, Lynchu bog SLR. Mada sam primijetio da igra MK. Ovo što sam gledao igra MK.
Yeah, this one's a little bit weird because if you're going to gamble on an early priority position, you do run the risk of the circle hard shifting.
Čuo sam tako negdje na streamu Vikurija.
Trying to get across those bridges like you're talking about. So, yeah, it's going to be really keen.
Nema 2K u PUBG, a nema veze, brat, mogu upscale-ati. Ja ako upalim stream PUBG-a, bolja slika 3 puta nego ovo.
Really trying to give themselves, you know, no matter what happens with the circle, some ability to rotate. So curious to see if that's going to be punished or not for Tiamba.
Look at these early rotations. 17 going to go ahead and hop out. Already going to prioritize getting position.
Pogledaj ti piksele, brat. Ja ne znam li vidite ove piksele.
Sonics not in the starting zone. They're going to have to shift over.
320 puta 200. Šta je C64? Ne znam šta je to. Pa Tifa, brate, ti mi dođeš kao učitelj ovdje, brate. Svašta sam naučio s tobom mnogo,
And that's kind of its own independent brute going over here as yet again, it's going to be Tyloo slowly and steadily getting slammed up against that river as 17 Gaming just not really on the hunt,
Commodore 64.
And I wonder if maybe 17 felt a bit of pressure here from Azla. Azla likes to do 2-2 splits early on these circles out of Gatka. They usually are taking like 2 in Gatka or 2 to those houses that are right south of the Georgia Pole Mountain proper. But this time around they went a little bit further west. In fact, they've got one player up at Sakari up on top of the mountain itself because they want to control this space around this mountain. This is what brought Azla a ton of success during the group stage, was they controlled all the space around Gatka and they made the most of these western circles.
I just want to talk about like the freeze that was on that exploding grenade. Très magnifique. I love it. NH, again, playing in a strong position against 17 Gaming. And
Osmobitni kompjuter, januar 82. By Commodore International.
This compound is so dynamic with the amount of verticality that you can still
to koriste provaljeni su.
It feels like enemies are at every single corner of it whenever you're wrapping around, and that's kind of the way it looks. Look how open and wide even these windows are as you're stepping around, and it just becomes so messy so quickly.
Yeah, it's really tough to deal with as a player. I mean, you kind of have to outguess your opponents which window they're going to appear at where. That's how you see a lot of pre-firing, especially when you know your opponent has a shotgun in their hand. You have to be getting those bullets out ahead of them because there's the potential that they just one-tap you. Lil Ghost, yeah, spotting out Azla. Again, this is 17, I think, just posturing for space. Lil Ghost knowing that if he stuck around there a little bit too long after putting those shots out, some attention might come his way, and he's out in the open. So looks like he's going to be rotating back to the safety.
Suju Gaming.
You hit on a very interesting point. We've always had pre-firing happening inside of PUBG, but not to the extent of this year, and that's just due to the shotgun meta being so much more dynamic. You don't know exactly what you're going up against, so just doing a bit of a pre-fire gives you at least some edge in that firefight, but also if you misread it, gives away your position, and we've seen that come back to bite a couple of teams.
No, you're precisely correct. It has really changed, along with the Panzerfaust, have changed the way that teams think about. Yeah, the really big shotgun. It just, you know, the one-shot shotgun. But it's really changed the way that teams think about crashing compounds.
Bolje da je neki Jackie, a brate, ali ne razumijem kako pusti stream ovako, to mi nikad neće biti.
Especially on situations in like Vikendi, right? Because at the top of the gondolas, it's just Panzerfaust. Like, that's all that spawns up there. Is Panzerfaust is a bunch of them. So sometimes, you know, if circles in towards those mountains, you're like, you have to be super careful because almost 100% someone's going to have a Panzerfaust in their hand. So stuff like that is something that really has changed the way that teams think about the micro part of the game.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see just the consistent meta development happening out of this one. So we do see QM, they're making the rotation on the very far west. They're going to be coming in back behind Day Trade. Daytrade looks like they have their eyes set on moving into Everest, which is pretty centered in this circle, and wouldn't surprise me if we do ending up somewhere around that area. But that's depending on if we get the southern ship.
Primijetim tearing, ali ja isto imam tearing slike dok igram, ali ja mislim da je to meni do grafe ili nešto. Ne znam kako se to fiksa. Na streamu se to ne vidi, ali ne znam kako se ne vidi. Nemaš koni, nema. Ruže, gledamo, vrat.
Okej, koliko je ispalo evropskih ekipa? Samo ba.
I Havli. Jesi vidio onaj purple, juče im bot falio jedno.
Što ga mazno medved?
Ne, u stvari ne znam je li njega mazno medved.
Jeste, ali što si im bot falio?
Što im je bot falio, da.
Da, jebo. Solo i mazno ga medved.
Ali kako je došlo, s leđa izveknuo ga šapom.
Ma druže, kako bi zapalio sal, sebi izgora.
A prošli puta Duzi.
But that means that whenever those firefights do happen, they know exactly how they want to execute them, and it makes it a lot cleaner.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the influence of Gunnar. He's done a great job with them, getting them on the same page, getting them to think, you know, in terms of not just going for the win, but going for, you know, the points, getting the points where they can. And, you know, he was saying to me earlier, like, instead of thinking about it like, okay, we're going to make a center circle send, try to get that win and get 0 points. Instead, you play on the edge and get 4 points. Well, that 4 points is obviously, you know, if you're going to get those 4 points, say 90% of the time,
you
get that 0, 90% of the time. Guess what? The 4 points is better in the long run. So stuff like that has got the Sonics.
Math.
Yeah, stupid math. Who would get it?
I didn't think I'd have to use one of those math in my life.
Yeah. Stay in school, kids.
It is useful, specifically as you're trying to break down all the damage numbers between vests and stuff like that. Oh my God!
Oh God!
The math on that alone.
I just stopped.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that hit pretty hard. Good job, guy. All right, so I want to give you guys an update on what's going on while we're watching Danoa and Sonics make their moves. Sonics back around their old home in Pachinki, but we do presently have T5, Legacy, LG, Danoa, and Foot that are our teams that are playing to the north. All the other ones are going to be playing to the south of the river.
And Danoa with a split, kind of like Tiamba, where Tiamba's now in a 2-2, by the way, across the eastern Georgia Pole Bridge. So in the quads and on the compound that's to the west of that. Curious to see which way this one is going to go as Phase 2 is about to come to a close. Now, Sonics are just kind of chasing Cerberus, just kind of getting as much space as they can. They want to get on the other side of this hill so they can get more information into the next circle, especially with it being
danas se ne očekuje jurnjava, lagana igra.
Everything that we want, so that way nobody knows what's going to happen. We still even have crates in place, so Death Bundle is going to be down to the southeast. As you can see, it is going to be Cerberus, Phase, NH, Sonics, Twisted, all up on top of each other. We're 17 games.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 rotacije će proći s tim Trace.
Where Phase is going to be coming into, so it's just going to be NH that are taking the shots. Little Ghost's going to have to be careful, but I think the rest of Phase has eyes set more in the Asla line.
Yeah, Phase cutting through here. Pretty dangerous run. They're going to have some teams that are potentially watching them.
Phase
Cerberus just enough of a lane here to get through. Now, the question I have is, are they going to go all the way to Tiamba? Because Tiamba still got that 2-2 split on the other side. Cerberus, I think, lost a tire here. Going for the Ruins.
Oh, wow. It is a full-on race for the Ruins, as it looks like Phase did have eyes into this. James is going to go ahead and hop down. Shin is going to make landfall. A couple of shots coming out from Zhao Wu. Looks like he's got Soulsy down, but not quite flush. Now a couple of shots going to be coming in from Phase on the other side of Tai Lu, and this is going to become more and more problematic as Cerberus and Tai Lu now finding themselves quite pinched.
Yeah, good grenade from James, though. Gets Shen. The superstar for Tai Lu already in the knocked state and a lot of damage off that one. Looking to find them. Oh, that was so smart. James tried to pop the molly out above him so that the fire would spread on top of Shen. Shen came out in the open anyway, was able to clean it up, but that's something that a lot of players, you know, sometimes don't think about, is that you can get a molly in the air and pop it out of the air.
And here is our first blood. The code is going to be ZQ9TY6V5H9CQ. So good luck to everybody on that one. Tai Lu, though, still having to recover and losing Shin early is massive for Tai Lu. He is a big part of their damage component, specifically in these earlier stages of the game. Now you can see kind of having to recess away, lean more into the river of some type of safety.
Exactly, and he's one of the best riflers in the world, so especially in a close quarter situation like this, Matt, losing him is a real problem, potentially, for Tai Lu. I'm not trying to dog on the other players at all, it's just Shen is that good. Here's Xiao Wu's knock. onto, that's pretty good shooting right there, but the Mark 12 bullet velocity, that's why a lot of players still opting to stick with that in the Mini. Of course, with the AUG being the preferred AR of choice with those 5.5s, it makes it a little easier to track your ammo as well. You do see some Dragon-offs here and there.
And this is really weird because what we're seeing in the lineup, Lou's going to continue to have, man, just everybody taking a piece of Ty Lue right now. And while there are a lot of walls, this is a very dynamic firefight area, right? Whenever we've got the high ground and the castle ruins, looking down into all of these walls, all of these just shattered buildings down here, it makes for a lot of pathing options. And that's why we see Ty Lue, while they are, yes, really surrounded, they've just kind of entrenched themselves in here, and FaZe can't make too many moves just due to the amount of overwatch from Cerberus, Twisted, and 17.
Yeah, the good news for FaZe is that no one's going to be able to post up on that road for a little bit because of the mountain control that Azla and potentially Daytrade if they get mixed up in that, have. So for now, FaZe's backside is safe, but you could see that there were some long-range shots from the Sonics over to the east of the boatyard that actually hit Twisted Minds in the back on that high ground. They are the mountain ghosts. They absolutely love the highest terrain that they can find, and they put it to great use with the information with the shots. All of it together is what has made Twisted Minds one of the best for the last couple of years, hands down.
More altitude, more information, more better. Basic strategy that they tend to roll with, but FaZe doing a good job, and James just kind of hunkered down in position. New Circle does go the Everest path. It keeps crates as well. So that means all of our teams that are on the outskirts now going to make their way in. You can see Sonic's already making this in by. Twisted Mind's going to be rolling right into the worst possible neighborhood you could go into. Everybody's over here already warmed up, and Twisted Mind's just getting picked to pieces.
Iskreno čudi me da su ovdje stali.
One of the kills is stolen by Xiaowu. Feck's going to return fire.
Bezakoniji je ostao bez goriva.
IKADA down, maybe by a little bit of time here for the rest of Twisted Minds. Looks like they're just going to put two in the car.
We also have a big firefight going on between pretty much the Americas as Legacy, LG, and Sonics are all bypassing each other, and they're fighting over this quad. LG getting picked apart right as soon as they roll into it. It does look like Legacy is going to be able to defend this one for the time being. LG trying to get some background into it, and Snakers, no surprise, opening this one up to provide some type of opportunity.
Snakers absolutely nuts during the group stage. 20 kills for him. Top fragger for LG, one of the top fraggers we had in his lobby, so just absolutely cracked out of his mind this tournament. The guy's an absolute natural. Now FaZe trying to see if they can finish this fight with Ty Lue. They're going to lose Jeans a little bit off screen there, but now trying to encroach onto Ty Lue territory with that knock onto a tongue.
151.
If they could find it, but instead,
aha, pa vidjet ćeš po 170, brate. Ljudi mrtvi 100%.
Roll into the back of this, but they're getting shot away. I believe that's Cerberus who's doing that damage.
Man, there's so much verticality. We're down in the dip around ruins, right? Don't forget the fact that we do have Everest, which is
Probudite ga, recite mu da igra.
Koliko ja imam dok spavam, jebote.
Right on the back of that buggy, and Fex is going to punish it. Go ahead and get the knock. But there is a dip over there. We might see a couple of moves coming out. Hisaki looks like he wants to try to get something with this one, but he's dropped.
Oh man, the way FaZe is maneuvering themselves right now is actually really good, Matt. A Tungmu gonna get a couple more here onto Cerberus. Fex and FaZe looking to see if they can finish this off. If this grenade is good, it might just do it.
But 17 Gaming now moving in the high part of the hill, gonna be looking right down into this. Fex does hit another nade, knocks down Tycon. Are we gonna have some more added into it? Fex at least manages to get the flush, but now has to start being careful. They're in a dip of their own, and with a lot of people starting to eye this direction. I want to give you guys an update. We do have Denowa that's trying to approach the circle right now, as well as Sonics. But both of them have not, I guess, good pathing, the easiest way to say this one. Legacy on one side of it, and Danoa Loki looks like he's managed to get at least a foothold in, but yeah, he's got to be careful, all the guys on Everest.
Yeah, a lot of the fighting on Everest there. Gustav so quick with it. LZ down. He takes a bunch of damage in return, does Gustav. Fex on his last legs as well, looking to see if he can get that first aid off. A Tungmu trying to do something, but here comes 17. Cautious, but they finally get involved at a good timing, and they don't take any damage.
Just holding this line into it. This is a 2-2 split pretty much. Just having two of the members looking down into the remnants of this fight, and having the other two members in Xiaobei as well as Little Ghost looking into Everest. So teams to fight for control, and yeah, okay.
Gledajcie su batuleni Lu. To jest perfektny si Lu.
King of the world right now, and everybody else going to have to figure out how you're going to make a shift in, because what? I'm expecting half this lobby to die.
Yes. No, there's so much, especially on the north side. There's so much open space up there, Matt. It's going to be a meat grinder for sure. Sonics, though, fighting with Legacy after they pulled off of that fight from LG.
Evo ga prvi.
The only one up. He's in the blue. He's
Gle futboliste s leđa.
Sonics H1 trying to punish it, and he's gone down.
Legacy going to be our first team eliminated in this bracket, but it is not going to be too long before they have some company. phase though, trying to cling to life. Tyler, you can see all these teams in tatters down here trying to figure out how they're going to
Jebote ljude koji su mogli da vajpaju, gledajte što su i došli ih oni ubije.
Get eliminated. It is going to be Tyloo and Cerberus, the last two teams fighting inside that area right outside ruins.
Foot actually, it should be able to get this res, I believe, and they're kind of okay. There's no one else on the north side of the river. And yeah, he must absolutely nuts this year. He's already got 3 kills in this game for Cerberus. Maybe not the best start, but you know, with the way the circle shifted away from them, any points they can get would be nice. He saw that grenade. He's got a tongue move, but a tongue move spins on him.
Nice play coming out from the last member, but what are you going to do? Run over there, drop down. The zone's already going to be locking you out.
Ljudi uzeli 4 boda ni iz čega.
A prva 2 su pali na serveru.
Now, as you can see, it is going to be that line from 17 quite defendable. So if LG is wanting to wrap this, they probably have to move into the north, but that's where Tiamba is.
Yeah, I like what 17's doing here, leaving Little Ghost as an anchor in a 3-1 split to watch the teams that could potentially come from the east, with 17 claiming the east side of the mountain for themselves. 4 or 5 teams up there now that I look at it. Just about to say, Donald's trying to claim the other side, the west side. This is the way that a lot of teams like to approach Everest, Matt. Toby said it earlier, you want to be the last one often to the fight on this mountain. So that means you want to be the last one on the edge of the mountain, because then you can work your way in towards the center, clear the teams out on your way, and force the other teams to fight. You know, just sandwich them in between. NH doing a decent job
keeping
Novembra
off their backs. And a real early move into this position will get you center. It will get you the high point. Yes, it gives you a lot of information. But it also means the fact that you're going to be burning through a lot of your ammo, a lot of your meds. You don't have the ability to re-up. So coming into this a bit later can be big. But every single one of these nades, we see the guys that are on top of Everest throws, means the fact that they do not have them for defense if it stays in this location.
And look at this position that Soul has taken. He has snuck up into the flanks of NH. They have no idea he is here. He should hear those footsteps from those players right next to him. If that grenade is good, he's going to get some serious damage. It just goes a bit too far, but the spray is nuts.
Just lines him up. Gonna have Ming down right now, and looks back in, doesn't want to step in, almost got the second knock into it. Nades, they have to be cooked so well right here. This is such a massive curve on this hillside. Instead, he's gonna step away from it, see if maybe he can find a new approach angle, use those bit of rocks. The support now gonna be coming in for the rest of the squad, looking up the hillside, and they are starting to unlock this firefight.
Yeah, LG gonna be knocked down off screen as New Happy gets completely torn apart, torn asunder by Soul and Donawa. It's that flank from Soul, that cheeky angle that he's able to find just to the right of that UAS at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Absolutely nuts, and now Daytrade's got a knock. Let's see if Donawa can get involved in this fight too.
I mean, if you just eliminate everybody on Everest, then you can loot them all and you don't have to worry about it, right? With the knock up on the top, it looks like they are not done. This is a squad that played hyper aggressive during the group stages, and that is not looking to stop. You can see just leading the charge up this hillside, but now has to slow back down. Every single one of these crevices could have somebody in.
Sorry, there's QM coming up from the western edge, or excuse me, the northern edge of Donawa's position right now, trying to be that team again, trying to be the team that backfills, but QM looks like they got stopped up short from really encroaching into Donawa territory. Instead, they're going to turn their eyes onto Foot. Now, Foot has a little bit of time and space to work inside of these crates, but eventually they've got to make a move, and the problem is they've got T5 out to their left, and they've got QM to their right and TM right in front of them, and Bestalock has an AWM to make things worse.
Bro, Foot gonna need some happy foots, as this is gonna be a very scary approach for them. Almost every spot entrenched, defended, still 31 alive. And look, just pick a team. Almost everybody can look right into this crates line and have something they're going to do. It's going to be them and Tiamba that are going to have to make the move. Tiamba's going to be moving in right now, just a bit ahead of Foot. I think that they managed to find a pathing that works for them, using these trees, kind of breaking the sight lines and just stealing the spot.
Exactly. Nobody's in that edge over there yet, so Tiamba found enough room. Really good scouting by them. T-Bone trying to make a mad dash, takes a lot of damage, gonna pull up. I don't know if anybody from QM is gonna find an angle with their rotation there as well. It's actually gonna be IKADA from Osla who's gonna get that knock.
Teraton 5.
Maybe he can buy a kill or two, get something out of it, but I mean, what are you going to do? He's going to have the blue zone that's going to be coming in. Hopefully there's big enough distraction. Lou, though, he's got vision for days down in that Yamba dip.
Absolutely good stuff here. Osla really duking it out with Daytrade, back and forth with the knocks. Nobody's been able to find the ability to get over that center ridge, but Belmoth is going to try to do the end around, go underneath this ridge, catch him off guard, but I think Adder heard him.
Oh, has to play it very, very carefully. A lot of blue zone nades, a lot of utility that are going to be going on. Tianma does get eliminated. So much of what's going to be going on is up on this hillside is I've been craving a sandwich, but I don't think that I would even want to come close to having a Danawa 17 sandwich with everybody else crammed in the middle of this. Most notably, Daytrade and Azla leaning into each other for safety. Just hold me. Hope nobody else comes up here.
Hold me. I mean, with two of the arguably best teams in the world right now, yeah, I'm with you on that one. I would need some hugs if I'm one of these teams in the middle for sure. But Danawa has to worry about QM, so they can't really get aggressive on this fight that's going on between Daytrade and Azla just yet. And 17 is playing really cautious, really safe, making sure that their space is clear, making sure that they're clearing their back angles. Now Panampong gonna go for the mortars up on the mountain. Who's he aiming for? Twisted Minds? Is he going for Lou?
I don't know. I mean, you could pretty much just drop it anywhere and life would be good. Well, except for there. That's
right
the one bad spot you don't need it to go to.
Split the goalpost there.
Well, you can notice that he's having to go on the opposite side of the house, so that way nobody just demolishes him whenever he does it. So this is pretty blind information being fed over from a teammate. So this is probably one of the harder ways to try to get a mortar off. So yes, if it's a bit wide, don't jump! Oh! Oh, that's some teamwork.
Nemoguće.
Oh, yeah, just keep him rolling.
Thump him. Just give him the thump, man. That is, I love the sound that the mortar makes. Just absolutely so satisfying.
Yeah.
Perfect pop. Great usage of that utility. Really tough to gauge that angle and the distance there, too. That's why the first one was so far off. Because, look, this is trigonometry here, folks. Because the hill has such a steep incline, the distance is actually going to be shorter. Yeah, shorter than you think it would be, or longer, I don't know. Longer than you think it would be, I don't know. Anyway, one of those two, they know better than me. My math bad.
Okay, now here we see the hillside becoming more alive right now is just throw yourself. Don't let anybody else kill you, Perfectix. Only you can do that. But 17 now starting to take control over this whole area as they do have
Perfectix ideš u kurac, fuck this shit, I'm out. Baci se, brat, planine.
Yeah, I love what 17 and Danawa are both doing, keeping their edges clear. They know that Daytrade and Azla are just going to beat each other up in the middle, and if they can just keep QM for Danawa and T5 for 17
I to prva raketa, prva u glavu.
To have a really good end game situation for themselves, and it's actually QM now who's also punishing this angle for T5.
On je lika koji prona pogodio.
Spraying some shots in there.
Koji ga nije ni pucao ni ništa.
Gonna back Suju off from up above. Azla kind of trying to keep 17 at bay for a little bit, and Donna was crouching into that fight between Daytrade and Azla.
We often talk about utility, nades, and how important they are at this stage of the game. But whenever we're at Everest, you have to make sure that you're cooking them and air bursting them right on top of the opponents, because if you miss by a half second, they're just going to roll down these gutters and these valleys so fast. So it means that every single one of your tosses on nades needs to be directly on point, and you need to have information pinpoint where somebody's at. So that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of our teams still hold their one or two that they're sitting on right now to see if anybody has to move down the hillside in front of them and make it a bit easier.
And they can take really funky bounces sometimes too off of those angles to add on to what you're saying. Both of those things absolutely key to using grenades in terrain like this. And, you know, for Azla here, I'm not seeing many frag grenades left. Not sure if that's truly the case. Them and Daytrade have been up here for basically the entire match. So certainly their utility is going to be low. They've had to commit a lot of smokes to reses and stuff like that, but we are going to be sledding downhill. Now, this is going to be tricky. You're still at a decent advantage up on top, but if QM can kind of control Danawa, keep them from sledding downhill towards them, I actually start to think that them and 17 might be the ones who are duking it out in the final two teams.
Yeah, you do get high ground control, but
this
is one moment where you're going to be stepping out pretty much out in the cover, and it's not going to be good, especially with the amount of teams that are still up here. I mean, Danawa is just right next to everything that's going on with Daytrade and Azla, but they don't really want to move just yet. 17 with that 2-2 split being heavily rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing here for 17 is you can just kind of leapfrog these different, you know, scratches, as I like to call them, through the side of the mountain. You know, there's all these different valleys. There's like 3 or 4 left in this circle, and that is a really nice situation for 17. They can just keep leapfrogging. They've been playing this really, really well. Danawa starting to do some more damage, finding a knock here. Hikari going to be rezzed, I believe, but Adder has to be on point. He's got to hit some pretty nasty sprays if Danawa tries to push that way, but I don't think they will. I think Danawa's going to try to sled downhill and kick QM out.
Jebate da je trade samo prona ispod njih, iz dvije ekipe.
Ovo Azla igra dobro, bet.
Ader, za koga je ono Ader igrao debeli, šića?
Pa nije igrao za nešto da Gibli ili tako nešto. Mislim, jeste za Gibli sigurno na trenutku. Igrao za NAJJACI.
Ajoj. Jel je Nonix u NAJJACI igrao?
Really nice throw there from Anonix.
Čuda
If he
nemaju
cooked
bombi
it
još.
just another half second longer, he would have done a ton of damage to
Da, igra za
QM. Adder
Gibli.
trying to punish here.
Za
Ozla, a
NAJJACI.
team that if they had put this team together in
Igrao
2019, I thought I would have
je
told you this is one of the
ono
best teams
ranije
in the
za
world at the
T1.
time. You know, the former
bravo,
T1
da.
and Detonation
Pa
Gaming
to je
boys.
baš ono.
You got half from each of those rosters.
tri godine,
Very
ne.
strong players. But Besto, still
Ali
a
igra
few
dugo za
bullets
Gibli.
left in this AWM. One more
Bilo
clip
je
cannot find
skandalne
a shot
neki, ja
under
mislim baš
Anonix.
sa Gibli, nisu uplatili neke nagrade.
Popping over that. No fear in the mind. C5, though, in trouble, as there's going to be 17. Danoa also getting some harassing shots into him. Long range nades.
Ali brate, ne kontam ovo, baci bombu i onda usred leta bombe prekine i prebaci scenu.
Belmont's actually out the blue, kind of reading this one. Flash unloads! Manages to do a ton of damage before it is going to be day trade going down, but Ozla took so much damage in this one. Danoa, how are you going to navigate this when you know the fact that you have Doozy right up
Još ja Doozy ostao, 2 na 1.
Top of Loki there, taking a lot of damage. He's the last one alive, but Loki is going to find that kill. Danoa still kicking, but just barely.
Oh man, it is so nerve-wracking for everybody trying to make their way down the hillside. Slow, steady, spotted out. 17 Gaming has been bouncing around, but they've got control over the low section of all of this, but they did have Xiao Bei go down.
I think Ozla now might be turning their attention a little bit away from
Ladno će
Danoa.
reza
That's
sa
more
luta,
towards
gledamo
the circle.
majke.
Danoa's bruised and beaten. I'm not even sure if Loki can get this res in time. And Ozla might want to try to weaken up 17. There's already Xiao Bei down. So if you could find another knock on a 17 here, Ozla could absolutely claim this game.
This is so detrimental though with this res.
Ali Danova ima skroz lijevo od igra, brate. Ozla će ostati bez terena.
Just surrounded if they're not careful. Akkad now having tinned in, but it's going to be Loki yet again getting the knock on the Wicked. And what are you going to do? Ozla's now finding themselves sandwiched yet again. Cover actually favorable for this high ground position from Danoa. Salute's going to go ahead and get knocked into it. And what are you even going to do now? 17 Gaming on the opposing side, going to spot out little Ghost. There you go. Ozla's now going to be gone. 17's got control of the circle. Danoa, what can you do?
This is near impossible now for Danoa. Salutes going to think about the res. Nope, he's just grabbing util and guns.
Ali ovi komentatori su dobri da se deru i da pričaju, realno. Ali da je lik na ovu zonu prediktao da će Ozla da vina.
With the way that this is lined up, Danoa does have technically the lineup for a couple of 1v1s, provided he can win it, but the blue zone's already right up on top of him. There's nowhere to go. He's just going to feed it over, and our first winner's bracket victory goes to
9 kilo.
Calm, collected,
Ali mislim da je Danova imala više
That
kila.
is 17 Gaming in a nutshell throughout this year, and you saw it right here, folks. From the beginning of the game to the end of the game, they were involved in fights, they weren't over-aggressing, and that is what gets them the win.
Just control is so much of what we're seeing inside of that. I mean, it was always, go back and watch that bot and how 17 they were constantly right on the edge of all of these different firefights, but control, refereeing them, not allowing anybody else to move without their say-so.
Exactly. I mean, this is what has made them so good this year in the last couple of years, is that out in open space, they're one of the best in the business, and you saw why. Like, when they get out there, they are so good.
Oh my lord, game 1 done, but we still have 5 more to go, and our analysts are going to give you a walkthrough of all the good.
Lil Ghost.
Šta nismo toki nikako igrali, a nije bilo loša igrica. Nismo predstavili jer je loša, nego eto. Mislim su bili neki turniri PUBG pa smo zato predstavili. Ono, Vampire, Blood Hunt.
It is indeed.
Da,
I gotta
bilo
say,
dobro.
it's another home turf terrain.
Ne znam da se to igra
Circle
više
for
uopšte.
these guys. As the pentagram though, they didn't make it all the way up. I gotta say, it's a huge clutch for them to be able to get the rest of the 17 Gaming. It's a close circle for them too, looting out of Pochinki, of course. They're able to hold on to some of these crucial parts and just kind of springboard themselves towards the circle. Some other teams, they bet on it being north. Didn't. It's been a lot of Everest ending so far.
I mean, at this point, I'm going to start saying, hey, send Everest before the circle pops.
Yeah.
Because it does seem to be shrinking down, right? It does seem to be shrinking there. We saw a lot of teams north of the river get into a bit of a palava, if you will, and no one really survived that. It came down to this Everest fight, and again, if you're not on top, you're just sitting in a spot waiting for someone to go to top golf and sink a nice shot, and that's exactly what we saw there. Here's a beautiful shot.
That's another top golf shot.
Look at this, look at it.
Pathampong goes, boom! This one here, flash right. This, I was sure this was going to destroy as the pentagram chance, but they actually got all 4 back up, but then 17 said nope, Danawa said nope, and destroyed that kind of 4v4 chance that as the pentagram is going to have against 17 here. So yeah, a good amount of points that Loki and Salute, they were able to squeeze out of this late game.
They juiced it for all they were worth. A big shout out, you know, 17 did come away with the win, little ghost, absolute poltergeist. It looks like this kid activates for PGC, and it's starting to happen again. That said, Danawa and Osla Pentagram came out with a very strong start as well. Osla Pentagram, for me, is probably the biggest takeaway in this match, is they kind of have been grinding their way to this point. They started slow. It seems like they're little by little sort of turning on. They looked good here in the end again.
Yeah, I just want to see some circles where it's not, you know, more than a couple hundred meters away from where they stop looting, because that's where, like when they have the curve calls against it, that's where I want to see them going. They're going to do well in those home turf circles. We saw that 47 points in the back-to-back games on Erangel here. They able to get 5 kills and then on the wall third.
And they do start strong when it comes to Erangel. 17, 9 kills, 1,400 damage. Danawa, and then T5, the home team, coming in 4th. I think that's great news. The fans here absolutely loved it.
Ne znam, mislim da može da se igra, ali da nema nikoga.
Danawa had 1,000 more damage than the 17 game. That's quite impressive. Little goes though, 5 kills, 5 knockouts. 650 plus damage here for him. That's good to see. If he's obviously going to be our man of the match for this first game here in the winner bracket for PTC 2023.
Absolutely, and deserved. I mean, what a great start. You saw him from the high ground absolutely just raining lead down on everyone. He didn't miss anything.
It's just the 3x brace controls. These guys are just outrageous. 19 points for them coming in that way. Danawa, impressive. 8 kills, 2nd place here. They're able to clutch and also deny 1 point that could be crucial later. 14 overall for them. And of course, it's only first game. I don't want to judge too many just yet.
Well, I like to judge. I will say Danawa, though, I want to give I mean, Soul was playing cracked, and they only got 8 kills, but I think if you looked at their damage numbers, it would be a little bit of a different story, because they weren't able to sort of finish some of those flushes, but the amount of damage they were putting and holding that
Jedno New Happy news oboda.
Looking at that, we see New Happy down there in the bottom at 16, kind of surprising. Legacy and Luminosity ran into a bit of a kerfuffle fighting in that early game, and I think a lot of teams are going to take away from that. We got to manage these rotations better.
Especially when you have a 50-50 circle like this, right? You have to bet
48-52.
Oh, something like that. Yeah. You know, you have to bet, and if you bet north and it goes away from you, you're like, we're gonna have to turn around, try to see if we can focus on some points, try to get in there. Luminosity, they tried to get in there, they tried to get into a good spot, they just got absolutely hailed down. Like it was red zones all over the place, because they were literally within range of 4 or 5 teams, right? Then there's on the other side, so Legacy, of course, Kisera popped off a little bit, but still, Adrian got it, he popped in, got the kills, and they're like, okay, four kills for a bad game is actually fine.
But then here comes Ascend, right? And that's the problem with the 50-50 circle, is once it shifts away, you just got to make the most you could have. Ascend goes ahead and backfills that, gets themselves some points. So we saw some salvage, we saw some management, we saw teams kind of getting their feet under them, but warm-up is done. Game number 2 about to kick off here. We take a quick look at Twisted Minds. They seem like they were getting a little stronger in this one. It was just, you know, tough rotation for them. We'll see if they can turn it around. Game number 2 about to start, our last Erangel match of the day. Let's head over to our casters, Paper Thin and Matchroom.
Thank you. And now we move into a very northern plane path going all the way over Military Base Island. So yes, there is a world where we get Military Base directly after Everest, but even I am not that cool.
I mean, we're not on military base in, so whatever. Anything else, Zarky, please, I love it. But
no.
Sadly rare, but it is what it is.
Zarky circles are rarer than island circles on Miramar.
It almost feels that way, doesn't it? Yeah.
It really does. I dream upon dream for a fight over there. We are going to be following a Legacy first, one of the first teams to jump out, and that's because they are going to be going to Severny. They were one of the northern teams that kind of found themselves in that out position, and I believe it was against Sonics, if I remember correctly, that were fighting for the opportunity to be shot out of their vehicles on approach to Everest.
You don't want to have that happen. That's not the best. Yeah. It's not great. But I mean, Tamba, they're playing a pretty safe game, but again, with 17 controlling so much of that space on the eastern side so well, when they finally had to make their move, they thought they found some open space, but they got kind of crunched between a couple different teams, and that's the risk of coming to Everest late. on the like north or south edge.
I want to point this out real fast. We do have 3 teams that have been going in that Stalber line that have been kind of uncomfortably next to each other. This plane path doesn't allow that. So now we have 3 teams that are all having to do a secondary drop. And if you don't even count in what's going to be going on with foot, and I mean, LG is going to probably find their way over there in some fashion. So that means that we're going to get a lot more of bisected drop locations and not near as much space as some of these teams were expecting going into the second game.
Yeah, and LG is doing that drop I was talking about previously, and it's going to be a straight north circle. So
direkt Brazilcima na glavu.
You know, Legacy going to be smiling a little bit after that one. Donawa, you could see cutting across towards Yasnaya. But a lot of teams going to have to make rotations. Now, I'm really curious. Teams like FaZe were kind of often just being a little bit maybe too patient in that last one. They wrapped all the way down.
Well, I mean, they got caught up in that fight with Tyloo, if you remember, and so that was kind of weird in and of itself.
Exactly, and the weird part, what's even weirder about it, Matt, is they went all the way down to the military island to make their rotation up into that circle. So they really spent a lot of time taking their time and taking their thought. And this is what worked for them during the group stage. They were a lot more patient. Even when circles would like pop, and let's say they're like maybe like a third of the way into the circle, they would just kind of loot, you know, let a bunch of other teams pass them. They wouldn't go for pryos necessarily. They're more concerned with making sure that they're comfortable with all their utility, all their loot. At least
da, opet ista zona. Dobra je ta zona za igru.
So they're a much more like team that's looking for mistakes from other teams to capitalize onto them and stuff like that.
I just was enjoying watching Corexi, who managed to find himself a boat, and that's how he was rotating. Sonics do manage to make it over into their shelter area.
Tu je zonu vinao juče, onaj Purple Gaming.
Just go ahead and get their loot situation.
To je bilo baš dobro.
This is a circle that does reward rotating early, just because of the fact that, you know, there is like the God compound that's going to be the northern side of the river. We also do have the shooting range hillside, but we also still have the Stalber Badlands just to the west that have like Alamo and all that other stuff, all those warehouses. This is its own level of gamble, right, whenever we're coming into this one, because this circle could go any of these directions. So getting into a position that's kind of maybe a bit more centered, I think will be a big beneficiary, and that's one of the reasons we're seeing Legacy move so early to get those spots.
Yeah, no, I really like what Legacy is doing. It's super unlikely that circles end like close to Severny. Usually they're going to end south by, like you were talking about, shooting range or the quad compound that's at the crossroads. Those kind of things are what teams are going to be eyeing for. The warehouse up to the east of where Legacy is another spot that I would like to see Donawa potentially move into. You get high ground, you get safety.
Toffee said it. At this point, sure, just go Everest. It's in the circle. Get there, get some information. I mean, you never know. With the way the hardships have been coming into play, it might happen.
Well, it's a Korean team thing that they like to go up to the top of that mountain. And I mean, we saw Star-Lord do it.
Inflating those distance traveled numbers, I see. We're getting more trigonometry coming back in.
That's right. That's right. You got to pad those stats, baby.
Yeah, distance traveled, the new fantasy stat that we're going to be looking at in the future.
I wanna riff on Oslo a little bit here, because I think they're quite an interesting team. Well, you know what? There's going to be an interview coming up, so I'm going to wait until after the interview to give my thoughts. It's not quite ready yet, but I'll say my Asla thoughts post-interview, Matt.
We got to have the interview first and get the players' thoughts. So let's go ahead and get a quick listen in on what's on the minds of FaZe.
Really good, going from 12th place on the first day to first on the second. Yeah, I mean, it just feels great. We had a team talk. We just talked through our problems in the games, like the problems we faced in the first games. And mainly we just found out it was our communication. So we just really tried to work on that. The team in Group B that most threatens us, I would say, is Twisted Minds. They're our big rival in Europe, and now they'll be our rival here too. My mindset going into the wins bracket is good. I feel very confident in myself and my team. So yeah, we're looking forward.
The man, the myth, the legend, Fex, who had probably one of the most stellar performances in PUBG history in the group stage.
He was out of his mind on that second day, just absolutely destroying everyone. 20-plus kills for him, I believe, if my memory serves me correct. Absolutely disgusting stuff from him. Xiao Wu, speaking of disgusting, this guy is, you know, one of those other players that should be talked about as one of the best, if not the best in the world right now. The 17 team absolutely raking it in that last game. I mean, he had 3 kills, Lil Ghost had 5. So 8 kills between the two of them. The total kill numbers for them absolutely
It's not fair. Massive. Even in the Uba video, they have Xiao Wu with high ground on Uba. I mean, it's like they knew. They knew.
It's the passing of the torch, you know? I mean, like, right now we're looking at some of these other teams, as amazing as Uba is, as amazing as he has been. You know, teams like 17, Donawa, maybe even Twisted Minds. Maybe this is their time to win an international. There's so many teams that could get this done. And, okay, so I'm going to riff on Osla just a little bit.
Go for it.
So like I mentioned in the previous game, Osla's basically half of 2019's T1, IKADA and Adder, and half of Detonation Gaming, Wicked and Hikari. So you've got this really interesting combination of really strong players. I mean, Hikari was on the Freaks for a very, very long time, and Ghibli as well, post Detonation, you know, his stint on Detonation, and he was insane regionally. Like, Hikari was destroying in Korea, but they would just constantly, time after time after time, falter in the internationals. T1, kind of a similar story at times. They just, you know, they played great in Korea, but really couldn't seem to put it together at the international stage, you know, always overshadowed by Gen G back then. And so now to see them playing like this together, to have this team of just cracked aimers, you know, Hikari, Adder, and IKADA in particular, is really interesting to me, and I'm really happy that they're playing well, because I had my doubts, I'll be honest. I had my doubts about Osla coming into this event, and they're really a pleasant surprise.
I mean, it's weird to call that squad an underdog squad. Sure. Because, again, the history on them, it just doesn't feel like it. And I often get nervous whenever I see, like, a super squad like this, because sometimes whenever you're used to being the fragger for the squad, and then you take a whole bunch of those mindsets and you put them together and make one squad, it often leads to a whole bunch of POing, right? Everybody's just kind of off doing their own thing. That's not happening here.
I like how you verbed his name.
Congealed version. I mean, come on. We all know what PO's doing, right?
I love it, yeah.
Like, at this stage, it's just accepted. God, that's...
Još minut i po, ako niko ne umre.
Playing pachinko off the side of the map.
Pogodio sam u opklad.
I just learned how to play pachinko for the first time.
I actually don't know how to do anything other than just drop it.
Ne znam.
It's not as complicated as I thought, yeah.
Najče 10 minuta nik umrije.
That's the thing I don't like about it. It's very noisy.
It is a little pingy, right?
Yeah.
And we're all esportsy people over here. None of us like ping.
Exactly. Ping is our enemy, our #1 enemy. Unless, you know, you're an Australian player. That seems to benefit them. I don't know why. When they're playing in your region.
What's you gonna...
I'm not saying that.
We love our Aussies,
yeah,
man.
Hell yeah.
At this point, they're almost an official sub-region. I mean, we've already got, like, Latin America involved in with us, right?
So first you guys claim Canada.
Look, we get everything. That's the way it's going to work. Day trade, though, they're going to step back down. Well cooked.
Možda ga neće flasha.
Out there by Non, expecting the retreat. Now there are 2 players up above.
Ispika.
I think Non saw them, but I think he suspects shots earlier that has his attention up in that direction.
Još minut i 10 izdrži.
This year, or at least in this event, has been really keen on taking early fights and taking aggressive fights, but in this situation, because they've already got a knock, because they could basically gatekeep Day Trade away from getting this res onto Belmoth, they're going to take full advantage of it and really try to secure this point. They want to play edge anyway. Look, for New Happy, a great shot there from December the 12th, but for New Happy, it's been a quiet edge game for them. It's not that aggressive kind of fight on the edges, clear. Now they're taking their time. Now they're a much more patient team with ZPon and HS going to 4
reposition down on Everest as well, realizing that if anybody's going to try to reposition it for it, it might be somebody climb down the hillside.
Day trade.
He is about to be revealed, but that's just going to go ahead and secure that point as well.
Jebate, 20 sekundi jebeni. Moraju umrijeli.
To be shoot away from Everest, and that is going to stay in NH's favor. Not a lot of other really big skirmishes going on right now. Most notably at the center of the circle, we do have a 2-2 split. We also have a 2-2 Asla split as well that you're going to have to keep an eye on. FaZe is trying to bully their way in from Yasnaya just north of the lake. So no surprise, we're going to move up here, and Severny still pretty centered.
I love what Dono is doing, but FaZe is trying to kind of contest some of their space up in the top right-hand corner, and Dono, I think they're just figuring it out.
Twisted, I think, sent a couple people on vehicles and have a couple of them going through the air right now. I can't quite make it out. But it looks like they have their eyes set on a crossroads and could be landing on Legacy at any given second. Dono is having to reposition away from this firing line that's coming up from FaZe that was coming from Yasnaya, but narrowly manages to avoid it. Cerberus is going to hear this, move pretty close over to where FaZe is going to be at. We do also have teams like Day Trade, NH, Foot, and QM all needing to make their way into the zone.
I like what I'm seeing from Donowa here. Good, smart play, kind of claiming as much real estate as they could and then falling into this warehouse, which is super good. Anybody who's played in these circles knows that this warehouse affords you a lot of vision and a lot of power relatively safely. It's hard to crash that compound. It's doable, but it's pretty difficult to do. And then you got to run the risk that maybe somebody found a Panzer in that warehouse and they're just going to blow you up on the way in.
But it's kind of cursed because if for whatever reason the circle moves from that position,
oh yeah,
you're just as dead as anybody that's trying to make their way in.
True. It is tough to rotate anywhere in this circle.
Yeah, this is back to our trend of pretty open circles, right? It's either going to be an urban ending or there's going to be near on no cover. That kind of has been the theme of the event so far. Tiamba's going to go ahead and get themselves this dip with the shack that's going to be right next to it. I was calling out the fact that Twisted Minds was making an emergency pickup and a rotation as well, I believe, but it looks like they got shoot away from that based off of Legacy's position, but they got the compound that's just south of Crossroads, which is pretty much as good.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice compound with that ridge side outside of the blue. It's a very strong compound, very defendable. A lot of teams really like it there. So frankly, that's a huge find for Twisted Minds. The fact that nobody's taken that yet, yeah, it is rather shocking. So I mean, that's why they're the best. I mean, they're among the best.
And it's getting a crazy.
Jesse Ante.
That's even better.
Well,
I
mean, just benefit upon benefit. That is the real estate option of this round.
Yeah, their minds aren't twisted anymore. I feel like their minds are straightening out for sure.
Just enjoying vibing over there right now. Day Trade, though, not doing too much vibing as they were over in Everest, and now you can see, yes, NAJJACI, because they had to wrap entirely around. Now going to be coming in. Cerberus already has a line on them, so if they cross this direction, they're going to be in trouble. They are going to wrap through NAJJACI, probably go north of the lake, go into no lean, and that means that FaZe will probably spot them in, I don't know, what, maybe a minute or so, 30 seconds?
No, this is, yeah, I mean, option B here for Day Trade, but at least Mini Oz is still in this circle, so they can stop up there, regroup, get their bearings, get some info from the top of those hills, and work their way down. And the nice thing about playing from those positions is you have a relative amount of safety for probably the next 1 or 2 circles at the very least. If you're lucky and it hardships east, you're in a phenomenal position to potentially do some serious damage. On the last game yesterday where they almost got through, they played from a similar position to what Day Trade's doing now.
That was so close for Purple Mood, man. I mean,
heartbreaking.
No matter how that was going to go, SSG just didn't have the best round inside that. We're clinging to life. You saw them have to do just a desperation send to try to see if they could get some safety plays out of it. And it was, we've had a lot of miracle comebacks. It was just a matter of time before we got one that just narrowly missed it.
So close, man. You know, watching from home, I was like, keeping track of the kills and the points and stuff. I was like, they need every kill here in these last couple rounds. But we're just going straight to Severny. Just forget what I said earlier. Just straight up lies. Maybe we're just going right to a city finish. We were asking for it.
Yeah, looking at this.
Luta 17, brate, ali moguće da su oni oba puta u najjaču poziciju. Već u fazi. Ne znam šta lutaju. Doduše, ajde, ovo su slične zone. Everest i Severni, na toj strani. On sve jedno. Joj, ovaj umro decembar.
Is going to be passing right by Tiamba yet again. As is going to be coming back behind them. Potentially LG and Foot, we'll have to see, but not seeing a lot of casualties even given how many people are rotating here.
Yeah, we Formula One now. Everybody's just driving, trying to find any open space. Going to take this ditch here. Yeah, a ton of people dying. James even emergency parachuted in the middle of all of this at the beginning of this circle pop and ended up getting shot when he landed. That vehicle not doing so hot now for Hikari. It's stuck, it's turtled. He has to get out. He is just dead to rights.
It's just going to be who gets it at this point, man. Everybody fighting over that last hit, and it is going to be Sonic got the knock and finishes it out. All right, shooting range where a lot of our attention and people
Kako su flašali liko, Šeko je objasnio.
Kind of get an eye on what's going to be going on. The East actually very open. It's going to be Day Trade in that long wrap. Still not quite inside the safe zone, but are going to find some safety over there. It looks like they're going to be that northeastern road out of Severny, so going to find something with that. NH, though, you can see did get mixed up with Azla just a moment ago. Azla is going to get eliminated, but QM looks like they want to go ahead and take out this last bit of NH as well. Bounce doesn't go in their favor then.
Yeah, you would really love to clear this team out of this ditch. It opens up a lot of extra space in a fallback position. Potentially, plus, you know, whatever utility gets left on the ground, if possible. Yeah, it is dicey, and Ming Ming's helmet is almost gone as well.
Kako je pogodio mortar, je to rekao?
Foot encroaching on QM territory.
I to iz prve rakete da on izračuna precizno, tačno. Brate moj, ja omašim kad je livada, a ne kad je planina.
This is really interesting. Everybody sent it into the shooting range hillside. Like, what? I don't even know, 6, 7 teams that all kind of shifted in there. Nobody went for a northwestern wrap into like the I guess the coastline of Severny. That's still 100% open. everybody's leaning into this going pretty much Badlands, Severny, or shooting range, and everything else is pretty wide out in the open.
Yeah, at this point in the game, a lot of teams, what they're thinking is we want to
hopscotch our way through high ground points to
get information if you're on the outside of these circles.
Mislim, znaš šta je još problem, brate? Nije to meni što je on njega pogodio na planini i to izaključio. Oni se nisu napucavali. Ja ne znam kako on to razumeš.
Kako je znao? Kako je znao da je neko iza kam? Ali kontam Danilo Šek im je free, jebote život. Oni vate ova kamenja ovdje.
But also a lot of utility already having to be burned as the circle does go into shooting range. That open area where Ty Lue is at right now looks like that. I wouldn't be surprised. Beamy has to feed that information over and going, hey, dudes, I think it's open. Let's just go ahead and go over here. Day Trade already wrapped all the way around the circle. Just complete the 360, man. Just go back around behind Severny, finish it off, go into the northwest. Donowa, though, and FaZe both going to have to bisect somewhere into this one as Cerberus looks like they did find a path. Not a comfortable path, but I'm curious to see where the other teams are going to go.
Well, cutting through this area south of Severny is extremely dangerous. Saw this with Sixel earlier in the event, that you just get torn to shreds by all these teams that have already set up shop because, again, flat open space, and these players are so good. They're just going to punish you in these rotations. They can pop you out of these vehicles pretty easily, and you can see another player trying to drive in towards Severny. Instead, they have to settle up for this little hill mound that's to the east of Sonics, but it's in for Cerberus, but it's not comfortable.
And Day Trade did complete pretty much the 360. I mean, what, 200 and... I mean, it was probably 300 degrees around the circle as they did manage to come in. Remember, they were eyeing shooting range, wrapped all the way around Yasnaya, and down to find some safety up here. LG, though, they just have to fight their way through Tiamba if this is the pathing that they want to go for. They do have the high ground, trying to use the...
Ne znam kako funkcioniše produkcija njima. Brate, ljudi imaju 19 observera.
To je s FaZom, brate, šta rade, jebe u mater više.
I don't know. This is going to be risky no matter what.
I would have rather seen them fight Tiamba here. You're in a pretty bad spot as Tiamba and the rest of their flanks are clear. LG going to make a really risky rotation, and instead they're putting themselves into Tiamba's sight lines.
Careful, now coming out rolling right up next to the
vehicle. Recimo, otkud ti informacije da je to novi redline? Da su da odigraju neki turnir zajedno, kao ima neke zvanične informacije.
Ma da, rekao Luke.
Tiamba, though, really doesn't want to go for too much more of a move. They want this one, but they're afraid. They know the fact that this was a very clustered section of the map just a moment ago. Realize the fact that it might be a bit more open than they thought. Instead, braving the smokes, gonna spot out. Mime does get a knock, but that's gonna be all he finds.
Ja mislim da je to bila reprezentacija Hrvatske, tako?
Thought they maybe could rotate out to their east, but it was actually
samo Karlo umjesto Nodija jednom bil. Ili Nixi, da. Nixi, bro.
I don't know if they just cut right down the middle or they took a Day Trade similar-esque rotation to get around, but now they're stuck between Day Trade and Foot. A knock up onto this hill, smokes are out. You know, Foot right now doesn't know exactly where Salute is, but damage is still being done.
Yeah, the Day Trade harassment from behind. They were hoping that this would be a bit more open, and you can see Anonix looking into where Foot is going to be positioned. They've got those trenches, those, I guess, bad bumps, however you want to call them, that are going to be going through here. Foot's just doing a great job of exploiting. Got himself the new toy to be played with, right beated in onto where it's going to be going on with Donowa. While this is going to be happening, we did see Twisted Minds also trying to make a rotation. That got kind of stopped by 17 Gaming, but Foot keeping closer and closer, has to keep an eye on Tiamba that actually has high ground advantage in this firefight and is harassing both of them.
I mean, Donowa's all but out. Yeah. They are just getting smothered. Day Trade, I saw every single player just shooting down into Donowa's flanks, and Loki's almost done. One more grenade, that's good.
I mean, Foot just well.
Ne ti nam pogaš 4-1, pa fajtaju se ljudi na drugim mestima, jebote dan.
So Day Trade now, finally, after having people harass them for days, gets to get a point, they get to bully somebody else.
Yeah, they're great stuff. This game has been brilliant so far from Day Trade, just in the fact that they are where they are in a relatively comfortable position, not comfortable, but in a relatively strong position.
Okay, so we've got Tiamba, Twisted, QM, Foot, Day Trade, all going to be pathing into where 17 Gaming is pretty much doing gatekeeping with Ty Lue. I mean, a bit of Ty Lue, and it's going to be T5 also going to spot out. Now just get kills. You're realizing that there's not going to be a lot of options in this one, so if there's going to be somebody moving next to you, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple stop-offs and just try to fight.
Yeah, no. You have to fight on the edges if you're on this western side of the shooting range. Getting into this next circle is near impossible. 17's going to potentially be the benefactor of all this fighting that's going to happen on the other side of their hill. I mean, they might just be able to just kind of chill, let everybody just you know, tear each other apart here. Somehow New Happy
Tiamba,
still
day
in
trade
this.
New
Puchil's
Happy.
gonna let loose with that grenade right on the heels of Nan, but Nan, I think, not gonna take too much damage from that.
Dude, they're just reading every single one of those nades getting tossed over. Ooh. I say that right as too many of them come in. You can't dodge that amount. Just gonna drop them right on top. Day trade now. Venturing forward, gonna take some damage for it, but it is going to be back behind them. They have to be so cautious. Tiamba also lining in. Looks like they're spotting out how Day Trade wants to navigate. The smokes are going to be down. Yes, QM is also going to be going back behind this one, but Day Trade's left Nurens way back over into the west and is kind of protecting their flank.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the chicken hat, by the way. The fan who's got that on. Tiamba here trying to keep foot off their backs, and they're doing a great job of it. Vard, Beamy trying to push forward, T-Bone wrapping around, but Vard is just actually getting cut apart. It's QM as well getting involved, Matt. This is not going good for Foot.
7 kills right now, and the power to get more. Go ahead and make it 8. Looks like we're going to be shifting into 9, and the reign of terror continues.
Kako mi se sviđa kako odseku stranu cijelu s ovim smokovima.
17's going to go ahead and help them out with that one. They're going to go ahead and finish out Twisted Mind. So now it's really just a cluster. We've got Tiamba. We have Ming Ming still alive. That's going to be over here for NH. We got Day Trade creeping forward. Foot still coming in. I would say limping into this one. And Nurens did get spotted out back behind them. So QM kind of has some options to work with. But Tiamba's just been on
fire.
But it looks like their run might be coming to an end. Only one player off. Puchil's keeping best to lock down. No, sir. It's going to be Dante who's going to find that knock. QM has a ton of firepower, and they're trying to brute force their way through.
Everybody's just running, trying to spot out kills. Somebody that's knocked, just get a couple of shots into him. QM continues their press in, but they still have Flash that's going to be up in front of them. It is just everybody coming in, absolutely destroyed. Flash playing this one slow, waiting for the moment for QM's last member to step forward right into his sights. Gonna step in. Oh no! Phil first stops it. He buys himself some more space. 7 kills for them. The circle, though, nowhere near his position.
Ajmo, vamos,
and now
Brazil.
17 has to make this treacherous downhill drive through open space and gave an easy lineup shot for Legacy, who hasn't had to do much this game. They went out to that compound early, and they're profiting mightily. This grenade from FaZe right on point. Vex just absolutely continues this run of terror he's had.
Man, just right in the corner pocket there. That is beautiful, and that's its own set of problems. Let's pop back over here with 17. You have Jabe as well as goes down, but
Jabe.
Oh no!
Oh, that was almost really bad.
Ooh, that was close. It's okay though. Legacy's trying to punish this, but they took a knock on the way in, and Suju playing as this anchor. This is why you see these teams do these 1-3 splits so often. Tyloo still has a role to play in this potentially as well. Suju going to look for the blue zone grenade on top of Legacy. The res has come through. Blue zone looks like it might just fall short there, but knocks starting to happen as Xiaowu comes to life.
Where was he inside the group stage? Because, man, now that we're in the winner's bracket, he is vibing over here. Just he's a medic on one side trying to get these res off, and then a defender on the other, and somehow managing to make it work.
Absolutely nasty. Still, T5 Sonic's going to keep their core of Severny in. In fact, Tiggleton finds a knock on a Suju. He is out. And there is no hope for the rest of 17 getting back to it, regardless of whether or not Sonic still had an angle on him or not. What's going to happen? Guizera trying to continue this push forward. Grenades are going to be out. Let's see if they can connect.
This is just a wing and a prayer nade, though. I mean, let's be honest. We've got T5 and Sonics that are just they're in a shooting range right now. Everybody else is trying to find it out. Guizera's trying to move forward right up into the 17 line. He needs to get a knock. Doesn't even have any vision. Blue zone going to be on top of him. RBN thinking maybe he can support, but this is just having to hunker down and avoid any shots at range from Sonics or T5.
Yep, great blue zone from Xiaobei. Gets the knock on Guizera. Now RBN, the last one up for Legacy. Only one kill here, and they're going to go down. 6th place. You would hope to get a little bit more out of that one from Legacy. And 17, again, open space. This team is just unbelievable. They control their space so well. They're so talented mechanically. However, if this circle moves away from them, it is going to be very, very challenging because that will likely keep either Sonics and or T5 in this next circle, and there's not much they can do.
They've had to burn so much, 17, with their utility just to get to the stage. You can see vehicles near on nothing left to work with. Tyloo in their shack, just trying to cling to life as well. If the circle goes north, it's just essentially doom for these guys that are down in the south. But if the circle shifts to the south, finally, yes, it does. Everybody that's just been so cozy hanging out in Severny about to have to walk into the shooting range that they have been inflicting upon everyone else.
And now the starts look decent for 17 to go back-to-back. They have a little bit more cover than most. You can see outside of Severny, the run that T5 and Sonics have to make is really difficult. And for both those teams, another added problem is going to be this game of chicken and who's going to leave this compound first, who's going to make the first move, because the team that does, the other team could potentially punish by shooting into their backside. There is just not much cover to work with until you get across that road, get to those hills.
There is merit if you can perform a perfect position first and kind of defend up and wait and try to catch everybody coming up back behind you. If you screw it up, though, it is so easy to screw up. The other team can just absolutely walk behind you and just pick up every single one of those kills. It's one of the reasons we've kind of got the standoff going on over there. Both teams in the north buying their vehicles.
Ako oni nisu u zaostatku 40 bodova, ne računam da igraju uopšte.
Smoke walls not really coming out too much. There we go. I was going to say, I think Tickleton's starting one up right now. 17 going to be harassing into Tyloo. If anything, you might want to slow that one down for just a second so that way Tyloo can put some work in at T5 as they're going to be making their movement. Keep in mind, Sonics, they've had everybody here. They've got so much utility. That smoke wall is massive, and they're going to be rolling 3 deep right by that open area, but just going to get just not even that big of a problem. And running right over next to 17. They're bypassing it all.
Yeah, they're going to try to just take the fight to them, and Shrimzy's good for it.
Boga mi,
He's been cracked out of his mind so far in this event. Lil Ghost immediately on the back foot. Teraton 5 going to be the ones to backfill this. I was going to mention this shack is about the only thing playable outside of Severny proper. Sonics just wanted to take the fight.
But the thing is, 17 have nothing that they can throw back. They've been throwing through all of their nades, everything else to get to this stage. They only have bullets and their armor is in tatters. Sonics just jumps in, pounces on this at the perfect opportunity. Throwable's just going to be rolling right up next to Little Ghost. Doesn't get quite ready. Well, that one does. He gets away from it, manages to survive for now. Just 2 members up, 10 kills for 17, but now have Sonics that are bloodthirsty after them.
And Teraton 5 is keeping Tyloo out of this next circle as best as they can, doing a ton of damage to a Tung Moon. A good grenade finishes the job.
T5 now control over the north, pretty much the north half. They already have Hathampong that's down pretty close to 17 Gaming. Sonics backs up against the wall. Keep in mind, we're only in phase number 7, so there is no need to really rush just quite yet.
Exactly. 17 able to lick their wounds. To the Sonics rush. And it was Xiaowu, though, at that top performer. T5 now taking space, trying to take every piece of cover that's available. Trees, small hills, whatever, and they're taking a lot of damage for it. Tendrils out in the open. Yeah, Shrimzy gonna find another knock. 2 kills in this game, 300 damage, having another strong performance.
I think one of the best parts of what's happened with Sonics and now having Kickstart and Squad is what we've now seen Shrimzy capable of doing. It's opened up new opportunities for him to really find avenues for his success. T5, though, going to be looking to have good success right now. Should be able to get this res over. Sonics really the only team that's not yet inside safe zone. 17 Gaming hoping the fact that they can double up and line in. Kickstart, though, denies it. Straight up headshot. And now Eyes to go ahead and finish this one out. Little Ghost last one up. Really, it's about what type of damage can he do, because if he manages to survive through this, that would be wild. Does manage to get the knock on one. But with that, T5 has opportunities galore.
Huge knock right away from Tanazol. That's going to make things so much more difficult for the Sonics. They only had 1 down. They're going to have to play a little bit defensive here to see if they can get these reses. They're potentially safe. Let's see if T5 gives them the opportunity.
Viš kako baci ove duboke smokove ka protivnicima. Kako je to moć?
Already down so close. Sonics want to try to get the numbers back to at least fair. Nade's now starting to come out. Looks like they might be. Oh no, that one's gonna bounce pretty close. Whoa, right in the face of Sonics. Do manage to survive.
A brate, ova publika koliko mi nakurac ide.
Trying to bend up and does gonna knock 2 members for T5 now down. Sonics starting to figure it out.
Djeca neka jebote.
The Sonics are going to find the win here. What a push onto 17 and then the close out onto T5.
Ali što najveće nisu djeca, nego neke cure.
The gamble, sending it out of Severny, crashing on a 17 was a massive risk, and it almost had its issues. The circle popped away from them. They managed to flank on, continue the pathing, and then I cannot believe
Daniel Knežević, pozdrav Daniele, gdje si devarici?
Kakvi
mečevi danas je, čekamo Twisted Mind da se aktivira.
Some of the best in the business when it comes to their aim. Shrimzy and Tiggleton fighting tooth and nail to keep T5 at bay. And not only are they able to do that, they come through with the win on the back of it.
Dude, there is so much going on in this winner bracket. I am loving it. We still have 4 more games to go, but we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk.
His name is Hunter Wynn, and he knows how to find that winning position, and that's exactly what the Sonics did. From a moment that I thought it was done, I thought 17 had this in the bag. They had this sort of a bait smoke wall and a massive send that was incredible to watch.
Yeah, it was well executed. It was like they had multiple options, right? If they get the open knock, and also it completely lays down that T5. I was a little bit worried for Sonics in that case there, because I saw T5 with a good timing on to taking down Tyloo, with a good timing on actually third-partying that fight. But they executed and took down, my goodness, 17 Gaming really quickly though. Another great game for 17. They got double-digit kills again.
Yep, and here's where it happens right now. You see the smoke lines go out. Sonics has to send it around. Shrimzy allows it to happen with that spray from the car, and then from there it is just a Masters class. T5 takes the chance too to push out. They sandwich 17, eliminate them, and then Sonics also stops the push from T5. They were down to 2 players and managed to hold them off long enough to get some people back up. It was just a really good game. Like, watching that send was championship stuff.
It was. I will say though, if T5 double stacked the nade behind that shack, that was a win for them. That was the win condition. They could easily have done that. But then again, there was only one, and it's a bit short, so they didn't manage to close it out here for T5. Still a good game for both of the teams, and it's good to see.
Absolutely. So it was pretty impressive to see what they managed to do. Therathon 5 also having a really, really good game. And while things may seem a little dark for some of the teams out there as well as us, I can guarantee you, with 4 more games to play, there is plenty of light coming. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk as we break down the action. And that was it was an interesting game, because I would say 3/4 of it was fought at the firing range by Phase 5. It was crazy over there.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, in this case here, when you have that shift away from the circle away, like in the firing range, it is like leaving a city. Like, you almost never survive it as a team, or it's like scraps of your team is going to survive it. The top 4 teams though here, Sonics is going to finish up with 12 kills. 17 Gaming managed to get 10. Tianba had an absolutely insane mid-game while we sit here in the dark, and T5, they managed to have a good hold on to that southern side of Severny. That one little barn there, that gave them a lot of opportunity later here. Though, as you say, Sonics, they popped off. What's your favorite part from this one?
I mean, I love the fact that they're spreading it around. I mean, the knocks coming out from HWin. You see Kickstart was playing a really good push game there. Tiggleton was right on his hip in all those fights. But the biggest thing, man of the match is going to go to Tiggleton. He played well. He got the kills. He did the damage. I personally I want to give it to HWin, because that call, I yelled down there and said, was that your call? He said he smiled. He was so happy it worked out.
That was a good goal.
And it was, because I thought smoke wall, maybe try to push to that small shack that's not going to give you much at all. And it just worked. You could tell 17 didn't see it coming either.
Smoke grenade launchers also in full effect. Of course, to be able to get it all the way, to have that cover from T5, and also they think, we're full
split we
have durability on our helmets and our vests. We take it to 17. They've been through multiple fights. We're going to be able to take them down, especially because they knew that it was a 4 versus 3, right? So super well executed by them. 17 though, they're able to double their name. 34. Sonic still 26 for Sonic though. Fantastic game for them to end this up, and it's always lovely, right? Because these guys historically have been fighting. They've been fighting over Pachinki, they've been fighting over Picado, right? And now Sonics are like, all right, we can do both. We can loot wherever we want, and we can still do good here. And Sonics, they're able to close it up.
That is a very good point. They said, you know what, you can have the drops. We don't need them, and here they are in 2nd place on the leaderboard after 2 games. Reminder: there's still a long road ahead of us. Tianba up there as well. Decent start for them. We saw Question Mark pushing up, but it was, I think, a lot of that chaos.
Dobar sam, devarice, ko kruh.
First games. Everest is always sort of a wild card, and then on top of that, the amount of teams who went to shooting range is really, I think, set maybe a pallor over the entire thing, because T5, Sonic, just got to watch.
A na mapi nacrtano da ja znaju lute.
This area is just super hard, right? Because once you have to get out of the
your
shelters, your fire ranges, or serving, it is
možda im je
just a few
alt
shacks.
na jasnaju, ako je okrenut logo.
Also down the bottom, NAJJACI Esports, Cerberus, Luminosity, FaZe, teams that I don't expect to see down there. Let's see if they can make a comeback. The break is coming up, but don't go anywhere.
I ja dobar, ali umoran. Kad si se ustao jutros? Sad je pravo vrijeme za malo odmorit.
Unleash my shopping spree. Duty free from big brands. At all King Power stores. And King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. My Ram is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมันเท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่งถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Šta je ovo? Aha. Nisam znao šta je ovo.
Agico.
Ne seri, pa ovo nam je riješilo sve. Gdje si, Slavene? Kako si, mača? Stream ide na 1080p, eto sad znaš. Ćao, Ninice. Hvala, Tifa, spasio si nas, ja radim sa Vuletom, hoćemo da napravimo produkciju baš dobru za PUBG, za ove naše turnire. I onda nam najveći problem pravi Discord stream. Poći ćemo namještati. Discord stream pravi najveće probleme. Ovo ako bi riješilo, brutalno.
I'd just like to say I've recently joined this team as well. Have also been playing together for a long time, so it's kind of easy to mesh well. Yeah.
我们信心肯定有的，但是肯定要靠我们自己的努力争取这个冠军，拿下了我们就大满贯了，加油！谢谢，拜拜。
Daj link od toga da vidim i ja što je. Evo vam. Kako mi je ono napisao. NAJJACI. Ajde, probat ću. To znam. Znam. Ovo znam. A Tifa je li na Guildidu zagarantovan 1080?
Here we go, everything up for our chaos maps as we're going to be moving into our two newbies that are going to be in rotation, making it pretty fun as it has been a lot of Sonics and 17 conversations so far.
Yeah, I mean, these are two teams who historically are very, very good on Erangel.
Ako jeste, to baš bilo dobro. Jer na Discordu ti nije. Čak i kad imaš ovaj boost. Čak i kad imaš nitro boost nije zagarantovan. Ne moraš se cimat, probat ću ja pa ćemo da vidim. Gledaj, znam je Ligor tu, evo ga Kinez, te stavio flaster po vrčalo. Danilo je svidio ovo Kineza što drži flaster za rashlađivanje na srećelo. Pa nije on tu, a?
And have the faith and confidence to just move in and just step on, just take control of the circle. And that's what Sonics did, leaving Sovereignty, leaving the comfort. They could have stopped at several different positions. They were like, no, we're going close range with 17 gaming of all teams, who I have, to be honest, some bad blood with. Sure. And just chose and said, no, we're going to win this firefight. We got it.
No, Ali, really nice.
Imali su i Brazilci dobar game.
This map for Kendi, they were really good about finding teams that were split, that were isolated, that they could take strong fights against. As we move in to the winter wonderland of Kendi.
Ovi kadrovi su mi bolesno dobri.
Sonics and 17 both impress me because they don't play the game exactly the same way, but the way that they play it is so strong and so overbearing for the rest of this lobby that they are really making a statement that both these teams are threats to win this whole thing.
And it goes to showcase whenever we talk about different teams specifically that were in the losers bracket.
Ja, Dediću, veliki pozdrav za tebe, kako si mi?
Had said confidence to make some of the plays that we saw coming out from these guys. And well, that's one of the reasons we do talk about the importance of momentum, confidence, those types of things, because those do play in. If you start getting some point totals to play around with, now you move into Vikendi, these two teams are so the fact that now they can exploit, do some more dangerous plays just to try to keep a push on that leaderboard.
And look at this on the map, Matt. Sonics is split early on their drop, and they're pretty much getting it. Adder had to pull off of going for that southern three-way intersection. There's a vehicle spawn there, and Sonics are going to claim it. So already the Sonics kind of getting like the little things that matter.
I love the three.
Evo meni omiljena map.
Because Lord only knows where LG is going to go until they decide to go there.
They have plans for all of it. I mean, this is what talking with Trevor the last couple of days, just really awesome stuff that they have prepared, planned for any of these eventualities.
Nema sad nikakvih betova.
They're really methodical. They really like to take their time, doing some research.
Here's the problem with the split with LG. They do have Hisaki that's still up in the air. That's going to be in front of them. That is going to slow coastline. Again. We got one of these the other day.
Ali ja ne razumijem zbog čega i dalje u PUBG-u postoje ove zone koje hvataju vodu. To mi neće biti jasno.
Keeping our eyes onto them. They had a bit of a rough go of it there in game 2. Tried to cut completely across the circle. I like the way they play the early game, but that move to that
kad ti nastupaš na PGC. Kad prestane biti toksik. A ja, slavim toksik.
On the western side of shooting range there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so astounding that just in that position we saw so many teams just decide, okay, all that terrain, we talk about this a lot, that the double thinking.
Što Medo bije ljude bolje nego je. Bear nade. Medo više OP nego Panzerfaust.
And that's where we get the chaos that PUBG can be, because a lot of it, we talk about the mental game, we talk about the IGL needs. It's a lot of these players are really, they're all the best in the world, right? So they'll all have a very similar mindset and can sometimes just lead to this just absolute chaos of everybody having the best play that they want to pull off at the exact same time and suddenly 5 teams on top of each other.
I love what you're putting down here because
Cerberus ništa nije uradio dvije mape.
Where teams like LG, Foot, Cerberus, QM, Tianba, all
Ni
on
Sasha
the
Batolin.
eastern edge of the circle because of the plane path in particular. There's going to be a lot of congestion, I think, potentially on
Poslao
that
sam,
eastern
Ante, ja
road
ti
or
poslao
south
link
of
na
that.
YouTube.
You know, is there going to be a trap potentially set up? I know a lot of these teams are going to want to bounce from like high point to high point to try to get into this next circle. Eventually, hopefully, you know, maybe take control of one of the hills that's around the gondolas, around the bears, on the very eastern edge of the current circle. But yeah, what you're saying is correct because a lot of teams are going to see this and have very similar ideas about how they should be rotating. A lot of these teams have already mapped out a lot of this map. They know where the high points are. They know where the information gathering spots are. This is one of those situations where I think we could see a bit of fighting before phase 2. We haven't seen much so far in this lobby, as kind of expected with this caliber of teams. They're very cautious, they're very safe, they're very smart. But this one, because of the extremity of the plane path in the circle, might lead to a little bit of early game engagement.
Da vidimo šta će Saša Batolin da smisli za ovaj map. Ujem neka prođe i ja presjećam. Pali Batolin onaj bademant. Kako je brat igra bademantil. I daje intervju poslije, ne znam šta je gore od toga.
I do want to point out that Sonics are getting this crossroad compound that can be very, very strong, specifically for gatekeeping, depending on how a couple of teams. We saw a lot of times
Vidio sam se,
into the coast, right? When it was pretty much a coast game, let's be honest. But if you can get control over this compound, you get the roads to the north as well as the coastline to pretty much shut down anything. Lots of traps and opportunities available.
No doubt about it. Tiggleton there coming through at the very end, holding that shack down, only had about 3 or 4 health left, but just barely able to get the better of T5. I saw a little bit of frustration in T5's face. This time around, they're going to be coming from that northwestern edge, and actually they're about the only team. Maybe Tai Lu comes from that side too, but they should have a little bit of free space. They like to take space early. They like to kind of control their edges. A lot of teams are doing it these days, like Genji, these other kind of things.
If I was T5, I'd be pretty frustrated after that last game.
Oh, they were frustrated.
They pretty much had control over and a weakened Sonics, and it's not like they necessarily threw that. It's just more the fact that the timing was just about a second.
Matrix, gdje si mačak? Evo, posmatramo turnir.
Look at this roof that 17 found.
Hey, safety, comfy.
I to najbolji turnir. Nema tebe tu, ali kroz koju godinu ja se nadam da ćemo te specat. I oni su počeli od neke Adrije lokalne. Pali i Riha tam. I Riha čisto, a Riha ima tek 2000 sati.
When we saw this circle previously, Matt, that it ended pretty close to the coast.
So you're kind of getting deep into that
territory as you can if you can't get to the coast itself. Playing from the coast is not bad, but you'd rather be, as we saw with Donawan.
Moram da razmislim malo, mislim da je druga.
I really do enjoy watching Donawan how they play, right? Yes, they want the chicken dinner. Yes, they want the points on it and everything else. But also, they don't disrupt their play style. We hear players often talk a lot, right? I don't care what other people are doing. I'm playing my game. Well, Danawa is that, but they still care what other people are doing because they always want to mess with them, man. I love the fact that this is a squad that they have confidence in their capabilities, and even if they lose a member, they know that they can still take another firefight after that one. And they will not necessarily be on the chase for number 1 just yet on that first spot on the leaderboard, as long as they get in the top 8. Instead, they're just kind of testing their strength, right?
Ja bi njih smijeho riješio, da me ne razumije, ali ja vidim.
How do we fight against these guys? How do we fight against these guys? How are they going to rotate? Best way to do it?
Kako je juče pitao. I u sred meča, samo čuješ Riko šta meni treba. Luta, brat, ne znam šta mu treba. Toliko ti treba odzačunat. Pa ne smije slagat. To ti je ko kod doktora, pa te pita, doktor, piješ? A onda ti kažeš ne pijem, nego 4 pive dnevno.
every one of these players on Donawa just pop the heck off in a late game scenario and win a 1v3, 1v2 in really difficult circumstances because of their innate individual capabilities. Now, this is not the gondola that's in the circle. This is out of the circle. You can actually load the cars up on the gondolas. I don't know if people know this. Sometimes teams do this. I don't know if Ty Lu's going to do it this time, but you can actually put cars. So you can load up Panzerfaust, put them in the cars, and then put them on the gondola to get to where you want to go. Now, I don't think Ty Lu's doing it in this case because that gondola doesn't go the way they want to go, but
Nisam znao da može autom na gondolu, ali ne znam kako izađe. Mislim, okej mi je ako... Znam kako izađe ako dođe do kraja gondola, ali obično se ne ide do kraja gondole. Nego moraš iskakat.
There was just so much that was going on in there for, I would say, almost what, a circle and a half even leading up to that moment.
Koliko ćeš pobiti do kraja streama? Ne znam kako sam krenuo, evo treći meč ja 2. Znači 1-4, sve ukupno.
This is a squad that really likes to get scrappy, and if you're up on top of Everest or pretty much out in the open, you can't get as scrappy as you want. But if you take shots at them while they're driving, they can definitely be scrappy.
Oh, Beamy, I was going to say, I don't think he should take these shots. He's out on his own, and it's a pretty easy drive-by potential. The angle's good for Cerberus, and they punish. It's a bit of a mistake there from Beamy. I think he realized it. I could tell, I think, after those first couple bullets he pulled off, he's like, oops, shouldn't have done that.
And what sucks is Foot was playing this position with the goal of trying to pick up a kill or two, right? This is
Smeagol
of the coastline itself, now moving down into the coast, saying, okay, we're at a man disadvantage, we're going to go ahead and have to relent. Now being on the edge, not necessarily the worst. Most of the teams already inside the circle.
Preko 15.000, o ti boga, pa ja ne znam ni šta je Crossfire jebote že. Moram da googlam.
Maybe they'll get a little bit of circle love here that they can play coast.
Sino sam se ismija kad je pričao o svojim pijanstvima na streamu.
Coast up on parts of Vikindi, especially down here in the south, as there isn't as much cover as you would like. It's not as nice as Tego.
Rika legend.
Offers you just a little bit more opportunity.
Ja bih Riku gledao 24/7.
Cerberus here playing with fire, but I think they're finally going to pull up and try to just settle up on the coast and find some hills for safety as Sonic's full control over this. Again, that 2-2 split that I mentioned at the very beginning of this that Sonics did on their drop, really paying dividends here.
Veliki pozdrav za gospodina Gišonija.
Like the fact that they're able to control this compound basically dictate sort of like a, almost like which way the traffic goes in this circle depending on this phase 2 pop.
You are going to see some harassment come out from Foot onto Cerberus, so if you see a knock on that, that's going to be very far range. Hey, look at that. Almost like a
Rika legend. Rika je na posao.
Yes, if they get a knock, probably not going to have a kill to follow it up with, but Circle does look like it's going to be a bit more interesting keeping that bait in play.
I think Mime's in the gondola. I am pretty sure. And I wonder if he put a vehicle in there.
But 17's on the other side of it.
I know, it's a bit dangerous when they get over there, but it might be unexpected. If they're able to sneak this underneath 17's nose, they might be able to do something with it.
I think that you're right. I think that Mime is up there. We're going to keep an eye on that one, see whenever he chooses to jump out. And
nasty.
A, brate, koliko je dao kilo.
I mean, he is so good.
He's so clean with it. LG's cutting across Tiamba's driving path as well. Cerberus is kind of angling in that similar direction.
Oh, here we go.
Ajoj, ne znaju ga, ne znaju za njega.
Oh, I don't know if 17 has any idea.
They aren't even looking this direction. Everybody, Mime can have a massive play here, but the issue with it, rest of LG, they're coming up in vehicles. This is a beautiful distraction. They're setting up.
Oh, IQ milijard.
Gets the spray out, digs around, does get the knock on Zhao Wu, but it's just going to be a full committal down the hillside. Zhao Bei is going to go and get the knock on Mime. Now just trying to make sure that they defend up, have enough time to get Zhao Wu back up, and they do. Look at this angle. It is beautiful.
Mime je loše odigrao.
Almost so good, but the reinforcements just didn't quite get there at the same time as
Realno Mime loše odigrao jer kad si ovakvoj staci ti moraš nokat dvojicu. Ovo su... Bedo jebeni. Ujebeni. 130 otkuca i srce.
Ooh, if that had been any team except for 17, that would have been amazing.
Look at Sticker's heart rate. Those bears, they'll get you, man. But
Lik se ustro. Ako ne bi se ustro, bo ti damage na tebe.
I'm curious to see what he wants to do with this flare, if he actually is going to try to make a drop happen. Now, those flares, they drop in a radius, so that's not guaranteed to necessarily land out front of the cave mouth. I think potentially it could land up on the cave side itself. So you know, a bit of a risk here, but I mean, Luminosity, why not? You got to go big or go home at this point.
It's an offering back to 17. We're sorry.
Ali imao pancer, ja nisam ne vidio. A morao je da ubije, ali failo je lik. Failo je onog prvog i tu je nastao problem. Trebalo mu je previše vremena za prvog, a onda je loše odigrao jedan drugim.
I just heard Tyloo get excited about that, taking James down. They are trying to get fired up, trying to get the energy pumping, but Perfectix from Twisted Minds is going to keep LZ from being able to hold that angle that he wanted, has to reposition the vehicles.
A pogledajte njima sensitivity, brate, gledajte koliko vuku ove miše po kamerama. Mi ne otpucao kodu, to ti je. S tim što ja ne primim 2000 eura za ovakav fail. Bio pancer na pod... jebi ga greška. Nije mu mini trebao uopšte. M4 pancer. Prvi kill pancer, on drugi M-ku. Pa da koliko su bili blizu, mogo i oba M-kom. Oba pancera. A što je sa loot flasho Lokija? Može neko da mi objasni? Ili Noko, šta je bilo ovo sad?
I see why he was yelling now.
Oh my. That is pretty good. That is pretty good, my friend. Well deserved a pop off. I would pop off on that too. 100%.
Circle pops, it stays pretty center. Still a bit of that bait.
Pogledaj 17 Gaming. Uvijek su na nekoj dobroj poziciji. Ili hoće danas, pa to je.
Twisted Mind's going to go ahead and hop inside of a vehicle, go right up alongside of Winery. Looks like they might be eyeing a position pretty close to Legacy.
Reši Riho. James progovorio srpski. Realno, brate, na srpski jedino možda se izraziš. Onako ljudski kako se osjećaš.
Aim was good, just I don't think the range was there the way that they wanted it. The way we see Legacy...
Znam, gdje mi je srednja crta, nije tamo gdje treba. Pa minus je moga kru.
While we now have Twisted Minds and so close, let's not forget day trades on the opposing side. This is a mountainside that's pretty much making a line right through the middle of it. That's our line of demarcation where all of our teams are going to be fighting. You're either up on top of it and going to be involved in everything, or you're down on the sides of it and you just kind of listen in on what's going on.
Kakav Noki. Znači, Twisted Minds mora da odradi dobar game, znači imaju sve, imaju zonu, imaju sve.
And I'm a little concerned here for Ozil Pentagram. They've got T5 and Foot to their south. It's a wide 2-2 split. Ozil likes these 2-2 splits. They try to hold them as long as they can, but I'm a little worried.
Koreksi 2 na 1. 3 na 1 koreksi.
Okay, for now, he did a lot of damage to Zhao Yang on the in.
Here come the reinforcements, though. Both sides have it getting red. FaZe going to be coming in right back behind us from the south. All nades going to be popping off on both sides.
Bomba ga isjebala. Bacio je bombu koja mu je digla nišan. Svoja bomba ga isjebala.
Couldn't quite get the knock. He was just a little bit off on the spray and it
A i šta kršaju ovi TL majku sve.
But FaZe, I don't know. It's not good, dude.
Oh, well, we also have, while this is going on just to the south of FaZe in their rotation,
na upitniku mu minus. Ček, kako na upitniku? Na upitniku je slash onaj ukos. Što se stavio to? Meni.
FaZe is now with this shift out to try to save their man, completely being gate-kept.
I like what T5 is doing here. They got contact from Ozla and from Twisted Minds and Legacy up on the hill, so they just peel off. They're going to go to the safety of the winery for now. Adder trying to do the geometry, trying to do the math. Is it going to be good? I don't think so.
It looks like there's
a pogodio je lika.
Somebody shooting on the opposing side of that, if I see that right.
Zar nije pogodio neko? Pogodio je lika jebot.
Yeah, RBN looks like that's going to be where it was focused in at. And no surprise. I mean, given the fact of this is the top of this hillside, every single time you profile.
Ne, ali ovi ljudi nemaše mortarima.
That is a nerve-wracking sound. I mean, look at IKADA was right here. You hear that sound, it's still like, what, 100 meters away, and it still kind of makes your butt clench for a second.
Oh, no doubt. But there's plenty of range here for Adder to use that mortar to clear some space. He's got the full Legacy team underneath his purview with that mortar. So if he had more shots, I don't know. I could see Foot's 8T driving in. Phil First just getting a little more information on this Donawa fight. I saw Soul punch out Loki earlier. Not exactly sure what that was about, but Maybe Loki got stuck somewhere or something, and Salute's got the MG3, a P90 for Soul. So the level 3 gear here really popping for Donawa. Maybe got one of those secret rooms or something along the way.
Or might have gotten the crates.
Yeah, Sora might have gotten the crates in the north, maybe.
Yeah. What we'll have to see is they have QM right on top of them. Again, don't forget about phases. Salute, man, oh man. Aduzi, you best hit headshots fast because there's a lot of bullets that are going to be coming after you. Molotov looks like it's got the right angle for it. Is he going to land it? And that's a good double up on it, but the hillside going to be just a bit too far. Aduzi's going to step away. He's got the nade prepped.
Spasio ga je Filfers.
Is going to read it and provide that support.
And Onyx has got bears to worry about underneath him. Soul is going to get Aduzi with that P90. Loki going to be trying to stick this res. Grenades out from both sides. Let's see who can connect.
LG is flanking around the outside of this one. They want to get involved in some fashion. Snaker is going to go ahead and line down, take down Bestalock. Now seeing if maybe you can finish out with a nade as well, but look at Dante so close over here. Does Snakers no? Peeks back over him for it, and
No, seri da ga nije ubio.
finish that fight out.
A Groza in the hands of Snakers is scary, scary, scary. Donawa might have to clear some bears here. Ty Lu
Što ti je Groza, jevo?
Oh, got to be careful moving into this low land right now. Bears galore down here wanting to just feast. But hey, look, Dano's already, they've got the one I don't know what you call it, bears, but kind of sneak your way through like, no, it's not really a player. It's just another bear. It's fine.
I have no idea, but sometimes a bear can be up here where Tai Lu is. Doesn't matter, though. Zhao Yang finds an Onyx out in the open, quickly dispatches
Infinity.
him. Shen now trying to push into the space of Donawa. 17 also smelling blood, and they want to get involved. This bear cave has attracted a lot of attention.
Soul just going to have to cling to life down here. Luckily, there's been a couple of teams that have been eyeing up the bears beforehand, making sure to clear it out. 17 also sent some friends over into this as well. Looks like they've got eyes into that LG positioning. Don't want to push too much because they still have the high ground back behind them from having the whole rope lines that they can play from. Instead,
Ovo je pametna odluka da se vrate nazad.
Don't find anything immediately, so going to go ahead and regroup.
Yep,
Bukvalno najjači spot imaju. Mada i Twisted Minds ima dolje South, dobar spot. Dobar spot.
Since then, it's been pretty smooth sailing, even able to collect a couple kills along the way. Now watching Tiamba rotate, seeing that Cerberus out there, way out there. Gonna see if they can do some damage as Cerberus is trying to group up into their vehicles, get ready for this next circle pop. Meanwhile, Sonics have finally sprung to life. They're third-partying the fight between Foot and Ozla, and they're going to claim 2 of those kills onto Foot.
Yeah, just pretty decent range pickups on top of that one. Also, a lot of crates going to be in front of Sonics that they're going to try to snag as Daytrade going to find themselves pretty comfortable inside of this circle. 17 going to have to do some gatekeeping as there are a ton of teams that are going to be pathing out of those caves. Have to deal with it. Tai Lu, you can see, realizing Soul.
Nisam znao da te ne prati na JT. Mačak moj dobro.
Absolutely punishing Tai Lu, and he survived.
Vajpo ih je.
Flood comes in and backstabs the final member of Tai Lu.
Vajpo ih je.
Soul with a P90. Disgusting. Snakers now on the backside of this circle. Going to take a little bit of damage.
Brate, ali koliko je jezivo da imaš Sola i Saluta u isti tim, čovječe bože. To je toliko unfair.
Now realizing, okay, everything is calming down over here, but he has such a path to go for to try to make it in the circle. Still 17 is going to be up in front of him. We also do have a storm that's starting to brew over here as well.
Da li si rihu na kinesku tastaturu? Evo Cerberus, hoće li ovaj meč odigra kako treba? Naravno neće. Tiamba, Danava.
Bad or worse, no matter which way they go.
Trenutno dvije najjače ekipe.
But he's got T5 ahead of him. T5 already set up shop in this secret room compound, and that is going to be Cerberus going down.
All right, now then, Tiamba, they have to make a move of their own into a territory that is pretty defended. A lot of high ground advantages as if you moved early into this circle, you're being pretty heavily rewarded with it right now as the storm is definitely massive up into the north. Might provide something for LG to exploit as they're going to try to limp their way into this one. We also do have Twisted Minds now looking down into NH right on the edge of this storm. And
ajmo, Twisted. Ovo druže, ovaj fight, ne vidi se. A baš moment za highlights-e, bravo za PUBG Observer, ekstra. Niste ovo mogli poslije pokazati, nego sad u sre fight, živi bili. Druže, moram biti jeravi, ono, Ivan Bosilčić da bi mogao da povatam oba fajta u istoriji. Jebote, tolike pare daju na produkciju i ovo rade.
And Twisted Minds peeling off of this fight, realizing that it might be a little bit too much. Even though they might win the fight, they might lose 2 or 3 in the process. Snaker's still alive. Now going to try to punish 17 again, trying to sneak up on them once again, Matt.
Just trying to creep up. He knows he's got the information before. Failed attempt last time, but has to be careful. Ghost reads it and gets the knock on to him. 17 not going to allow that one, as they are going to continue their high ground harassment of everyone.
The high ground harassment of everyone.
Nice piece of hardware for him to work with. Twisted Minds loading up, seeing if they can push out Osla pretty far to the south. Legacy in front, but they're going to
Twisted. What is on?
Clearing a little bit of space potentially here for Twisted Minds.
Man, everybody to the west in some trouble now. It's going to be Day Trade, NH, and 17 gatekeeping out. Twisted Minds going to have to firefight their way through this one, and they're going to have Legacy just at the
Brate, Twisted Minds mora ide direktno na Day Trade, a sa desne strane gledaju ih i New Happy i 17 Gaming. Jezivo, jezivo. Ode Ming B, ubio ga Medo.
Right back. Oh, the bear got Ming Ming. Oh no.
Oh no, never count out the Bears.
Oh no.
Bears best person for your fantasy squad right now. They are just racking up the damage. Nurens, though, does get a line onto Lou. 17 Gaming now getting vision onto this. How much of this do they want to exploit? Because it looks like they have most of their focus down onto Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 17 has to cut a swath towards the north of this circle, but the good news is it's pretty well open for them because New Happy got stalled up.
New Happy.
Them a little bit of extra time and space to make this rotation. Ozla's going to try to get on top of Legacy. Legacy inside of the cave.
Ali imaju dobro. Imaju djela dobru zonu između 70 Day Trade i Twisted Minds. To je sandvič i to pariški. 3 slice. Batulin osjetio svoje oružje. Leo. Može Medved, ali ne može Lu.
Looks like now he's going to be looking into Twisted Minds. Keep in mind the fact that Twisted Minds still having to contend in with the lower ground positions coming up from those caves, as this is a 2-tiered fight that we're looking at. It's just we're looking at the top section of it right now. Lower section going to be starting to pop off. The 17 Gaming now making their aggressive shift.
Here they go. They know that this fight can't go long. Nan just trying to spray it down. Ming Ming on the flank, though, cleaning it up, but he's the only one standing for NH. 17 Gaming still trying to sled their way through. Day Trade up on top.
Legacy ima dobar game.
Doing a great job holding out Legacy taking a COD down from Osla. RBN looking for an angle, but the blue is here.
Desna skija suade, ne ubašama ke Medo je tamo.
See Asla coming in right back behind this one. Sonics is also left east, and they're going to be wrapping it back behind Asla. I don't know if they know that one. So Asla, as they're going for these peaks, there are 3 teams all stacked up on top.
Koji ne idu, biće ga zona.
NH cut out in the blue. They're going to be going down. 17 Gaming continuing their harassing line up on top. But Asla, you have to spin around. You have to realize that Sonics are coming up back behind you because they have the advantage position.
This is absolute madness here on this western side. Tiggleton clean with the FAMAS, getting the knock onto Adder, the headshot. Xiaobei going to scoop the point from Wicked, and now the Sonics just going to try to control the top side of this mountain. They force Asla stuck on the edge. Tiamba though getting in the backside of 17 finds 2 big knocks.
A daj na Tiambu jebot. Može i to.
Just rack up all of Circle 6 has been their want to do after the last game. Now Tiamba finding the strength up on that high position that 17 Gaming was exploiting so hard. Now pretty much we have Xiaobei as well as Xiao Wu caught out in the middle of nowhere. Not too much that they can really do off of it.
Ovo kod ja pucam.
Happening with Sonics as Day Trade has Belmoth inside the circle, but everything is happening outside of it.
Ajde,
Screw the
Ricketts.
safety, man. Everybody just wants to fight before they get there.
Love this move from Tiamba. They had the safety of the circle, but they realized that they could absolutely cut the Achilles off of 17, completely make it an unwinnable game for them. Coming into their backside, really doing a ton of damage. Only Xiao Wu left for 17 Gaming, and then they peel off. They go back into their winning position. This is a brilliant maneuver from the brilliant IGL for Tiamba. Lin Shu, time and time again, leading this squad into just absolutely gorgeous positions.
Don't count out this aggressive, just shark movement coming out from the Sonics right now. It is just blood in the water every time they spot something.
Oh, no.
Ming, no!
Ming.
Get away. And, hey, at least the bears don't instantly just demolish you and flush you out, right?
They're faster than humans. That's the sad part. Adder looking to hold this angle, has to back off with those grenades. He isn't quite sure exactly what's going to be coming out, Matt, and he's just going to try to wrap all the way around, do an end around here.
Oh, but that's just going to lead you to Zhao.
Yeah, that's not where I'd want to go, or to Puchils. Puchils knows it.
I like how Daytrade's like, oh, you want to go through that one? No, we'll just come over here and hold out the other one. Puchils just going to be waiting for Adder to step around. He is doing some pretty hefty leans. He knows it's going to be there. Puchils, though, doesn't really have to move first, so he can kind of wait it out. It's going to be a flash that does catch him. Adder looks like he's going to find some opportunities, going with also seeing if maybe he can catch something, but not just quite yet. Does spot out Belmoth. Now knows, can he get the space on it? Health down very, very low. Peek's going to come out. Puchils going to take him down.
Yeah, great read there by Puchils that Adder had moved into the smoke to try to heal. Really smart stuff from Daytrade. As they try to stabilize, they're going to grab their player, Belmoth, bring him into the safe.
Gle T5 opet čuči dolje.
Gatekeep T5 stuck underneath the secret room, and they don't have much hope. We did see DK get out of a secret room, but that was a much earlier circle where they were able to make an exit. Let's see if Sonics is just going to brute force their way through. The problem for potentially Sonics is that if they get involved with a fight with Tianba, that might be when T5 can move out, because T5's almost dead center of this circle, Matt. They could potentially sit this out for a long time.
Zhao wants something out of this when he knows that there was that weird fight going on down below him. Sonics, though, have so much control over this hillside and vision. It's just been like that, it feels like, for almost, what, 4 circles, 5 circles now? Blue zone nades on one side of this one. Looks like he's going to be fishing with some dynamite. Doesn't quite spot it, but does have that recess inside the hill for now. Problem is, nobody's got to move except for these 3 players, and Tianba's just going to go ahead and use that to exploit back down into Sonic's firing lines.
Yep, Tianba taking control of the center dot. That's the problem for T5. Center dot, I don't believe, is inside that secret room, so they're going to have to move eventually if they're going to try to go for a win. I mean, they could just, frankly, they could just sit in here and go for a placement.
Ko vina ovo, Tianba, mada Sonics imaju dobar game.
Who knows if things go really screwy up top and they can
Igraju dobro danas.
win. It's just all going to depend on the timing.
Pogledajte kova, 77 otkucaja, druže. Svi na 120, 130, on na 77. Ja toliko nemam dok spavam, Bog.
It is so scary, and you just see throwables coming down from on top of you to boot. They now know directly ahead of them, trying to spot out. Zhao was just going to go down to the zone, but Lin Shu is going to spot out a twin.
Yeah, Lin Shu trying to re-aggress onto this angle, seeing if he can get the flush, but it's not going to be allowed. That fence line covering enough of it. Trimsy as well. Some good covering fire there to make sure that Tianba can't punish that knock any further. Now all eyes towards Daytrade. Try to keep them out of the circle, but Trimsy found Tanadol down in the bottom of the secret room, and the Sonics might just try to clear it out.
Oh, looks like they are going to use this opportunity to creep in. Daytrade now has an opportunity to move as well. 2 members for Tianba also looking over, but that nade could spell disaster. They have to be very, very careful. Trimsy is going to go ahead and polish this one off, but it is going to get slowed down. Those Molotovs slowing the pace of everything. Now Tianba's getting control of everything in the north, but Daytrade has managed to survive. That means that Sonics now gets time to shift back up into this high ground position.
Daytrade really beat up, though. They have to prone to keep themselves obscured from Tianba's angles. In fact, Belmoth and Puchils don't like it. They know they can't crest any further, really, so they're just going to let the blue finish them. Well, actually, 7-7 gets one of them. But now Tianba has Sonics in a really tricky position out in the open. A good spray from Pow Pow.
Just going to line them in right now. Not too many options for Sonics to work with. They're just walking into blue zone, into bullets. No options to be had. Trimsy's trying to cling to life, but he's going to go down to Molotov. Just that last little tick going to be enough for it. So, I think just
Malagan. Koliko su bolji, a dobro, imali su bolji spot, nema šta, ali svejedno.
The winning moment for Tianba in this game is the backstab, the shiv in the back into 17 to win this game.
That was the turning point for that, because it felt like 17 and Sonics just had 2 different sections and corridors for pathing completely under control. And okay, caves, man, caves is all I can really say. Is
morat ću
it
pokarić.
was a tangled mess for everybody that went in there, but damn, it was entertaining.
It was. It's tough navigating those bears because there's 3 or 4 of them in that cave.
Evo ovo bijelo, vidite ovo bijelo ovdje. Ja mislim da ovo... Da li od HyperX, od čega je ovo bijelo? Znači njima je Bose QC20 uštekan u to. To je neki amplifier, nešto je to 100%, jer Bose QC20 njemu treba amplifier. On na 300 ohma radi. Ali ja ne znam šta je to bijelo, znači svi imaju ove crne, Sennheiser, ovaj lik ima ovo bijelo, ne znam šta je bijelo.
We got bears galore to talk about, but we also have circles and tons of fun that was happening on our Vikendi round. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst desk.
Linšu, kako je lik igrao, sjećate se kako je Linšu igrao SLR-om, brutalno. Iže. Linšu. Evo ga, kova za sirotinju. Ne, pao, bučki mali mu. A vrate, lik toliko simpatično, Ja bi se družio s njim.
It feels like group stage is all over again as Tiamba gets themselves a dominant win. Welcome back. It's time for the match 3 highlights, and it was an exciting match.
Ovo se desi često. Pogotovo kad dođeš s leđa. Najteži kill vas za s leđa, najteži. Kreneš pucat, on se pomjeri za milimetar, ode cijeli sprej, sve u peršu.
Tap a one tap out of a car driving, that's good. But yeah, this overall like the terrain, how they had to come off that high ground down towards the teams that are holding it. Tiamba executed that perfectly. Also get in with a big
brate, al sol.
And then get out again. That's a really good way to make sure
21 health lik.
Guys alive and weaken the other teams, of course.
Everest is on her angle, but K2
is
deadly here on Vikendi as the mountain took team after team down. We saw people diving into caves to try to find a way out of this sort of just chaos on the hill. And that's what it came down to. Whoever took the mountain, really I think
nisam skontao koje je bilo. Mogu da vratim ja ovo.
But everybody, it was a 3D
možda bi mogao na YouTube.
To try to be the surviving team. I mean, even Sonics had to go dig someone out of a hole before they could try to push, because T5 was below them inside of that bunker. Ultimately, Tiamba gets the win, deservedly so, played very well, and gets the chicken dinner to go with it. They're going to feel pretty good about that as they push forward. Linshu, ZYY have been very impressive. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. Vikendi is done, and it was just about what we've come to expect from Vikendi.
It was, and also these kind of southern circles, they're a little bit hard as well to predict, and also how to kind of play around how the terrain is. Don't have that many compounds, but then again, the ridges in general, they provide so much cover and so much playthrough, but you could see how many teams are on the western side. It really came down to that eastern team.
Ok, ovo znam šta je, ali sad će da bude bijelo, sad žiš. Znači taj bijeli nikad nisam vidio. Znači viš, ovo je amplifier, ovo je 100% amp duck. Sad on ima, i sad ovaj im jasno, imaš ove Sennheiserove crno-sive i sad ovaj lik ima bijelu. Evo ga. Liči mi kao na onaj HyperX dongle. Ali ne može biti, to prosto ne može biti. Nema on dovoljno snage, znači ovo je nešto. Vidiš, znači tačno se vidi QC20, evo ga, ovo je QC20. Ne znam šta je ovo. I vidio sam da on koristi i još par kinešića isti ovaj koriste bijeli. Uglavnom se koristi ili G6 ili se koristi onaj Sennheiserov crveno-sivi, onaj kao kockica. Ali ovo bijelo ne znam, nikad nisam vidio ovo bijelo šta je. A ja, mislim, trebate makar 300 ohma da bi pogurao kuce.
Up there, 1746, Sonics at 38. Tiamba also gets up to 34, and again, T5, the home team, and Daytrade, both of them starting their day very strong, and that's going to be great news. The crowd is here, they're behind them, and I almost feels like they got a little bit of a buff from that. Now, on the right side of the leaderboard, though, Martin, this is where I'm starting to stress out a little bit. Cerberus, that's a team that I thought for sure would come out at least blazing, looking for fights. They haven't.
No, still, I mean, it's 3 games, right?
But they're so quiet.
Still, we have 8 teams right now on 10 or less points. Again, it comes down to our teams in the top that have been bunching up so much. Again, 16 points on 8th place. 1 good game, 1 win even. For any team in our bottom, they're going to throw themselves straight into the top 5-ish, top 6-ish quite easily. So yeah, once we're done, of course, with the end of the day, that's where I'm going to be throwing some judgmental comments towards them if it doesn't really happen. But yeah, because Cerberus is really a team. It is one of the teams that you're kind of throwing into the head of potential favorites of the whole tournament to win the thing.
Right. I guess my
ali ne mogu da ne znam šta je taj, ne znam šta je bijeli. Ne znam koji je bijeli. Ovaj crni sam koristio smeć, iskreno. A ne znam zašto ga koristim.
So these teams that are sitting there with less than say 8 points after 3, there is a struggle there, but there's still time for them to come back. You know, Tego, another map we're gonna go to. Do you expect just as much chaos?
I hope so.
I hope so, right? Because we love the chaos, especially on these two maps. We'll end the day on Miramar. It'll be nice and peaceful. It'll be what we're used to, but for now,
ali ovi flasteri, evo ga tu, evo ga ovdje. Ovi flasteri za rashlađivanje. Moram provali šta je to. Šta je unutra? Evo ga Smiggle Beamy. Brat Smiggle. A Ici. Ej ga ke Ici, gospodine.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from some of these kind of north endings where we had this. We had a few up there. It kind of often happens to go that way. It's kind of like the same chance of a melee chance, circle and a wrangle, right? So it's been impressive for those endings there. But
QC isto, ali njemu ide ispod stola.
That's where I'm really looking at it. Is we're gonna see something similar again. We're gonna see these kind of same situations, but also is the question is these teams that have had to change their drops from groups going into winner bracket here, how they're going to be adapting. Like where there's some teams have been shoved off from Buxansa, Lemrosty, for example, have been shoved off to kind of go further on the edges rather than having a center drop. So my eyes are really on the teams that are, of course, uncontested in the middle. How well are they going to do if they keep their spots, but also the teams that had to shift.
Imaju i oni ove flastere.
And, you know, have those different pathings and be ready for that. So that's really the big one. Of course, first circle is always interesting, but the teams that had to shift their drops from
kakvi su Brazilci, a? Imali su dobar game sad. Evo ga bijeli. A ne, ovo je QC bijeli, sorry. Ništa, bijeli QC. Ali lijep je bijeli QC. Ja sam imao ovaj plavo-crni, to je neki po default standardni. Svi oni imaju plavo-crne. Evo ima crno-bijeli.
Like they had a total of
5,500
travel, right? So look, this is 6,000 yards for you guys, Americans out there. They didn't move that much, and again, I want to see these curveballs against that. I want to see them when they're traveling, you know, 20 or 25 kilometers collectively on the team. I want to see them rather than kind of just walk into it, because I know they're a team that's capable of both. But for them to be in the top 8, they need to be capable and execute well in both situations.
Well, it's time to see which teams can execute as we are ready to head to Tego for game number 4. Let's do this thing.
Let's go Tego time, as I always get excited for this map, man. It is just, there's something about it. The way the lay of the land sets up, the way our players navigate it, just so much. For right now, until we get Rondo, this is my new favorite flavor.
Oh, I mean, obviously, I'm a big fan living in Korea for 7 years now. I'm absolutely loving the terrain that I see. It looks very much like home to me.
But it doesn't have bears.
No bears. No, we don't have many bears in Korea anymore. There used to be some. Not too many left, but there's a few out there actually. You can see them from time to time. But this
zoos don't count.
Well,
I'm just picking up.
That's fair. That's fair. They do. This is an interesting playing path. More up, you know, we've seen some that have been kind of favoring the western side of the map. This one favors the eastern side. So I was curious if Luminosity was going to go for their airport alt drop, but instead, I don't know where the heck they're going to go. Wolsong, maybe?
I don't think that they've quite worked it out. They're going to be dropping quite late. Is it going to be Army base, maybe? I mean, Wolsong would be the option.
I think Sonic's Army base, yeah. LG Wolsong.
So, yep, everything looks like it's going to be pretty okay for now. There's this situation, though. I take it back.
I knew there was one hot drop today, and it slipped my mind until just now.
All right, who's going to land? Who's going to find Panzerfaust? Go ahead, grab the ammo as quick as you can. Try to see if you can find anything. Who reloads the fastest? Just going for the sprays. 2 double up. Already been found. NH in shambles.
Koliko clean. Koliko clean.
Got a knock. Donawa once again ferocious in these fights, but still December the 12th. Involved, could have something to say about this, but only an M16. That is, even on burst fire with no vest and a level 1 helmet, he is.
Ali fascinantno je u ovolikom gradu za koliko se fight završi. Uopšte mi nije jasno čemu ovakav skok. Kao da je, znaš, kao da imaš 3 zgrade u kampu i onda kao aj svi na jednu. Znači, ljudi su izginuli svi u borbi za jednu zgradu. Na ovoliki grad. Čemu rizik? Ako si već odlučio da se kontestaš, znači spreman si na to da kasniš u rotaciju, makar zonu.
Feels good, man. Feels good. I mean, Donova's been smashing in these fights. Like, again, the close quarters firepower on Donova is through the roof.
Dude, hot drops are something we don't see a lot in competitive, but how clean that was executed, and just the committal in, be like, land here. Like, you saw them as they were landing, they were like swooping up ammo and anything they could just to deny any resource. That is just sexy.
Oh, they're brilliant. I mean, they've been near flawless in situations like that in this event so far. Tiamba tried it once, and, you know, even though Donova had given them the courtesy of forking over Chumacera during the group stage on Miramar, Tiamba tried to follow them into Monte Nuevo, and Donova made him pay the price. So just brilliant stuff from them. And yeah, so the alt drop here, not the best in terms of where the circle went, because it went to the complete opposite end of the map for LG.
Yeah, we do not have any section of
Evo meča za FaZe možda.
So, I mean, Oyong going to be in here is this is going to be a pretty, I guess, simple circle, not having to contend with the rivers or anything else like that.
Batulin zatvara Danovu. Ili ide preko mosta, ide preko mosta.
Teams that are in the northwest going to have to figure out how they're going to navigate those bridges and get back over into position. Downside for that is 17 Gaming does look like they have an inside track on positioning as well as a bridge that they're eyeing right now. Looks like Twisted Minds not wanting to stay too long in this one. Legacy does have control over pretty much everything to the east.
Yeah, and FaZe in the middle at Buksansa.
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 Mi to fino zovemo buksnica. Lagano.
I think it's Adder trailing behind the old Detonation Gaming players in Wicked and Hikari, who have already set up shop towards the center. 17 as well, like you mentioned just a second ago.
Batulins.
Going that way. Daytrade's going for high ground, going for information, but Tai Lu already here.
Jebote kako taj luvati ove kućice, šekove na svakoj mapi. Joj, izvuko se.
Good shot's going to go ahead. Finally, Belmont's going to get the knock onto him. That outer wall, Shin's got to reach his into the face. Denies any form of forward movement. And yes, LZ did get flushed out. But I mean, just the peak.
3-2, gdje je drugi? Evo.
Like Shin is absolutely vibing. No way that hits the shots into him. Unstoppable right now.
Guys, an absolute monster. Nuren's though going to reveal his position off that knock. Shen quick on the trigger, trying
Shen
to
3
flip around
killa,
the tree, and he's got him. Unreal from Shen.
Doesn't even need the cover. Walks up to the tree, out in the open, says, I can still outshoot you, and damn, he does it.
Jo FaZe izvuko, Azla upala u buksicu.
Either that might be open, because it looked to me like they're going to drive by it. Last second, they pulled in, and Tai Lu was ready for it. Shen had a great angle. He was mostly, I think, just pulling off to just kind of watch and see what they were going to do on the other side.
Whenever you just decide to go ahead and pull in, whenever you should have pulled out, right? I mean, it's
Dođite na Fexa. Kakav dok.
It's going to go ahead and finish him off pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm a bit. That
Koliko ima kila? Mora da im koliko ima
I
kila.
figured they were going to keep driving by. I mean, I understand wanting to stop there potentially to get some info or something, but that compound's not even really close to the center of the circle, and it doesn't have great sight lines from it. There's a lot of trees around it, so it's pretty tough. I don't know if there was any noise or any stuff that Tai Lu
5 kilova ima FaZe od 7 bodova. Znači, lik je uzeo 5, da, sam 5 bodova.
Go ahead, look back on Legacy.
A gente com esse quinto lugar se sente muito feliz, mas se a gente tivesse jogado um pouquinho melhor, a gente conseguia passar em primeiro, que era a nossa meta. A gente trabalhou muito para poder chegar nesse resultado. Não tem muito o que falar, porque a gente veio aqui e trabalhou muito, era muito esperado isso pra gente. A gente veio aqui para mostrar o poder das Américas e vamos lutar por isso até o fim. Que o top 1 é nosso e vocês vão ter que lutar por 7 vagas.
I love the fact that we've got America's pride going on now. There was a period of time whenever we kind of merged Latin America and North America together that it wasn't quite a full family. We're at that stage now. We all love each other.
I was actually going to think that Luminosity was going to make this wrap towards the double bridge eventually, and I think they're going to go all the way down to Sungam from here. But for whatever reason, T5 came over in this direction. Now, like when I last looked at the map before that fight with Tai Lu and Daytrade, T5 was nowhere near this area. They drove over to here, and I think had similar ideas on a rotation. Just LG just kind of beat him to the punch.
What's that car doing there? I'm very confused. Is that an LG car? Maybe they switched out to a different vehicle. I'm guessing so, given the way it was parked over there. They probably just found something else. Shifted in. Sorry, my brain broke there for a second. But, yeah, I mean, Southern Raps look like that's going to be the recipe for a lot of what's going to be going on.
Oh, Soul. Oh, he got him before he could load the gun.
Beat him down.
Love it. Absolutely love it. NAJJACI. Just nasty. Up close and personal with an SKS. Yeah, I mean, Donawa, like you said, Matt, they were scooping up everything and they punished New Happy.
And can't blame it on lag, anything else like that. We're on land climb right now, man. So nobody like, oh, I would have had that ammo if it was. No. A big part of it was also landing into the rolls too. If you notice, that's kind of how they got that last little bit to be able to scoop some.
Skočili su isto vrijeme, soli salud. Jedino što je jezivije od činjenice da imaš ekipu koja ima Sola i Saluta u rosteru je što u Splitu 2-2 igraju zajedno.
Things like that make them well above average team. And they were doing some scouting there from the flat top mountain. Just like, Sonics is another team that likes to go up to that spot for good reason. Great sight lines out there you can see for forever from the top of it. It's pretty defendable because it's flat. If you can get to the south side of that flat top mountain, very, very defendable from there.
And we're kind of looking at an Erangel circle right now.
Everybody's like, činjenica je iz nekog razloga da na mapama poput Miramara i Erangela, da li je poznavanje mape ili nemam pojma, faktor, ali prvih 10 minuta na Miramaru i Erangelu pogine možda jedan čovjek ili ni jedan. Na Vikendiju i na Tegu poginu 2 tima u prvih 10 minuta. Znači 2 full tima poginu, evo 10 ljudi je mrtvo.
Sonic's going to be in a similar position. Twisted Minds are taking some pot shots.
Na Vikendiju i na Tegu, iz nekog razloga.
My guess is LG's gunning for the hills north of Songam. If you look on your map feed, if you don't have the map feed open, you absolutely should. And also, we have team feeds directly on PUBGesports.com, guys. If you want to watch some of your favorite teams, you can just go on in there and do that. But the map feed is absolutely something you should pull up. Whatever video source you're watching this on, we have it available. That is a key component to understanding PUBG Esports. And yes, this is what we've wanted to see. T5 in an emergency pickup.
Where do you have your eyes set on going right now? Musaksan is pretty much in the center. You could potentially go for a drop into that. Ozla is running a wide split with it, so they don't even really have control.
Rano je u zoni 1 ići Buksansa, nemaju ni vozila ni ništa. Zoni 1 ideš na aut.
Pretty open territory. It does also look like 17 might be eyeing something as a hard shift to the north.
This is a really good circle for Donawa. They should be able to exert a ton of control. They don't have any teams to the north of them. T5, wherever they're coming down, is not going to be easy to get there, and they're going to see it coming. Teams are going to be scrambling for some of those compounds that are in the center of the circle. They're very powerful. We've seen it before here. FaZe already, Jeems finds a COD in rotation. T5 trying to drop ahead of this. This is dangerous.
But they did time it right there, trying to get in position. Can we see FaZe line this one up? We know it's so hard to hit these shots, trying to juke and navigate inside the air, but it does look like T5 is going to be rewarded with a very centered position. FaZe and the harassment did slow them down. That's allowed Azla to move in front of them. 17 Gaming as well to move just to their northwest, so we'll have to keep an eye on.
Evo, naši su i aut. Dobro su oni ovo odradili. Poslali su dvojicu direktno na kam, dvojicu na aut. Zapravo jednog na aut.
Absolutely. Teams on the edges here, just trying to see what space they can get away with and then try to set up shop and block them out. LZ there got the opener, and then it's the Shen show. Just run and gun. I mean, Shen is, again, a guy that I've seen this time and time again throughout his history in PUBG Esports shred people up close and personal. He is so tricky to deal with. He's so fast, he's so smart, he's so aware.
And just runs right between all of FaZe. Doesn't even really get too punished for it. LG also pathing a similar fashion, though. Tyloo finally starting to get some damage for this very aggressive rotation. Nowhere to really go, as they do also have Twisted Minds that's going to be stopping them out. Instead, they're just going to have to stop right along this position. And now you can see LG having a similar problem. They've got vehicles all up in front. Going to be jumping out.
Pregazi ga 1-1. Flash 2-1. 2-2.
LG does lose Snakers for it, but oddly enough,
Ili 2-1.
that was way worse for them. They managed to find something out of nothing.
I mean, LG here took a pretty big risk diving in here while the rest of the teams did, but their individual skill carrying them through to get some serious work done. 17 flexing out, trying to get a player to gain a little bit more ground. Suju, the IGL for the team, trying to get a little bit more information, a little bit more space, while the other three maintain the compound on his backside. LG, though, you can already hear
četvrti meč da gledamo 17 gaming u vrhunskom spotu.
Smokes down are going to try to punish the positions, so wisely they're going to move this car and keep themselves at least safe for now.
The reason we're seeing so much firefighting going on is, look, we've got this field that's going on right over here, correct? And then just to the south of that, there's another one that's just going to be to the east of Buksansa. Then we also still have the creek, not really a river, the water river thing that goes through that you can just walk through. It's essentially like ankle length. So this is all just no man's land, right? And that means that a lot of this area in the hillside of Buksansa is going to be where teams are going to be vying for, or the position where Danawa is already fortified at. Danawa with this Y22 split is going to have so much vision, you're not going to even be able to cross that lane.
Yeah. This is really curious from Danawa. They've split out across that creek. I'm very curious. Oh, Shen. Yeah, this is the problem for Tai Lu. I mean, making those mad dashes for center circle in this particular pop, because center circle is a lot of these rice fields, it's really, really tricky, as you're seeing for LG as well. I mean, they've come out on a better end of it than Tai Lu. Tai Lu is still 5 kills. If they could maybe find one more, not a bad game at all. Feck's going to claim the point off of Shen. But this is going to be really tricky, because that creek in the middle, I think, is considered playable terrain, so it could end in there, like we saw on Vikendi the other day with the frozen river. I think it's the same situation, and yeah, we're just going to keep drifting in towards it. And Dono has a really difficult choice now, Matt. On both sides of this circle, I think they're going to have to go to the east. I see them loading up in cars, but that's a tricky decision to make.
Yeah, I mean, you get there for now, but that just doesn't even feel good. There are also the foothills that kind of lead down into the creek itself. Yeah. Danawa might stop off over there and maybe play for that. Tongmu is at least rewarded with not having to move. And look, he's got himself a vehicle for it, some bushes. It could be worse. Even a tractor, man.
I've seen worse situations. Sure, yeah. This is very, very challenging. QM out on the east side of Buksansa, trying to find their way out of the North Mountain Temple, in case you were curious what it meant. Buksansa means North Mountain Temple. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Today you learned.
I did not know that.
Kongnung, I'm not exactly sure. I think it means river tomb. Like royal tomb, but I'm not 100% sure. I know Kong is river. Anyway.
All right, Twisted Minds, they've got control over the north. Cerberus is going to wrap away from Danawa over here to the west. That means it's going to put them right in front of Sonics, as well as Twisted Minds, as well as 17 Gaming. Oh no, they're sending it right into a Tongmu's position. No, he can't defend it by himself. There's too many numbers.
What was Hisaki doing there? He pulled the brakes and he kind of spun up, and that might cause him to take some damage. He just gets over the hood. Nice jump.
But it's only a matter of time before they realize it's just one guy over there that's shooting at them. There's 2 vehicles, so maybe that'll discourage it, but nah. Okay, he's going to go ahead and go down. Cerberus going to go ahead and get a good foothold in that position now and be able to exploit it for now. And I put good position in quotations, as if anybody has high ground advantage into it, it's going to spell problems. Sonic's going to go ahead and path right behind Cerberus, as Twisted Mind's going to be making their move.
This is brilliant.
I mean, almost perfectly timed. They're not even getting harassed at all for this.
No, they found the perfect timing. There was fighting, and they saw an open lane, and they took it right ahead of Twisted Minds, right on the outside of the visible range of Cerberus and 17. So they're going to be able to set up shop on the outside of these rice fields. Now, the reason they're not going further north or further east is it's really tricky the further you go in either of those directions, because you are going to expose yourself to either the hillsides to the north or something else. So you've got to be really careful here. So Sonics, I think this is about as good as it's going to get for them, and the timing in particular is quite brilliant.
That was just a phenomenally clean rotation. Question mark, they're going to have pathing to go into Tiamba. They do have the
question mark.
Maybe spot out foot on the opposing hillside. Across from the rice paddies, I believe we'll have to keep an eye on. In addition to that, looks like most everything has kind of calmed down. Other than our initial storm for these fields to get some control, everybody else is kind of settled. We are only at phase number 3 with 46 alive, though, so that might be why.
There's a fair amount of playable space inside of this circle, too, actually. Even though there's a lot of field in it, the fields themselves on Tego not nearly as punishing as Erangel. And also, there's like the creek side actually has a fair amount of cover in some ways. Yes, thank you, observers. You can see from Foot's position here, this wide 2-2 split. We're going to the other side of the creek. So Danawa going to have to make a move to the other side, but they've been able to scout it. They've been able to see that northeast corner completely open. Everybody in the center, good to go. But that south side where Tiamba, FaZe, a little bit of 17, a little bit of QM. It could be a little bit of a problem for those teams.
If you're wondering why people were sending it into those trash locations inside the field, it's because of this. Because those trash locations right now are become extremely high value. We now have 17 that's going to have to regroup. They do have at least a foothold in. Tiamba's going to have to move. Question mark. FaZe, Foot, and Legacy, as well as Danawa is also going to have to regroup a bit, but they don't have to make just a desperation shift.
Well, Donova's got all the information in the world.
Ma Donova ima cijelu stranu.
Everything that's going to be going on in this circle here pretty soon. As I can already see Loki getting up towards the high ground to look down into the fields and ZYY. This guy has been absolutely just phenomenal this event, Matt. He is disgusting mechanically, especially with those assault rifles.
QM, I don't know how many options that they can really work through. Everything is kind of closed off for them. The flank that they were trying to set up is pretty much the only opportunity they've got to work with. But, I mean, already been spawned out. Dante's going to be stepping in. And look, 4 different firing lines, no clean pathing to work with. Dante's going to go down. Philfer's now the last one up. But, I mean, what pathing are you going to take? But with this, FaZe is creeping up back behind Tiamba. They're very focused in. They do manage to take that question mark, but is it with enough time to be able to react to what FaZe is trying to cook?
Vex trying to go for the flank side. James has got 7-7. The hero for Tiamba in their win out. Gustav as well, wrapping around. So as nice of a position as this was for Tiamba, it's flipped completely on its head. They are now in a very bad position. Pow spotted out, taken down prone by the tree. The other 2 members just going to load up in a vehicle and peace out.
That 4-man wall was so strong to fend up against QM, but with just the manpower that FaZe could just walk down the line, it was just essentially picking up a piece of candy every single time they spotted out a new member.
Ovi su mrtvi, ja sam umro, ne skrijem si. Evo ga. Tamo što sam rekao. Ali loše su bacili, ne ide.
Well, they might get backstabbed here, Tiamba by FaZe from up on the hill here relatively shortly. Now, attention from Cerberus turned towards LG.
Ovo je toliko neidable da nemaš da se sakriješ. Tamo su oni failali, ne ide.
Oh my god, that's so dangerous. Tycon, though, I don't think he quite realizes that he was hitting some shots into there.
The amount of vehicles that are just over in Tongmu's last position is just ridiculous. I think there's like 4 or 5, not counting the tractor now. Legacy, they have themselves a position for now, and that's about all I'm going to say for it. It's not the best position, but it's at least some cover. They've got Dano on one side, but guess what? They also have Foot on the other, and T5 that's got some harassing vision into it. This is not going to make them long for this world.
And this is one of these moves you can make as Donowa because you have all this information. You know that because of an Onyx up on the
Pogledajte split, Twisted Minds.
That you can push down on top of Legacy here, clean them out. Yeah, you get some help from Foot
too, but
you've nearly completed the job, just LFP1. And that's it.
Ćemo sad
this
Twisted
is the
urati.
beauty of having this information in this space that Donowa took.
Jesse Nikolice, kako je mačak.
Just hoping he can maybe get something out. It doesn't want to go out with no points at all.
Skelt most to drugo.
And that's going to be exactly what happens for Legacy. Now, Danowa has every option on how they want to contend with this. Foot's going to be in front of them. They're going to go ahead and roll down. Finish what was going on with Tiamba just
Ne može, ovaj kamen igra nema
They've got
šanse.
control over the road, or the section of the circle south of the road, but it's not going to be an easy path. It's going to be LG that's get some vision into this one. Cerberus also can harass Sonics as well, as we're kind of moving into a very distinct section of this map, and with the way that it's going to line up, I mean, the way that those fields function, each one of them has their own ridge line, and that means that there's going to be a lot of intermixed peak battles.
They're like really wide trenches.
Yeah.
Like really wide. But the team I'm curious about right now is 17. They have a really difficult maneuver to make here. I don't know if they're just going to try to send it center and try to find one of those boxes that these fields create for themselves. There are a few open still, of course. Perfectic's going to be going for a res. But I love the way FaZe has played this game, by the way. I really want to give them a ton of credit for the way that they pushed out into Tiamba, forced Tiamba to rotate in front of them, and that still benefited FaZe. They're still able to win this fight.
Ja bi ga 6 kilova, top fraga je trenutno.
For now, on the south side of the circle. Now, Cerberus still over there. We know they're in grenade range, but I don't know how many grenades Cerberus has left.
Also do note that FaZe brought most of their vehicles down with them, and so in a resource environment where most people's vehicles have some type of damage to them, they at least have something to try to work.
Himas ima pancer, ako sam dobro vidio. Neko će nastrada. Idu na FaZe.
They were scouting this, and it looks like that's going to be what they're trying to do, but so much damage already coming out. Vex going to be leading the way, going for the spray out. Oh, man, he's going to line up through. James Vex double up into it. 17 Gaming just on a back foot, and now just completely taken out. FaZe at 10 kills.
Beautiful stuff. Oh my god, I thought that Panzer was going to connect on a Tickleton. Only did a little bit of damage, but kickstart. Big grenade takes down 2 from Twisted Minds.
Stops them in their tracks. Now it's going to be about how Sonics can try to perform around this. Cerberus is also creeped up, shifted into Patulin's positioning, and going to make it a bit more complicated for him. Spyro pretty much leading the pathing on this one. Wants to get a res back onto Lou, realizing the fact that he's going to be heftily outnumbered over here if he's not careful.
Patulin's trying to get that off angle. from above. Has a pretty good one, but the smokes also very good for Sonics. Should see kick in a moment, but has to back off. Spyro able to get the res onto Lou, but they are very beat up. Sonics know it. They want to punish this. They don't want to give him time to get these first aids.
Good spray comes out, but return from Batulans up on the hillside, back behind, providing some type of cover.
Kako su se oni izvukli odavde? Daj, molim vas, objasnite mi kako je Virtus ovo vina. Kristi. Ma Danava će ih sad sve pobiti. Gle koji shift su dobili. Drže pola zone.
Two members of LG in the circle?
Yep, Danawa is really in firm control of this. They have done a great job of taking these positions very wide, very early, giving themselves a lot of high percentage opportunities to be in the next circles, to control zones in the next circle, and have relative safety, clearing their flanks along the way, scooping up points now. Loki going to get the flush onto Tiggleton. So this fight, which looks so good for the Sonics, they just couldn't quite seal the deal, and it's Batulans, that guy that Loki's shooting at right now, that really made it untenable for the Sonics.
Twisted Minds wants to finish out Sonic so that way they can move, but Loki is going to come over and get involved at range, and now it has just become problem.
Evo idu, naju tačno gdje.
It needs to come up in a big way, but even if it does, and manage to take down H1,
ne znaju izgleda. Ili flašaju Shemzije.
So Loki and the rest of Danawa have almost the entirety of this circle under control right now. It's going to be teams lined up onto the edge and everybody having to contend with some part of Danawa, but that does mean there are going to be a ton of threats all eyeing this very separated out Danawa.
Yeah, the thing that Danawa is trying to do now is not only keep information, keep space, but try to steal kills, try to steal points. If possible, LG still very much alive, and a good grenade from Rello finds the end of
Dobro, 10 bodova za face.
Very nicely played,
I bod na
nicely
placement.
LG, think about that dangerous move they made, Matt, in the early part of this game, and it is paying dividends.
So we've got the hillside fight pretty much up on the top of
Ma neću ranke da bog. Hoću kad se završi ovako, ćete igrat tada.
Where can you even go? Just jumps down trying to find somewhere to stop over for just a second. Meanwhile, down the slope into the lower area where the creek was going to be at, T5 is going to go ahead and finish off, but they're going to get control. Danawa's lined up over here. They're going to have some crates that land up on top of them, but H1 waits in the smokes, and man, oh man, could he just absolutely pick them apart. He looks like he might be just kind of wanting them to brave up in front. They're just going to step in and take the vehicles. Those are Sonic's vehicles that they just grabbed and ran off with, right?
You got exactly the right read. I think they think that H1 peeled out of here. Instead, he's trying to bamboozle them. He might just go for the backstab play. I don't know if he has any frag grenades left in the bag or not.
Ne mogu da vjerujem da su oni zaboravili na lik.
So this has to be purely off the back.
Ne mogu da vjerujem da su zaboravili na lik.
With Cerberus on the side, nope,
Nisu.
sniffs it out. Very, very good stuff here from the IGL for Twisted Minds.
LG just climbing up and up at 11 kills right now, and pretty much everything that's going on in the rice field is going to be LG and the control that they have. That's just going to allow Danawa to get more and more control over the hillside, though. T5 is inside this and did just win their firefight, but they just have so little information on what's going on top of this hill.
And Danawa getting a gift. The care package has arrived for them. So again, it's the things for Danawa. You know, you can look at this game and think it's easy or something like that. These replays are nasty stuff from Fex and the boys on FaZe, but with the reason that like Danawa does what they do is, you know, the more space you control, the more likely you are to be in the next circles. Not only that, you're more likely to get crates. You're more like a lot of things are more likely to go your way if you can control space as well as they do.
Yeah, but I mean, you also have to have the firing capabilities that that squad does. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Lou's going to drop down to Moss, stop anything that he was going to try to go with. He's going to be pushing him on the other side of Cerberus. And their troubles just continue to mount. Yes, Twisted Minds, they are going to be trying to make some type of move. I also want to point out that Mime has moved in pretty centered on the rice fields themselves, and even if Tycon manages to survive and has to move into the circle, it's just going to be right into Mime's sight line.
Absolutely. Flood here trying to find another way out of this bad situation. I mean, yeah, like you said, Mime's up there, but getting to him is going to be the real problem. He's got to do a few up and overs over those ridge lines to get there. Twisted Minds has vehicles to make their lives a little bit easier. This is the real threat now for Danawa to potentially thwart them from winning this game as T5. How exactly they're going to play it. Danawa's trying to cut off this entire eastern side of the road to themselves, being very greedy with this, and rightly so. So Theraton 5 might not have any other choice than to try to either share that space or try to contest Danawa for it.
Three members of Danawa all grouping up means that you know a fight is going to happen. They want to make sure to punish. Tycon, though, I mean, he just will not die. If an apocalypse were to occur right now, pretty much Tycon Twinkies would be the last things remaining.
The man can survive nuclear explosions. You heard it here first, folks. Absolutely, he is one of the best in the business. But out in the blue, out in the open, and down he goes.
You big as on.
Yeah, that's the only thing strong enough.
All right, T5, you've got to line up into Danawa now, and what are you going to do? Thanadol's getting very close, but this also means that the circle control that Danawa had over into the west is being surrendered. Loki and the rest of the crew, though, sitting at 6 kills right now, realizing how this line is going to come out for them, while allowing LG to take a lot more control over that center line. Ross does manage to survive.
Great timing on that grenade. Right as the vehicle's exploding, it comes right behind it, knowing that was likely going to open up space, but I don't think they have any idea that Thanadol's prone.
He's been creeping forward on it. It's just the problem. Numbers disadvantage for T5 right now. Really the terrain disadvantage as well. Trying to play along the smokes. It's just going to be Thanadol. And more as Hatsawat moves forward means the fact that those nades are going to be falling into his line. Salute way back right now for Danawa, wanting to make sure that he provides any type of support. Nade's going to go too long as T5 is way closer than Danawa is wanting right now. Shifting from smoke to smoke now.
Ali, gledajte gdje se završava. Na stranu Batuline. Ako hoćete LG, 3-3 su s LG-im. Ako hoćete LG, imaju win.
A great angle on the other. The grenades going a little bit too wide or too short for Danawa, not really able to find the mark onto that. Twisted Minds, in the meantime, has to contest with LG for center circle spots, and LG finally finds some vehicles, finally finds a way in. Loki, lead up T5.
I mean, it was a matter of time based off the positioning.
9 kilo. LG 12.
Inside this circle is Danawa is free yet again to look back into the territory that they once controlled, and much like the Lion King, pretty much anything the light touches is what Danawa thinks is theirs. Is Twisted Minds just on the edge of the zone and being gate kept out by LG.
If we could get Inonix to hold up Loki with a Simba moment, I'd be a very happy man. Loki gonna be the edge of one of Danawa's flanks. Soul just
ostaje još jedan LG, još 2.
Gets some damage, but can't find more with Twisted Minds right on his backside. He can't afford to do those peaks for very long.
We're in phase 8, so the position the Flood's
sad ako Twisted uspije se gurne do Flada,
Danawa's got control over the north, and they do have playing down to the south right now. Twisted Minds, you can see they've got some hay bales, and that's about it. And you just need to stack up whatever you can. This is just going to be a firefight your way out of it, but you're going to have to firefight up against Danawa to fight your way out. And that is a full 4-man squad lined up with all the territory control, all the good points to play from. It's going to be hard.
Blue's got that Dragonov. I mean, one headshot, and all of a sudden,
Dragonov.
Mind's fate and fortune.
Ali bukvalno ovaj Dragunov sad, jedan metak nok. I'm Snake, follow me. Baš teško ovo Danawa može izgubiti. Ali ubit će ga Batulin sad.
Just went, I think, further than he wanted. Well, I like this. No, he crosses the road, gets over there, and now it is a 2-2 split coming out. They have a perfect crossfire. Soul is going to be controlling everything that's going to be to the north. Meanwhile, Batulins looks like he's trying to find something. Flood was trying to go for a play. He's going to go down. And now it is just Twisted Minds going to be following the blue zone right into the waiting arms of Danawa.
Yeah, this is Danawa written all over it. And Onyx wanted to keep that vehicle there for cover, but the smokes are good enough. Soul with a FAMAS is an absolute threat. This is all but over.
I mean, really, can they just get the off of the knock with Anonix is what they're going to be after. Soul wants to step out, keep his teammate alive. Now it's just going to be Lou, Nero, no man. They have nothing to work with, given how much Twisted Minds have just been trying to cling to life over here. Soul is going to step in, find it, pick it up, and that's going to be Danawa with a clean victory.
Danawa.
Smart, safe, secure. Danawa, a steady hand throughout this entire one, Matt.
Jezivi su ljudi, jezivi su ljudi. Meni ovo najjača ekipa na ovom prvenstvu. Iako nisu prvi. Trenut. Bukvalno je nezakonito imati Sola i Saluta. To je top trebalo zabraniti zakonom. U istoj ekipi.
8-10 teams that were still alive. Sure, some of them were weakened, and there was like a solo here or there, but they managed to just kick that together for so long.
And they kick out teams when they need to. They kick out Legacy, never allow them a threat, handle T5, the only other threat in that game really before they're able to just swoop through and, like you said, start flanking out, get that 2-2 split.
Just absolutely stellar performances. We have to make our way over to Miramar, and we're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst to get us all set and ready to go.
Danava.
Four different games, four different chicken winners, and this time it's Donawa's time to shine. Seoul was the leader of that team, and they managed to push their way into a dominant victory. Let's take a look back at the highlights.
When you're able to close out a Yeongchang hot drop like that, and then also go on and completely frag out.
Koji tim će pobediti?
They had three.
A ne znam, vidjet ćemo. Ima dosta da se igra još uvijek. Timovi traže formu. Pitanje je koji će tim na kraju biti u tom svom nekom piku. Trenutno Danava, Tiamba su, čini mi se, u najbolje pucačkoj formi. Iako nisu, ja mislim da možda je Danava sad prva, ali... 17 Sonics, Tiamba i Danava, ali pogledajte koja je razlika. Naprimjer, zašto nisam rekao 17 i Sonics? Oni su na 18-16 plespa. Tiamba je na 12, Danava je na 6. Ovi poprilično dobro dobijaju zonu, sad ne znam morat ćemo pogledati šta lutaju, kuda se kreću, tako ne znam da li su giftani, nisu li giftani. Ali ovako, šta obzerveri uvate, čini mi se da su Danava i Tiamba u najboljoj formi, bez obzira na leaderboard. Tako da ja mislim da će za sada Danava. Ja bih dao ovo u Danavi, iako im nisam dao prije ovog turnira.
Danava, though, 14 kills, 2,800 damage, 19 grenades, and of course, they're a full four-man all the way through to the end.
That was an incredible game for them.
Super incredible, yeah.
Good for them. I mean,
super incredible,
yeah.
Like
to see a team like this deserves it. We see Seoul coming out as the man. I'm going to just say he's going to be the man of the match at this point, with 7 kills and 6 knockouts. Though the rest of the team putting in a ton of work. 700 plus damage from an Inonix, 542 coming out of Loki, and a 738 out of Salute. Means that nobody sat on their laurels. Everybody pushed, but the crown will go to Seoul with that performance.
Yeah, it's good to see him up here. Of course, one of our top-rated players coming into for the year in general here. He's been a standout player. He was incredible, especially at the PGSs too. So it's good to see him start off like this year. This is what Danava
stari.
Game standpoint. This is what they needed as well. It's going to give them 24 points. LG impressive game here. They needed it. You pointed out they were in the bottom. They needed to have a good one here.
Collect. Pa zašto mi daje notifikaciju za stvari koje sam collect?
11. And then 2 teams on 9 here. Good to see Twisted Minds. They got a high placement. G5 had the compound. But they actually got destroyed by Danava. They were able to defend that super well. T5 tried to aggress through the smokes on a ridge where Danava had the offense, they had the angles, and they completely demolished them.
Danava.
Off the back of that game, 17 going to be at the 47. Danava jumps strongly into second at 42. We see T5 still holding strong in the mid pack. LG climbs
Danava, Yeongchang tu se fight, ali s njom happy.
6th place, and then FaZe obviously up there making a big push as well. Twisted Minds managing to climb into 9th. I think they were in 14 or 15 at the start of this match. We'll see how those climbs continue. Worth noting, Cerberus and eSports still struggling to put
Oni ono što 17 dobija već 3 meča.
And that's when we talk about you need that average 6.5 points per game if you want to hit that 7.5. This is not a start that they can be okay with. This is looking, I mean, they're looking like losers bracket teams with the sort of like, oh, maybe we'll have a couple of bad games and then get back into this. I don't think that's going to work in this long.
Unless you have like an insane run in the day too, then yeah, you want to get those averages, of course. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time. Also, you want to like, these are the teams that you're potentially going to be fighting against in the grand final. You want to show them what you're made of. You want to put the respect out there.
Absolutely, but maybe the chance for them to shift it around. We're going to head to Miramar in just a second. The Intellectuals map, perhaps for some of these teams that like strategic rotations and don't like getting stuck out. When we get back after this break, it's time for the Dusty Dunes, so don't
Šta je u redu?
unleash my shopping spree.
Duty free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great
Ljudi na
selections,
Twitchu
promotions,
su enablani dropovi.
Power of possibilities. King Power.
Ako hoće ove novce možete gledati na Twitchu. Stream. Pinovao sam link gore. Ma ja voto za 17, pa dobro, to ti je dobar vot zato što uz Twisted Minds 17-ica je tim koji je najkonstantniji unazad godinama. I nekako uvijek može se kladiš da će oni biti u vrhu šta god da se dešava. Kao neko, to znaš koliko je toksičan. Ja sam igrao dosta s njim, rankeda je to. Baš je onako nabeđen, ja ne volim takve ljudi. Dobar je on caster i dosta poznaje PUBG i tako, ali nije neki igrača u nebesa se digo. I oni Kovo je toksičan ko govno.
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่งถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Ego kao planina, da. Znači, Kovo je bukvalno najtoksičniji igrač sa pro scene s kojim se igra. Čak sam i turnir jedan odigrao s njim. Znači, Ego... A loš. Mislim loš. Nije loš, ne mogu ne da je loš, ali... Mislim, ja ne volim toksične igrače, ja kad vidim toksične igrače može biti najbolji na svijetu, za mene je loš i to je to. Njih dvojica su posebno loši, toksični. A nekako generalno ti talenti svi, to bi isto toksičan. Kad igrate s njim mečeve, toksičan je. Kad upali stream, onda glumi game face, što bi se rekao. Ali kad igra off stream, baš je toksičan. I Tobi, i Avenger, i Kovo, i... Svi ti talenti. Kako se već zovu talenti, ali casteri su talenti. Ne znam čega, ali... Dobro, realno, talent je Kenja 24/7. Oni manje više to i rade. Rijetko kad šta dobro kažu. Ali pensije je zakon, moj Igor. Samo je veliki je... problem s pensije je bio što nije poznavala dovoljno PUBG. Ali je bolji caster od svih ovih za 10 kuplja. Mnogo priča sve u prazno, pa da, bukvalno. Sad smo imali meč na Erangelu. Meč na Erangelu, Azla 4 man up. 17 4 man up i Danava 2 man. I oni prediktaju win Azle. Bukvalno pričaju na streamu, a Azla u najgoroj poziciji. Da ih je 8, a ne 4, ne bi ništa uradili. S obzirom koje pare primaju, koliko su mečeva u životu pogledali. Nije to baš najbolje. Očistio sam ove mandarine, bile su odlične. Ali moram da bacim ovo, inače će mi ostati fleka na stolu pa moram čistiti.
Keep going indeed, as we're going to keep going and making our way over to Miramar, as happening a lot inside of the players.
Yeah, the players are getting fired up. A lot of positive energy back behind the scenes, especially among our top teams, of course. Donawa, the winners of the previous match. But, you know, it's in a way, you know, we all talk about how coming into today, Matt, that this was going to be a potential grand finals lobby. Like, we might just see these exact same 16 teams again next week at this time. But, you know, the teams that we're expecting to do well are doing well. I mean, you know, Tiamba, Sonics, 17, of course, Donawa, like, these are all teams that absolutely were among the favorites to be winning this event, and they're showing you why right now, and they're just playing their games. Nobody's doing anything unorthodox, out of the ordinary. I think the Sonics push on a 17 was probably one of the more wild, I guess I'll say, plays that we're going to see, but it wasn't a bad one. It won them the game.
It was a good play, and it goes back into that. When you get the best of the best, there's RNG, there's circles, there's all this other stuff, but these players know how to navigate it so freaking well. It's just the fact that they... Again, look at that last game and the way that Donawa just took control of everything. Look at the way that Sonics made the push whenever we were back on Erangel. It's just game knowledge coming in, taking out...
Kad je nešto prljavo kače, kad se naljuti, to definitivno spada u top 5 najopasnijih stvari na svijetu.
Exactly, and LG in that previous game, ton of credit to them with that dive that they made and the way that they made it work. That was an extremely difficult position for them to do it in. As we go over to the Dusty Dunes, Matt, it is time for Miramar.
The Dusty Dunes.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you we have a plane path over Oasis that ends over Puerto Paraiso. So we are pretty heavily eastern leaning, and when you see a plane path like this, there are some chances for island shenanigans. I'm not even an island guy. I don't like it that much. But yes, Miramar Island is potential.
I did the math once, and if I remember, it's like 1 out of every 2,500 circles in the eSports settings end on the islands. Something around that number. It's a pretty low chance that it happens, but it does from time to time, and this is one of the plane paths that does afford the opportunity.
We also have the opportunity for like an Oasis game, a lot of fun. This is a very good plane path for us, the viewers.
Match 5 vam je ko prati kodove kad umre prva ekipa. Znači tamo 11. i 12. minut izlazi vam kod.
I would love
druga pola druge zone.
That's where I like to drop on this map these days.
Dude, I love Oasis.
It's so good. Not because Donna was there. Just, I mean, I am biased as heck.
Of course you go where Donna goes. I'm so shocked.
I have no idea what you're talking about. No bias here at all. Actually, I said before the tournament that I was going to go like full Korea bias, but I haven't done it yet.
I also do want to remind everybody, make sure you have your game client open and prepared, because the first team that is going to get eliminated, we're going to go ahead and give you guys a code as the circle does pop, does not go to the island, does not even go to Oasis, but Campo Militar.
Zvaniku zbija bi se otrovalo.
This is kind of interesting, and with the Death Star
Opa, evo Face dobio.
Not exactly sure. That's kind of almost, I'd
Slušaj,
say it's like 60% north, 40% south of El Azahar.
Ima li šta bolje na svijetu. Ovo mi je treća.
Yes.
Još jednu do kraja. Za 6. meč.
Oh, it's so gorgeous.
Like the way it kind of like flares out.
Ma možeš zaboraviti u drugu 2 sekunde, nema ništa skamu. Jesi vidio Tifa? Poslaću ti na Discord video da pogledaš kako su Koreanci napravili botove koji kopiraju te kodove. Zato mi obični smrtnici ne možemo stignemo to da prekopiramo.
That being said, it is very, very tempting to switch over to the 23 skins because of how awesome they are. The color scheme, awesome. The design, just top tier. These are some of my favorite skins we've had. And
Bot ga prekopira u sekundi, šta u sekundi u stotinki, bog. Ja ne mogu iskucati to.
Yeah, plus all the proceeds go towards the prize pool. Not all, but a portion of the proceeds go towards the prize pool for the players. So you not only get to look good, but you get to support PUBG.
Keraton 5.
Everybody, the players especially, are going to be very, very thankful of that extra money in their pockets.
This is also the reminder that we are not getting the Sonics 17 contestation for Picado. It's just... it's something that we've seen brew over several years, and neither team really wants to just commit in because of the amount of problems that can go on.
9. Phase 8.
So you gotta stay fresh, man.
There could be teams rotating behind you, and you want to.
Trenutno ne najbolja situacija za Evropu.
Here's this end game.
Ali nije ni loš.
2-2 split, so solid. Just trades abounding. They know it's a 2v4, so they can play the 2-2. And you don't give up any extra knocks.
I'm going to say this going back into the Sonics conversation and not going into Picado. I feel like I like this Sonic's more because there is a certain amount of
Danava je druga,
that
viš.
come into always dropping the same place over and over and over again. And with this,
Ajde da
yes,
vidimo
Sonics
dokle,
doesn't have
dokle
quite the same,
traje,
I guess, constant planning that
dokle
they've always
traje
had to deal
ovo.
with. But that also means the fact that they're playing a lot fresher
Samo
on
da
minds,
vidim
you know what I mean? It's one of
koliko
those things like you
placementa
step
ima
away from a
Danav.
game for a period of time and then come back into it,
16.
you see it with a new perspective. I almost get this
18
feeling that
i
when Sonic's
Tijamba
stepping away
12.
from these positions, we're
Ja,
seeing them
Tijamba
play a slight, actually
12,
differently, like
26.
what we saw in Erangel, them making that push out of Severny. It's just, it's not necessarily a different Sonics, it's just a different flavor of them, I guess.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think what's really impressed me is when they punish weaknesses in other teams. Like, they notice it, and they
Šta je ovo
are
ovakva
very
velika
keen
razlika?
to exploit
Da,
those
poprilično je
weaknesses.
velika
You know, the
razlika u
game you're talking
bodovima.
about, absolutely.
Evo ga,
The
meč
game
5,
on this map previously in a similar,
a nismo ni do
circle,
25
where they
bodova
wrapped
za
way
to
up to the
posle.
north, which I wouldn't be
To se
surprised if
rijetko
they
kad
do with
desi.
this particular, their Impala drop spot. They might go all the way up to Campo Militar and then wrap in from there.
Ali
But they
poprilično je
wrapped in
3-4
behind
ekipe
DK. They
dominiraju za
recognized
se.
that DK was a player down. They knew they had an advantage in that way. They were coming from the safe side of that particular compound. And also they knew that their flanks were clear because of the information they had. So they put all this together into this brilliant execution strategy that they commit, and it's what has really led them to success so far this year. It's just this mindset that you're talking about that they've come in with is so good.
I also want to point out while this is going on, remember that the map feed is very vital for circles like this, so make sure you give it a glance. We also do have a 2-2 split coming out from Tai Lu, who did get some circle favor, so they are on both sides of Death Star Trench, just to be safe.
Malo je bez veze ovo kad pričaju o mindsetima.
We were looking back on Erangel and the river cutting through it. Death Star Trench, that's the center of the
Jer timovi koji nemaju mindset o kojima oni pričaju ne nalaze se ovdje. I to je razlika.
An early commitment north or south can spell your doom if it goes the opposite direction.
Exactly. You do gamble a bit, like if you're
Oni konstantno pričaju o tome ko ima dobar mindset, a ko nema. Jednostavno nema timova koji nemaju dobar mindset, da ovdje se nalazi.
It is more likely to go that way with how much space is still up there, but it doesn't have to.
Gledaj lobby, jebote. New Happy ti je 16.
Go down and through that trench. It's very exposed. Tai Lu's split here, by the way, if you're looking at the map feed, which again you really should be, Tai Lu's split is relatively safe because actually the one where Shen is very high.
Sviđa mi se ova Legacy ekipica, Brazilci.
And the other players are.
Pa, šta je dobio,
So it's a relatively safe one. H1 going to be the one with the MG3. It looks like this time around going to opt to go for it. Really good gun. Especially in this meta, great for taking out cars, taking down drive-bys. You can prone down, and that thing is a laser when you prone.
And this section of the map, it's also going to be really, really useful because there's a lot of just trench fighting, right? It's a lot of run and gun. You go get control over one area.
Fascinantno je kako Sonics igraju. Ja sam o tome malo pričao i na prošli PGC. Koliko se dobro pozicioniraju u prvoj zoni. A meni je malo neshvatljivo koliko poslije toga se ne pomjeraju, a konstantno imaju dobar spot. Na sve ove divljačke shiftove, meni to nije jasno. Je li to sreća, šta li je? Ali od 5 mečeva oni su u 3 u dobroj poziciji.
Are playing in the southern part of the circle, south of Cruz de Valle, and that means that that's pretty much wide open if anybody wants to go for some long ramps.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely that this like double hard shifts up towards Cruz de Valle. That's why most people are playing it that way. It can, but
don't count out PGC circles. They can do whatever they want.
We've seen some bizarre ones on Miramar, but I'm really curious about the Sonics here. They stopped up short. I thought they might try to make the wide northern wrap. Instead, they're going to be kind of to the east of El Azahar. One interesting thing we didn't get to see in the feed was that T-Bone from Foot dropped east of Impala, where Sonics were dropping. I don't know if he ever got spotted. I think he was trying to get information, maybe seeing if they could set up for some kind of surprise play, or at least keep track of Sonics so they don't run into them. But right now, I think Sonics are going to barricade that easternmost road, so nobody else is going to be allowed to rotate north easily.
Looking at just kind of the carryover of damage, Twisted Minds do have some friends in Day Trade that are pretty close.
Belmont.
But looks like Day Trade might have realized that this is a 2-2 split, aren't collapsing on it, but Twisted Minds realized the vulnerability of that position. They're already stepping away. They've got a hell set that they can kind of escape from as they're playing around water. So they don't have too much that they have to worry about right now. They should probably be able to regroup, as most of the teams are just kind of waiting for the circle to finish condensing down and give us an idea on what type of chaos we're going to be moving into.
Yep, this is classic Twisted Minds. Love to get to the highest spot.
I to su ostali bez eSports uvazu.
And then make their place from there. No, Batu's Bronco has lost a tire, but the pro players are pretty good at driving without tires. they do from time to time.
Probaj to dok te pucaju.
They're pretty solid. The real trick to driving without tires is to keep yourself as straight as possible for as long as possible. Like,
Jel ovaj lik zeba, brat. Jel upravo dao tip? Jel upravo ovo dao kao tip, kao ako ti je probijena guma vozi ravno? Ne mogu. Ne, ovo je previše.
He might be able to keep it. It's tough to get up that hill too.
Kaj je fazon s probijenom gumom je da voziš ravno. Nemoj zeba. Baš sam mislio drifta.
Which allows it to get up hills very nicely on this map. Can be a little tricky up that steep water treatment hillside.
We do have a sandstorm that is down in the southwest as well, where 17 Gaming is. Also where Day Trade is going to be wrapping by. So those are going to be pretty close to each other. A little ghost about to be scouting.
Ali pazi, čovjek koji prima 2000, ma šta 2, ko zna koliko je primio da čuči ođe bre. 2000 dobiješ za... Ne znam nije. I on ti da tip. Znači, u ovom trenutku tip bi bio da voziš auto bez gume, bez shifta. Razumiješ, da je to rekao, to bi bio neki tip. Experience-based tip, jel? Da ne shiftaš. To će ti omogućiti da se ne okreneš. Aj ovo. Do mene ili do njih? A on viče, moraš vozi pravo. Majku ti jebe.
Nurin's a Day Trade. We saw Antego. He's early pull-ups. Didn't go so good. Now that was a much more fortified Tai Lu they ran into. This time around, might just opt to kind of share some space here. Hopefully Day Trade keep those vehicles safe. That Murado, though, a little bit concerning. It could potentially be a little tricky to get to, but
circle pops and it does not keep this compound in place. So now a very awkward set of neighbors going to have to figure out what they're going to do. This compound can definitely hold down.
What you gonna do when they come for you?
It's going to be 17 leaning away from this, at least getting a foothold inside the
Rey Mysterio.
Safety to deal with. Most of our teams also going to need to kind of collapse into this are going to be Foot as well as Tiamba. LG is going to have to condense in a bit as Twisted Minds doing some scouting from the air, feeding that over to the people that are going to be down on the ground and even going to make it down to the ground himself. But is the ground scary? The ground is scary. Everything was safer when you were in the air, Batulins.
The floor is lava for Batulins there. Just absolutely doing
the floor is lava.
Dirty work here for Twisted Minds. The unsung hero for Twisted Minds, Batulins, getting the information. Yes, he dies, but they get some space.
Speaking of space, Day Trade also gets some space away from 17 Gaming. They're going to be rotating up next to Cruda Valle. Looks like that's going to be pretty open. So
a baš imaju space. Kaže da, umro je Batulin, ali imaju prostora. 3 lika bleje u šeku. Jevo majku svoju.
Yeah, it's a great compound for FaZe to hold if they can do so. It can be a little tricky. We've seen teams lose fights in that compound that have cost them dearly with those 2-2 splits. Somebody can sneak up underneath your nose from the west or from the south, and all of a sudden you've got a real fight on your hands. But if you could control those compounds, if you could control that space, circles do kind of magnet around it sometimes. So it can be very, very powerful, very, very strong for FaZe, who has Prio in a circle like this. Early rotations to the north side paying off big time for FaZe.
Tiamba making their rotation down next to truck
stop. Ovo mi je omiljeni lik, Pao.
LG might had some vision on it.
Ima moća da je baš dobar čovečulje.
Day Trade do manage to make it into the circle in this almost, I would say, about a fifth of the circle that T5 had control on Cruda Valle. So that's now going to finally have somebody else that's going to be coming in over here. But, I mean, T5's so far away. I mean, look at how far these shots are away, and this is Day Trade's closest team right now.
Yeah, it's almost a kilometer. I mean, that is out there. Those are...
Potroši bata sve metke. Ma ja ovo ne bi ni pokušavao. Ucati, respekt.
Eventually, I mean, the good news for Day Trade is they have a lot of space in front of them. I do too.
I love that water tower.
I love the truck stop. That is another fun place to go, fun place to fight. Really nice addition to this map with the new update. A lot of really nice things. Again, Miramar, still my favorite map, even with the update. Just made it better, so gotta love it. And meanwhile, Foot going to be getting somewhat close here, within about 100 meters of QM. I don't know if a fight's going to come out of it. Yep, there are those shots on the Batu. Oh, Hikari. Got that knock.
Dirty.
Yeah, that is a pretty nasty angle.
That's dirty.
We do have, as you were talking about, Foot and QM pretty close next to each other in Tierra Branca. But Foot's kind of separated out. QM also separated.
Tifa Bih is now following you. Lagani follow na Twitteru. Od strane Tifa Bih. Tifa nis provalio. Šta je ono bijelo? Ko će ako ne ti? Gdje si Vazo? Vazo NS. Stari nik. Dobri. Vazons.
Yeah, next circle could get interesting. Teams that are south of the Death Star Trent
got
are
that
going to have trouble. getting, like we talked about earlier, getting across there can be a little bit tricky. Cerberus is stuck in the gas station, which is not a great place to be at times, and if they can get out of there, or if this just
A zanima me, baš me zanima taj bijeli, jer ove sam sve probao, taj bijeli nisi. Ne znam šta je, brate, bukvalno izgleda kao HyperX Dondo, ali nije, ne može biti.
This is going to get a lot more dangerous for these teams, most notably the teams that were leaning more into the north. Foot, QM, T5.
I tamo nekog, ali isto nekog Kineza, brate. Dem reci ti iz Kinez koji ovi, šta vi koristite?
Yeah, and it should shift north. That's the way that this next circle is more likely than not to go. Ozlet taking some damage, but still maintaining a very large split across the road, across that trench. This is interesting. I think if I'm Ozlet at this point, I'm grouping up at the double warehouses. I'm heading up that way to where we're seeing Hikari and IKADA on your screen right now. I think that's probably their better option, but I don't see the other two in vehicles. I don't see Wicked and Adder in vehicles.
Sve je sigurno,
They're
sigurno.
going to try to lock it down, but they've got 17
Jo,
getting dangerously
emergency.
close
Emergency u
to
šeku.
that southwest corner of the circle.
I to odmah da ga zovne, zapravo kad spoji Phase 3.
So they're just not making the choice and hoping the fact that whatever's going to come their way, they can fight their way through. 17 day trade and legacy all up on top of them, that was its own set of problems.
Ja mislim da je sad zvanično poslije ovog noka i svaki Phase-ov igrač bio noka na isti način. Na prozoru kuće, zgrade.
It's tricky. I mean, even though all these players know Miramar extremely well, you still sometimes get caught off guard by angles because there's so much
Ja mislim da ovo prvi put u 5 meča da vidim Sonic 7 zone.
That sometimes, you know, you think you're safe and, well, maybe you're actually not. Now, there was a little bit of a dust-up between Donawa and Sonics earlier. There might be a dust-up between Donawa and Foot. Up on the northeastern side, Donawa's fan way out to try to control space up there, but Foot is trying to navigate their way currently literally on foot. I'm not making a pun. They're actually just on their feet. They're not in vehicles trying to get into the next circle.
Sonic's trying to get into this circle right now, and they're dealing with Tiamba. Pretty much being harassed. It's going to be Pal Pal that's playing outside the zone, and that harassment is going to be just enough to force them into the north. But now you're seeing the problem. Look in front of Sonics and how they have to navigate this. They are just going to go ahead and try to cut in. This is a very aggressive reposition to try to get like right up on top of this one. Nade's going to come out. No one around Tiggleton right now. So that means, if anything, it's just a go-away grenade. Just get out of here. I don't like it.
I think Tiamba has to at least have some suspicion that this is Sonics. It's got to be either Sonics or Foot, basically, is what you're thinking as Tiamba, based on the drop spots and the way the circle has maneuvered itself. So for Tiamba there, you know, again, discretion the better part of valor. Don't need to overcommit. You're pretty extended. You're pretty spread wide. And you don't want to give Sonics any opportunity, because they will absolutely capitalize on any weakness you show. Legacy, just south of FaZe's position. Open space. You know, you can see why they're trying to figure out an angle. They're trying to find out how exactly they want to set those vehicles for the defense, but an attack onto T5 from QM.
Curious on seeing how that nade didn't go the way they wanted to. The circle's going to go ahead and be straight up onto Tyloo. NH also going to have some of Azahar that they're going to be able to play. So our southern team's now desperately going to have to contend with something. But that area that's just north of Tiamba is going to have a lot of vision on what's going on inside. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pretty big firefight for that position.
Sonics have a tough run ahead of them in this game, to be frank. They might try to just dust it up with Tiamba, take that position away from them, and also give themselves a slightly easier rotation back into the circle. Because with Cerberus barricading the garage, or excuse me, the gas station.
Wait a minute, though. Day Trade doesn't have very many options, so they're going to send it right just down below Tyloo. Keep in mind, they were shooting at QM, who was using that road out of Azahar to kind of back path around this one, and they're just kind of rolling up that hillside back behind Tyloo. So while Tyloo had tons of control here, suddenly, due to the way the rotations come in, they're finding themselves just
16 minut samo jedan pad, da. Ovo je dosta drugačiji lobby od onog juče.
The good news for them is that T5 has an angle onto the backside of Day Trade, and they are trying to punish it as best as
Ja mislim da ovo 16 najboljih timova na turniru, definitivno. Ali ko po pravilu, svi ko jedan igraju sporije. Ono je bio divljački lobby juče. Ali možda je bio zanimljiv za gledat, ne znam. Ja sam rekao malo prije da je prvi put vidim Sonic 7 zone. I ko po pravilu nikad nemaju dobar game. Ili da kažem uglavnom, ne može s nikom.
You know what? That might work. He just yeeted him behind the house.
I mean, the strategy. We'll go ahead and say that that was 100% intentional because it got him somewhere that's going to be resible where he was probably going to go down. Now the firefighting's going to be going. It's going to be Zhao who gets the knock on to H1 as well. He's going to go ahead and flash out for a couple of shrimps. He did get rezzed. Now going to be running forward, wants to get more damage into 17 Gaming. 17 Gaming over here as well as the Tiamba positioning. LG going to be right up on top of all of the Sonics are going to get eliminated and nobody is winning.
Što to sam radi? Pa što?
No, this one
Nema
goes
nikoga.
sideways. Sonics try to take a fair fight and
Bio Danilo, bio Žembo, nešto malo. Bio Voxes.
right now. Grenade was good. Damage being done from the molly.
Linshu gonna go ahead and pick up more.
Svi igraju jebi ga, nikome se ne gleda šta radim. A meni se gleda.
Yeah, 400 damage already for Linshu. He is having a whale of a round. That double knock onto the Sonics was brutal. That just completely stopped the Sonics in their tracks. It opened up a little bit of space. I don't know if this is going to work.
Yeah, that rotation was risky, and they knew it. Ghost having some trouble of
Grenade.
himself as he's going to be moving into where Foot's going to be positioned at down here. And Azhar, but he's got a close range fight. Going to at least pick up one more point for his squad.
T-Bone tried to switch to the sawed-off there. Didn't quite go his way. You cannot mess with Little Ghost in these close quarter situations. He's so maneuverable.
Ova pozicija što question mark igra. To je bilo prazno 2,5 zone.
The time that he wants slows down ATC because keep in mind it is just ATC over here. There are the other two members for Foot providing some support and really can't allow anything for Little Ghost to step out. But the circle also moves back into the northern side of Death Star Trench. Little Ghost wants to try to exploit that smoke. ATC's got the nade prepped up and ready to go. Little Ghost just wants to fight it, man. He wants to spot it, and he's going to walk right into that wrong doorway. He's going to go and get spotted, take him down. Foot, though, needs to collapse back together very quickly as QM is going to have the high ground up on top of him. And whoa, Azla just gets rid of Twisted Minds.
A nasty push there from Azla, who finally are able to get together as a four-man on the other side of this road. Now they have to potentially defend from a couple different angles.
Left phase is Azla.
Tiamba below them, LGC as well. Legacy in the mix. This is not going to be easy for Azla.
FaZe wanting to stack up some kills right now.
Može biti dobar nade.
Feeling good in that 9th place position. Azla's going to be up in front of them. They've got the defensive wall to play from. With it's its own separated fight. Tyler's also taking some pot shots into it from the northeast, but that's mostly on the Azla line.
Nije sam ispod tu, tako je, pa realno nisam sam.
That vehicle goes rolling off in the distance.
Yeah, that was almost bad. Fex there going to find LFP1, the last member of Legacy. Going to eliminate him from the equation, but taking some damage from some other angles. James going to get knocked by Rossiter Jr. The good news here, for a moment, Tiamba got stopped up by Cerberus, but Tiamba continuing the march forward into the Azla flanks.
I mean, make what you can get right now is it's going to be Lynch who's going to go ahead and pick up yet another as Adder going to find more trouble. Fex is already inside the circle, and oddly enough, Tiamba and FaZe have now gate kept out the position that Azla's wanting to navigate through.
Mal neko da ne igra ovog, pitan za druga.
Yeah, he's got an angle potentially on top of him. I believe that's ZYY out there, and he has to just go into the blue and try it. But Linshu with this 4x AUG is obliterating people.
It is just a walk and spray style situation. This guy's got so much control over that one. Azla, what are you going to do? Now eyeing back into the phase line. Gustav going to go ahead and get spotted out. Khan's going to take him down. But T5 now going to usurp that position, and Azla's woe is going to continue as it's just a new four-man squad waiting to take them on.
Yeah, so for T5 here, you're going to leave Rossiter Jr. to keep Day Trade at bay and see if they can pick up some points from Azla, who's trying to rotate away from Tiamba's position. On the eastern side, things are getting hot and heavy.
Question mark, ne bih im bio u koži. 3 ekipe između njih, to jest okolo njih.
Gas station, and they're waiting for Tiamba to push out far enough that they can safely get to this hillside and get into their flanks.
This firefight over here into the east is breaking out by the moment. You can see Foot wanting to move forward, do manage to take out NH, but QM
ovo je dobro za njih.
Donovan also sees this going to be moving into QM, getting some sprays into them to slow down any type of movement that's going to be coming out. Soul, surprise, surprise, also going to get a knock. BB is going to go down to the zone, and it is just going to become more and more complicated as Foot again as the circle shifts into the northwest.
Well, now all these teams, other than Tai Lu, have not great decisions to be making. Grenades and fire from Cerberus spell the end of Tiamba. Loki on top of Besto.
Respect. Respect za moment.
Back to doing VOD review.
Nju Hep se raspada. A sigurno već godinu i pol. Gle,
That's okay.
Mortar.
You said Tiampa, and I'm like, they're dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Sorry. And Day Trade's going to have center of the circle as well as Tyloo having their fortified position. But T5
Danova prva,
over in the West going to have to contend with Cerberus.
Još malo.
They look like they're going to regroup. I got to give respect to Foot, man. They probably should have died about 6 times on this rotation.
No. They've had a tough road in front of them, and they've been keeping the game, keeping the teams out ahead of them. No way. Oh, facts, not like that. Oh, great mortar there from Jiaoyang.
Joj, koliko je ovo da zagledat. Ovako da umrem, polomio bi sve oko sebe.
I mean, this is Tyloo's game to lose. You know, Donawa here is going to try to find a hillside on the other end of this corner of the compound. Day Trade around the other end of it, and Tyloo here has to turn their attention towards Donawa.
This is a big game right now for Day Trade and Tyloo, both sitting right in that cusp position. Have an opportunity. Then Adoldo has got the nade, gonna drop it right into Cerberus as they're jumping onto this one. Gonna go ahead and pick up one of them. T5 just hiding right into this position, going to deny anything that Cerberus wants to make happen. Picks up another. Cerberus, where can you even go right now?
Yeah, this is a great fortification that T5 set up, using that folded shield with that smoke very, very nicely to keep Cerberus on the other side of it, make it easy for those grenades when they pull up in that vehicle to find some serious damage. Now they have Hatsawat knocked.
Nije normalno da nije. Za razliku od Panzerfausta, Mortar iziskuje skill, to se slažem. Ali znaš šta je problem? Problem je što je igrica dovoljno RNG. I Mortar ne je potreban u toj situaciji, jer ljudi koji imaju zonsku prednost compounda, znaš, evo ti Tyloo uzo je u prvoj zoni ovaj kamp. 6 shiftova su dobili. I sad zamisli da oni imaju Mortar da terorišu Day Trade ili bilo koga. Ko rotira cijelu mapu. Taj dio mi se jedino ne sviđa.
Day Trade here really benefiting from T5 not trying to clear them out of that space. Just trying to hold them, trying to play keep away, and it's not working out. Now there is going to be knock from Jiaoyang and Shen going to confirm, but Tycon had a nice double to open up.
Ti s Mortarom bukvalno eliminišeš bilo koji ground play, bilo koju rupu, bilo šta god. Ali da treba skilla, treba. Tu nema govor. Uvijek će Mortar. Ode Dana. Nije jedan je otišao. Još jedan je živ.
Shen flanked out and got on the roof, I should say.
A loš call Danave, iskreno. Bolje da su napali Tyloo. Ovako su stali među dvije ekipe. Skontajte da je top 5 eliminisan.
Doing everything he can. Again, those knocks he got on the T5 gave them the ability to still be in this game.
Foot's still alive, man. That's all I can say. Vard just living. You can't even say living his best life, not living his worst life, just surviving. That's all you can do over here.
We go hard for Vard, man.
We do indeed. Tyloo's got the eyes up in Day Trade, though. Cerberus finally gets some breathing room. I don't remember the last time that Cerberus didn't have bullets coming their way, and I don't know if they remember it either.
No, it's been spicy. Ever since they left that gas station, they have had to fight tooth and nail.
Pa, ali ja mislim da ni Mortar ni ne nose u backpacku. Mortar ti uleti u Juaza u gepek. Jer on ti ne ide u backpack, on ide u... Doduše da, Mortar ide na slot, ali u backpack ide ove rakete, možda si na to misli. Ali mislim da niko ne nosi to, nego da ih trpaju u Juaza u gepek.
As I know, a lot of eyes on Tyloo often go his direction. He is leaning more to the south. He's got a couple of compressed angles that he can do with Poochills, but it's pretty much Atongmu's job right now to make sure that Poochills can't make it into the circle.
But again, you know, even though Tyloo has gotten a little bit of love from the circles, they're making the most of it. They don't give anyone an opportunity to crash them. Again, you know, with that weak side being Donawa's side.
Možeš ti... Aha, nisam to znao. Viš, toliko sam ga puta uzeo. Nisam znao. Previše OP. Nemam pojma.
Day Trade, though, going to continue to creep in as it's
nema smisla da možda ga staviš u back.
Tyloo has all of the terrain that they can navigate moving forward.
Jebote, Mortar u real life-u nose trojica, ono.
It's been quiet down in the south for a real long time.
I don't think they have any idea the Vard's there. I don't think they know at all. He has been so quiet, so sneaky, right underneath their noses. The real concern for Vard actually is Tycon. If he kind of gets an angle over into there, he might get spotted. Now, Zhao Yang flanking out to try to cover that edge of the circle. Here you can go, you know, Donawa trying to do what they can, but again, with that rooftop, with this angle that Atungmu has, there's not much they can do. Belmont spraying over the top, getting those heads, trying to steal some points.
And it's so well defended by Daytrade, just using that hillside to block off so much of the body, making it so much easier for them to defend into. Shin is very focused in right now. He is the only member for Tyloo that is inside the circle, but starting to carve a path for the rest of the squad. Tycon and Moss both playing to the north and south and opposing side into the west. Daytrade's going to have to find some type of path.
Ovo je manje više borba za top 8 dana. Prvog dana. S obzirom da su ovih top 5 svi poispadali.
It's tough here for Daytrade. I mean, the only thing that Daytrade has is to try to go to the north side of the circle, and hopefully you can find some space to share with Cerberus. Cerberus trying to harass the rotations of Tyloo, but Tyloo relatively safe. It's just Vard. Atungmu is going to go right next to him.
Gonna jump out, pick that one up. Vard gonna make it look easy. Finally revealing himself. Tyloo's like, what the absolute hell is going on over here? Now Vard, they do take him down, but that response has opened up a couple of angles now for Cerberus to try to exploit. They're managing to put the damage in. Tycon gets the knock onto one, and Tyloo, who thought had the cleanest rotation ever, suddenly down to 2.
That Vard might have just ruined Tyloo's chicken dinner chances. You can see they're dropping. Himas, Tycon just out here
Himas, Tycon.
Northern Plateau, or excuse me, Western Plateau, controlling a ton of space. And it's Himas who's got a knock on the Shen.
Center point now available. Daytrade finding some opportunities, creeping into it. This pathing from the north is going to be big. It's going to be Tycon and LZ that they're having to navigate against. Spots out Tycon, spots the smoke, realize how he's going to be moving through. LZ, though, is kind of crept forward. Looks like he might be trying to go for a res back onto his teammate. Get him inside.
2-1-1. I će ga reza. 2-2-1.
The center of the circle, just a bit to the east of it. But Tycon now pathing over here, going to be maneuvering in 12 kills for Cerberus and the potential for way more.
He's going to try to find Shen. Shen just got done first aiding. He's right back on his knees. Tycon's going to put him out. Tycon trying to be the hero.
Finds some cover, going to be navigating it, looks forward, knows where the other one is. Smoke's going to make it a lot more complicated. Problem is, there's blue zone going to be right back behind him. This is big for Daytrade. 14 kills for his squad right now, 9 by himself. A beast of a performance, but can he do the unthinkable? Daytrade lined in, looking in both of them, fighting over Tycon just taking more damage. Down and out. But instead gets a second, gets another one, and it is a straight up
9 kilova, halo, evo 10 kilova.
Filthy spray with the 3x here for Tycon. He wants to go for the win. Belmont
11 ako
can't give
riješio.
him the opportunity, can't give him the space.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's so good right now.
Every peak getting punished. Tycon gonna use the opportunity. Step forward. Holy shit. He does it. Cerberus walks away with the win.
Are you kidding me, Tycon? The superstar for Cerberus takes matters into his own hands and takes the game. Unreal.
Jebote, krug. Lik je pobjedio 2 puta 2-1. 2 puta 2-1.
That was some very needed points, but you just pretty much got a whole day's worth of points in one game.
This kid's unreal. He is an absolute superstar. He has no business winning that game. He's just on another level.
He was at 9 kills, then got another 2. Did he end up with 13 kills by himself?
A jevi ga.
12 or something like that. It's a lot, Matt. It is an absolute just
Jevi ga.
superstar performance. There's nothing else to say. One of the best you'll ever see right
Ti da bi dobio bilo koju staciju 2-1, 3-1, ti kao solo moraš odigraš savršeno, a oni moraju da prodaju.
Pa da.
Ako oni odigraju dobro, nema šansu, šta god ti da uradiš.
On samo da su kempali.
Ma, ali brate, lik je zvijer. On bi ove mastere 15 KD riješi. Moje po rankedu.
Game 5 is done, and we're going to watch the highlights, though. The whole reel should just be Tycon. He turned on, he turned up, and he burned down the lobby.
Yeah, it should just be all 11 kills from Tycon, and then it's just it. That's just how we do it. Double digits kills on a single player. That's just insane. Super impressive. First time we see it here at PGC 2023 in a single game, so that's good. What an overall fantastic game. The one team that has to move from the southern side and cross that road.
Gledaš Linšova kako igra 4x AUG i onda uđeš na Discord da mu pogledaš sensitivity i skontaš da lik 3 puta polomi ruku da bi povukao taj AUG na niž. Ono, 400 DPI, 0.5.
This end game fight we're about to see from Tycon, when he's got the 3x spray, he's up against 2, he's got to make the shot in a chance where there was no way he could otherwise. He ducked behind a car, he bobbed to the left, he bobbed to the right. It was doing the what's it called, the cha-cha slide. I don't even know anymore. It was insane to see how good this guy, the hokey pokey, that's what I'm thinking about. It doesn't matter, he danced rings around these guys. Look at this.
Prvi dan, da. Jučer se završio loser bracket, danas i sutra winner.
Is why the AUG has been nerfed after this patch.
I mean, you call
3x AUG spray is just insane. He controls it.
So that's why they made the vertical so much longer, to try to get that 3x off of there, because guys like Tycon are unstoppable. Welcome back to the desk. My name is Toffees. I am joined by Avenger here as we break down the after action. And I mean, it was. I had planned many segments for this section, but all I really want to do is talk about Tycon and how he managed to pull out. I mean, I thought he was done when it was down to 1.
I have so many taking points here.
Right?
Yeah, so many, yeah.
Tycon. Okay, now I'm with you.
Like
that was like my level of bad.
Yeah.
All right, welcome to the top 4 teams.
Lik napravi 11 kilova najjačem PUBG lobby ikad.
Because I think we're going to feature there. Day trade looking good with 5. Nice to see the region doing well. Tyloo, they should have won this thing. Didn't. And then
got destroyed.
Foot finally putting up some good numbers here.
Znaš što je još fascinantnije od toga, što je lik pola meča sam. Solo. Jedno je napravio 11 kilova kad su svi živi, drugo je kad si sam.
That's wild. That is wild.
And this kid's like just turned 19, I believe.
Or actually, he's about to turn 19.
Yeah. Jest kurac.
He was 18 last year.
No matter what he is, he's turning into, he's transcending, he's hit his ultimate form.
That's crazy.
And it is absolutely crazy to see him play. The team started a little bit slow today, but after this game, it's absolutely phenomenal.
Ima godina ovaj Vazo, šta je bre ovo? 2,5, 3. Ovaj Tycon. 18, jel?
We were like, where are these guys? Where are they popping off? 26 points in a single
A
game.
piše neđe, ali na ovom grafiku ne.
Group stages, they started slow. They had one massive, insane game, and then all of a sudden, there was no stopping them once they got that confidence going. And I think that's what's going to happen here again. We'll take a look at the overall leaderboard in a second. I don't know that they're going to be able to jump to first off the back of that one, but they're going to be well up in the mix with 6. So
they were behind. They had 8 before this, right? So now top 6. As we say here, like almost still, you can still do one good game. 26 points like this would even put NAJJACI.
Mada ja ovim Kinezima nikad ne znam koliko godina imaju. Meni svi oni izgledaju kao da imaju 11, a onda završe meč i vrati se doma žena i 7 djece.
It is a little top 80 still. We have 4 teams on 40s in the 40s. Some teams
2400 godišnje. Ti bog.
Znači godišnje koje.
Kako igra lik. Kako se nju Happy ovako raspada? Ali viš, zadnja 2 PGC-a, oni, znači prošli PGC nisu prošli u finale uopšte. A evo, sad su na dobro, a onaj su vinali, je. I tačno, otprilike godinu dana oni ne mogu ispovjeći. Od kad su vinali ne mogu ispovjeći.
Pa znači 2 godine.
2 godine, ja. Znači to je isto ko Tropik je, od kad su vinali PCS kao da je prestao igrati. Možda su joj prestali igrati. Sjećaš se Moming što je radio, je. Boleš.
Make a run at the big show. It's why you're here in Bangkok. It's why you've trained all year long. Sonics, we're taking a quick look at them. They have been really strong today, especially on the back of Shrimzy and Tagle.
Kako imaju fine ove dukseve Soniksi.
Let's see if the combo continues. The final match of the day. It's Toby. It's paper.
Vazo, kad prođeš na PGC da mi nabaviš jedan ovaj duks.
Može. I potpis.
That's not a Danish accent.
Oh, I'll try my best. I can't do it.
I can't do that either. No. This is... You're not as tall. The hair's not as long. I mean, you're better looking, but...
Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. Shots fired and the boy can't even defend himself. Okay. Miramar time as Los Leones is going to have the plane path over it. And El Pozo going to be the ending section. No trailer park to be had. Rip trailer park. You live on in my heart.
Yeah, I am a little sad it's gone too, to be honest. I like that area. Look, I don't know what else to say, man.
Nekad se ovaj alt spot obilježavao tako što se stavljao obrnuti logo, prevrnuti logo. A oni sad stave samo manji i veći.
Mislim, to zavisi.
Od ovoga koji pravi mapu, jel?
Da. Znam da ko pravi one lost spote zaboravio. Na onim drop spots, onaj disco. On stavio ono kao obrnu.
Da.
Pretty much, if we look at that game coming out of also the Tego game, that's two really big performances in a row to secure the squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the last two games are basically all the points. I mean, there may be no trailer park in this vicinity of this circle anymore, Matt, but the circle is going to go northwest anyway. Look, like, and again, like the desk was pointing out, and it was one of the first things that I thought of after we jumped out of the game was that was the tipping point for Cerberus during the group stage. Was one big game on Miramar, and all of a sudden, the rest of the way through, they were just confident, shooting everything that they saw, playing great on the edges, playing great anywhere they were, and that could be the start of it. And I saw just literally every player was high-fiving, giving Tycon a pat on the back, a hug as he was walking off stage. Because
that's one of those games. Whenever you lose to it, you don't just go like, "Oh my God!" You're just impressed. You walk up and be like, "You just played the game of your life."
Yeah.
And
tip your cap,
I mean, respect where respect be due is now. We do see 6th place on the leaderboard for him. Feeling really good. Tiamba, though, they do have control of Monte Nuevo. They've got LG that's going to be to the south of them. Pozo itself does belong to Day Trade. QM going to be the north of that. T5 to the east of Pozo with Twisted Minds as well. Twisted Minds, man, they're in the thick of almost everything, but they just can't find the points out of it, right?
I'm shocked. To be completely honest, I'm quite shocked. I thought now that Twisted Minds had gotten the losers bracket monkey off their back, that maybe this might be them like kind of really starting to assert some dominance, assert some authority in a lobby like this where they're normally
On sam ide s ovim. Njegovi nisu ni blizu. Ma da nije to loš, on ode avionom, ovi autom, scouting, lagani. Ja mogu slušao komentatora kako pljuje Twisted Pro u druže, pa ne postoji turnira u kome Twisted Pro nije bio minus 726 poena iza prvog i vino. Tičunice. Evo sad je da vine, eto sad.
Calling card ones, but they can go up to the Fishhook Mountain, up to the top of there. Usually Batu, if he can find a motorcycle, is going to drive up there and get a lot of information from up there, do that kind of stuff out of Power Grid. Just kind of curious if it's going to happen.
Kako se ovo desi? Kako ovaj Tanadol uleti ovdje u kam? Ajde da vidimo sad.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and run over VHZ as well as Gizera, both going to be looking for Thanadol. Haven't quite spotted him yet. Numbers in advantage.
Dobro se kreću. Sjebo je. GG.
And that is going to be Gizera that picks up the kill.
I just waited a hair too long there on the first one. And that
my free kill. A ne, jebot. A dobro, vidi da je pištolj ima ubio bi ga.
You're just powering up Tycon the more of these players you kill. Three-headed dog, nope. There's just one that really needs that dog in him.
He's got that dog in him for sure. That is Tycon, the terror. I mean, the guy he's always been good, but that may be the best.
Twisted Pro. Bukvalno, brad. Jebot. Da sam dobio euro, znači 1 euro, da sam dobio svaki put kad sam pomislio da Twisted Mind nema više nikakve šanse ni za šta. Milioner bi bio. Koliko puta su oni, iz kojih situacija su oni vinali turnire, to ja, znači u Berlinu, 40 bodova iza Navija, oni vinaju.
Is outrageous. That transfer over to the other side and then able to lock down that one position. just brutal stuff. I mean, Day Trade has the circle. They've got the numbers advantage. They have literally everything, almost everything possible going in their favor. Tycon was just better.
There is no world in which the amount of numbers he just put up there in the fighting positions, everything else like that, it's just... Now, I know we are talking a lot about like him himself, and yes, there are also...
Dva IGL-a, Batulin I Suji.
Teammates, everything else like that, but just the ability to clutch at that stage. I didn't even think that I saw it. Did we ever get to see like what his heartbeat monitor was or anything else like that?
I didn't actually look. I forget to look at those sometimes.
I mean, if he was chilling at like 120, 130 in a situation like that, I would be just mind blown.
Yeah, there's no way I wouldn't be anything under 150 in that case.
I would be like 250 and need to go to the hospital.
Aj,
Not like this.
Ovo rotacija, ovako mi rotiram, kao što je Mamin krenuo.
Just not doing it today. It has just been bad situation after bad situation.
But part of that is also going to be Donawa, right? I mean, this is scouted, defended line that they've already set up. They were waiting for somebody to be rotating through here. This is where we start seeing a bit more. Okay, second place for Donawa right now. That means the fact that they can start doing a bit more of the Donawa things, where they can start enforcing whatever they want on the rest of the lobby, and that's kind of scary if you're not in the top 8 yet.
And I will say, this is not typical Donawa. They don't do this play on this particular spot very often. I can even remember.
Ti boga.
Ti ludila.
Šta se ovdje dešava?
Pa gdje si jebo ga krug?
Ludi Kinezi, a?
Evo, kako igraju, bro. Ali slušaj, Salut i Sol u istoj ekipi, pa ja, to je zločin protiv čovječanstva. To treba zakonom zabrani.
Koliko su oni mehaničko dobri. Svi do ovog 1-4 bog.
Jebe ti krug. Oho, evo guraju se. Ovako se posvađali se na Discord.
Mislim da ovi naši EU igrači ne mogu nešto da se prilagode. Ludi Kinezi samo divljaju.
Ne mogu, gledaj, znači Evropa 11, 12, 14.
Pa to ti kažem.
I to skontaj da je to Evropa najjača Evropa.
Nema šta, nema jača Evropa.
Drugi dio Evrope u lower bracketu, ali s razlogom su u lower bracketu.
Pa ti vidi, ovi ne mogu najjače da se prilagode, brate, ovom stilu igranja. Ovo je totalno drugačije od onoga što oni igraju svaki dan.
Ali dobro, ima još da se igra. Ja očekujem da će da proradi.
Pa ja se nadam, ali ja vidio ovo.
Ko igraju ljudi. Ali bolesno je koliko su dobri.
Oni su mehanički dobri, znaš.
Šalbej.
Sve što sam gledao dueli, ja ne znam da su ovi naši igrači dobili duel neki protiv Kineza.
Naši su taktički dosta bolji od Kineza.
To da, ali mehanički.
Mehanički, ne.
To je problem.
Ali taktički, kad gledaš rotacije i kad gledaš pozicije u zoni, naše uvijek zauzimaju bolje.
Pa da, ali opet kad ne mogu individualno duel da uzmu, ovi vidi ovi bolesnici, vre. To je 1-4, nam malo pre kad sam svi došao, šokirao sam se. Kao da je ušao, vrate, u pekaru, daj mi ovo. Samo ih počisti.
Ne pa, jel to napolju pada snijeg?
Ne pada još. Ali Vranje i tamo dole se prolaze snijeg pada.
Ali da, i ovdje je baš zima.
Poslao sam danas bio vozač mi išao dole u Srbiju i javlja mi jutro već u 4 sata. U Vranju tamo sneg.
Nemoj zajebao.
Oni tu Preševo danas. Kažu tamo sve donji deo, sneg već 10 centi.
Pa to za jedan dan napada.
Pa za noć, za 3-4 sata, kaže da napada.
Running a 2-2 split, the other two going to be closer to that Donawa position that we were looking at a moment ago.
This is always the case for Tyloo. Almost always 2-2 splits early in some fashion or another, and that's the split that they took. Remember back to that previous game.
Sredio čim mi je javio, odmah sam mu sredio sam da istovari bez progledanja, bez ičega.
The thing with Tyloo is they love these early 2-2 splits, and then they're able, because teams hedging their bets over that Death Star Trent outside of El Azahar.
Gleda ga Batulinče.
Idu na planinu, brate.
Ali izjebali su Batulina s ovom novom mapom, sve planine su mu skratili.
sve su, ne može nigdje da igra. Dobro, dali su mu emergency, ali nešto mu ne pomaže. Pa šta će sad, opet će na planinu, bre. Će gađati iznad Ćureksi, a? Da Ćureksi na planinu.
Ovo je moguće kako brizon.
Gađa Ćureksi, rekao sam ti ja odmah.
Ćureksi GG za tebe, brat.
Ako ne pobegne, on je mrtav, bre.
Oh boy. Corexi though pulls the shoot and it's going to try to wrap around the corner, take some damage in the butt. He just barely gets out of there.
Brzo vidjeti. A mora igrati ispod njih da leži. Ne smije ništa da radi.
A ne svoj, ma i svoje i njegove i sve živ. Ma oni su toliko dobri, on može 3 svoja da zgazi i da vina 1 na 4, boli ga patika.
Koliko je ovo, oni krešaju, koliko su oni organizovani, znači, na 4 različite strane su stali.
Ma strašno. Mi kad krešamo, mi se ne možemo dogovoriti koju kuću krešamo.
To ti kažem. Ti Boga, bre.
I ovi su isto 17-ica, znači to Danava i 17 Gaming.
Ovaj će počistiti do toga.
Ali 17 Gaming je, ja mislim da to najkonstantnija ekipa sa Twisted Minds.
Svaki turnir druže su top 5, ali ovaj svetski turnir. Koliko su oni osvojili? Jednom su osvojili već PGC.
Jednom, da.
Ja mislim da su oni prvi osvojili, ne?
Prvi, ja mislim, da. Ali ovo je klasičan njihov stil igre, razumiješ? Third party, buff, gdje god da ga vide.
I uleću, bre.
Ma, no.
Ne, ja viš ti da on uleteo je u njih. Da ga briga.
Looks like they're going to be cutting back into the east. Most of that high ground positioning.
Donacije.
Ran over an Onyx there.
Ma šta će njemu? Ma ne, ma da, uđi u njega. Pušku mu na guru ustaje.
17 was just waiting, just licking their lips to get involved in that now. New Happy has found just enough space here. A lot of teams are going to be lining up along the edges of the craters. Not only is it high ground, not only is it valuable position for intelligence gathering, but we don't know exactly where the circle's going to go. There's a lot of the unplayable terrain that we call it, the terrain that acts like water on Miramar that is in this vicinity. So there's kind of a lot of different directions still that this circle could go. It wouldn't be surprising to me at all if this circle just hard shifts north up towards La Cobreria.
La Cobreria.
That circles are friendly towards. It could go into the crater fields like you're talking about. That can happen. It could do something really wild.
Da, bukvalno, vrate, kao da nisu Kinezi. Možda nisu Kinezi, evo.
Super unlikely, but you never know.
To su genetski modifikovani Evropljani. GMO Evropa.
Control point for Sonics. Tyloo is wrapping back behind them inside the sandstorm, so they might get spotted out. This is no big surprise coming up from close. They might be trying to prep up something depending on how this one's going to go. Might also just be a base.
A će su dvojica od fudbolista?
They're running a 2-1-1
Igraju Split.
really wide, and they already have a lot of control.
A, vidim, da.
Pretty much everybody's going to be to the west, and the circle does.
Ni jedan Split nisu boli.
I to shift na te na Twisted Minds.
Jes, konto Split na kilometar.
Da.
Twisted Minds svi na game.
Things can get pretty crazy, but with this sandstorm here.
Ode Ćureksi, navatali su ga.
Very challenging.
Ode Ćure.
Ne, možeš bježati, ali možda uvijek.
That's why Kickstart and Sonics are backing off. You know, they're not 100% sure. They might have caught the wind of Tyloo is about to lose a player to kill first.
Ruski disinket. Kako je on izgubio ovaj duel, bre?
Man, this is aggressive shift.
Pa nema, ovdje 200 pinga, vrat. Sad svi imaju isti ping. Ne znam, možda zato question mark se ne snalazi. Nemaju 200 pinga razlike.
Istina.
That's the timing of those sandstorms, you know, sometimes you get caught in the mix with other teams.
Ne može da te nokuje 2 metra iza zida.
Da. I da ti ispika da ga ni ne vidiš.
Vidio.
Ovako ja pucam po rotaciji.
Vidi ovo, gledaj ti njega, alo.
Šaubej.
Vidi ovo, ti ne smeš više da leti, brate. Jel on ovo pogodio, brate?
Ma, nego šta. Čureli pogodi.
Alo?
Ja na ovo ne bi ni pucao.
Kako, brate, ne bi ni probao, brate. Vidi ovo.
Grojiću moj.
Nismo mi za ovu igricu, ja da ću naš. Ja ne mogu čovjeka koji stoji u mjestu da pogodim, ovaj vadi na 400 metara.
Nade looks like that could bounce, get some damage in. Also trying to figure out how they want to approach in. This is its own kind of cordoned off fight. The hillside's pretty much blocking out anything, so it's really just about how Pentagon...
Ali brate, imaju čovjeka gore. Kakva je od ozgo ne vidi?
Pa taj je retardiran, bro. Pa sam ti rekao da se krije, bro.
Jel ga izbaci?
Ma da.
Ti boga. I to ovaj mi rado najmanje prozor ima na planeti.
Te je on provukao metko ovdje. I to ne jedan, 4 puta ga hito.
Nije lakše ti umira domakat lika nego u pick-up.
Ma jeste, brate, ali ti on je pogodio pod uglom.
I to s visine.
Pa da je bio pick-up s visine, ne bi lik mogo hito.
Evo, malo sramota me da gledam ove ljude.
Da, jes lakše umirati. Ali svejedno sik.
Heard those shots from Non and said, okay, he's up there, he's shooting at someone else. Let's see if we can get December 12th quick for free. I said it was possible.
Au, koji shift,
it would do this, but we are getting dangerously close to Pozo again, but probably won't
Creative Fields ili vrati na Pozo.
Da, da, nema šta drugo. Između 3 planine.
Just a fortification right now that they just get to exert whatever they want on all the players. Pretty much, they're going to have more options when they know what to shoot at.
Moglo je Crater.
Ali nije moglo sad.
Da, znači moglo ili Crater ili po... A vidiš koliko je ekipa Crater. A u Elpozu jedno samo.
Pa čabe što ima, brate, tamo kad... Pa ne mogu se teleportati u pod. Pa ne mogu se teleportati u pod.
Igrica jebena.
Molotov.
Molotov would, yeah. That could, he doesn't have any, unfortunately. I like the idea. Blue zone.
Malo završava oko onog kampa iznad Elpoza. Onaj na full openu između dve planine.
We have NH not up on top of everything, watching the rotates, but needs to rotate as well. Oslo's already going to be moving in just down below him. Foot is going to go ahead and regroup. They still have all 4 members up. Remember, they did have one in parachute that got knocked a moment ago. That's already gone off. So, Wicked's going to go ahead and just bisect right in between T5 and LG.
Ovaj umro, samo mu nisu javili.
Just stay away from it, and you're getting too close to it right now. That's going to spell your doom if you're not careful, but LG starting to get a lot of attention in this rotation.
And Axel is going to be under fire from a bunch of different teams. Unless they can finish off LG quickly, they're getting some help from some other teams. There goes Tycon.
I ukro kill Spyro.
Futboler si došli u third party, gledao.
To. Ne daj da vidimo shot, nego first aid.
Gledam, juče Bimi sa 30 i nešto, sa 32 sensa, ili tako nešto, 30, prešao čovjek na 40. Ah, ti boge.
Ko Bimi? Pa, to je lik koji svaki dan mijenja sens 3 puta.
Druže menja sens, gore nego Pixel.
I da nikad... A, mislim sad idu na njeg.
On čim jedan dan dobro nadirao menja sens.
Ali znaš što najgore je što je lik, ne sjećam se, mislim PCS neki je bio ili nešto. Kerio je tim sam i lik pao u depresiju. To nam je pričao neko ko igrao s njim. Da li Bimi, da li ovaj Keanu ili... Znači lik, pa neko igrao s njim, ne mogu sjetiš. Neko tako što je igrao s nama. I ovaj čovjek je top frago, ne sjećam se. Uglavnom čovjek top fraga i pada u depresiju. Zato što nije odigrao dovoljno dobro kako on mislio treba da igra. Ali lik ono izdominirao. Pada u depresiju, mijenja sens. Haos.
East, but I'm not. Yeah, there we go.
I thought so. Znao sam, eto sam rekao da će na ovom kampu.
Ima 100%, to nije normalno.
QM gonna have to rotate, FaZe gonna have to rotate, Sonics who moved over to Pozo gonna have to rotate.
Dobro, realno, svi mi kad imamo problem kada ne odigramo baš dobro.
Pa jeste.
Ja ne bi sad promijenio sens da mi daš na 2.
Jes, ali znaš, ti promijeniš sens svako nekoliko za pomalo.
Ja promijenim društvo na svakih pola godine.
Pa da, a on batam vidi da mijenjaš recimo na mjesec dana lupa. Pa on bata mijenja 3 put dnevno. I to su shiftovi sa 815 na 840.
Ja sam isto prije druži svaki dan mijenja, ali više ne radi.
Ja mislim da Žembo igra isti sens 5 godina. A i to mi je ono sad druga krajnost skroz.
Da, i to je glupo.
Legacy going to be in the foothills of Twisted Mind is something to keep an eye on, specifically FaZe on the other side of them too. Is while yes, Twisted Mind's been doing a lot of work up here, you can see the fact farming up damage, getting 4 kills at this stage. They've also drawn a lot of aggro, so the point that they have to leave this area is going to really, really suck.
Yeah, especially with Legacy potentially underneath them, or who knows, maybe FaZe gets into a position.
Nemaju oni metaka za razvaljivao aut.
What you would have to assume is some kind of parachute down for Twisted Minds. T5 able to get in.
Pogledaj, svi zajedno nemaju 200 metaka.
FaZe now being harassed on their attempted exit. An entrance into the next circle. Sonic
ima li idova?
potentially fishing a barrel. And look at those grenades. Look at this view.
But 17 Gaming also coming in over here. It's just really which way do you want to look, Twisted Minds? It looks like they have their eyes on that Sonic line leading in. They now know who it is because it's going to be H-Win showing up
Sonic
skill feed on Zhao Bei. Now 17 Gaming going to step back away from that one, realizing the positioning for it. I also want to note that Lil Ghost is inside of Pozo taking shots at Tig as they're making the rotation.
Oh,
he's going to go ahead and get the knock onto him.
Nigde vidi ga od grošnje.
Potentially pick that one up, and H1 you can see what they're fighting against right now. It's just little heads peeking up over this rock and just raining down bullets.
And that car almost ran into the other teammates of the Sonics after Tig got ripped out of it. Now grenade's going to be launched by
Ali ima 17. Mada daleko je 17.
Trying to gatekeep 17, keep them on the edge of the circle. Xiaowu here.
Xiaowu.
Another one.
That nade gonna be cooked pretty well. Does some damage. Doesn't get the
Ide još 2 sad. Buff. Sjebali su jednu. Ali imaju 2 još.
Yeah, I mean this is the good news for the Sonics. His foot is getting better and better position on top of 17 to really
Futbolisti mogu top 8, a? Lagano.
These knocks that they've been getting onto the Sonics with the damage that they've been doing.
Mora shift na njih.
Foot owns so much of the circle right now. Look, they've got the 3 members that are over there next to 17. The circle does pop.
Dobri su oni, baš imaju dobro.
Bard that has to rotate over the rest of Foot.
Ja mislim na Foot.
Na Foot je. A Twisted Minds je giftan, ali još sad ovo i poslije toga je gotovo.
Ja mislim da su oni mrtvi sad.
Ma gotovo.
Kad bi obili FaZe, onda bi bilo ok.
Pa da, mislim da ne mogu da ih ubiju. Ako FaZe pametno odigra, prvi Twisted mora iz zone.
Koja je razlika? Koja je razlika, gledaš bilo koju ekipu kako koristi utility Twisted Minds? Dobro, Legacy koristi isto dobro, ne mogu reći. Ali evo, Sonics i 17 bacili su 6 nadeova, je li tako? 6 ili 7. Ma nijedan nije ni bio blizu nok. Evo sad ova plava zona wasteovana, bukvalno waste.
Brat ima samo 19 metaka.
Ko?
Da 2 puške.
Ko?
Biro je.
Ne seri.
Šta radi H-Win, brate, kad zna da su ljudi pored njih?
Gle Batulin. A što mu ne da Batulin jebot, ima 70 sa strane. Uće nema iste metke.
Ima i ova ima peci i...
Batulin, rođen na planini čovjek.
Dobro, koliko ima kilova? 3, ajde. Ja ne znam kako oni mogu da napuknu FaZe.
Sam metak, kao vidiš.
Svi sem nana. Šta si ga stavio za kapitena?
Even Legacy as well, but everybody's looking up towards Twisted Minds that's underneath. They know that they can't let Twisted Minds get off this mountain for free. Yeah, Twisted Minds, 8 kills, a very solid game here, shooting up in the 10th place. You'll take it. You would love to get more, but it's going to be outrageously difficult to get down off of the top of that thing.
Sonics have creeped up this hillside, and it's really just Batulans allowing them to survive for as long as he did.
Kak se sakrio doktor.
He's just been watching them slowly get harassed out by 17 Gaming. Once 17 Gaming makes the push into this, I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him absolutely unload onto this. Now, does look like 17 Gaming is getting a bit more aggressive into that Sonics line.
Yeah, Batulin's up here. He's the Roman Emperor. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Whatever he decides is going to be potentially the death of some of these players. But yeah, a lot of attention being paid towards him. Everybody knows that you don't want to take any damage from above.
Legacy tu men već 3 zone ispod u ovom dipu tamo.
Again, Legacy and FaZe are just going to wait and wait and wait.
Pretty much, it's like I've heard of Scott Pilgrim versus the World, but it's mostly.
Ali što je dobar.
Ne mogu da pravi killove, nema šta.
Da, baš dobar spot. Oni su bolji na spot nego FaZe. FaZe, čim se odvoji od planine mrtve. A sad ovi moraju da siđu.
Ništa foot win game.
Bukvalno.
By the skin of
Mada.
their teeth, time and time again, finding some points. They're not.
A vi skampa ne znam šta će raditi, ali
But you have to get credit for the way that they managed to just make a bad situation and find a way to at least be.
Pa jedino ako Foot krene nalijevo na third party hoće.
Nisu glupi.
Pa jedno tako da ide i
Što
trade.
na third party imaju zonu, ovi moraju ići u zonu.
Pa ne kažem nam treba da idu, kažem da jedino ako oni odu, onda ovi iz kampa mogu prići.
Just haven't been able to get it going, and finally, here we go, coming down the hill.
Vidio ga.
Oh no! After waiting so long, it's going to be Perfectix that gets the knock in. How is he going to step around? He should have an idea on how everybody is playing around these rocks. Keep in mind, Legacy is also over here. Sonics, though, do a good job on defending up. Kicks are now the last one up. The duo trying to make it happen, but it is going to be finally going down. 17 Gaming, though, massive cost. It's just so many members down.
I don't know if they
Gleda to. 2 kila uzeo. It's Twisted Mind 100% sa 15. pozicije.
Jeans had snuck underneath, and there's the long range shot from Beamy. Gonna finish Twisted Minds up. Feck should be able to get the res on the Jeans, assuming Legacy doesn't have anything to say about it.
Ali bit će koji, prestit će ih i FaZe. I Foot će ih prestit.
FaZe ih neće prestit.
Pa ako pobi ove lijeve. Pobi ove lijeve, FaZe je 3. brat. U ovom meču. Ako ubi ovu dvojicu. Da, još sutra.
Kako je James živ,
Igraju i Brazilci fin.
Rekao sam ti ja prvi dan kad su krenuli da igraju da su baš dobri. Pogotovo mi se sviđa koji Zera kako igra.
Ali njima je ovo prvi turnir u ovom rosteru, jel da?
Ne, ovo im je prvi velik PGC turnir.
Da.
Ovom.
Da.
Ovo drugi turnir igraju zajedno. Tako, jači turnir.
Kako su prošli na PGC? Šta su vinali zadnji?
Pa si igrali. Čekaj, sad ću reći.
A onaj američki vino SSG, jel tako? Ko je vino zadnje? Šta je vino? SSG je nešto vino, samo se nisu zvali SSG.
Da SSG vino, prošao bi vrate na PGC.
A igra SSG PGC.
Aha, SSG, a.
Ali se nisu se zvali SSG, nego...
Jeste, zvali su.
Oni su vinali
SSG. Pa su dobili orgu.
Bili su bez orge i zvali se nekako drugačije.
Zaboravio sam. Ja sam mislim ti misliš na one gaske, druž, kako se zove?
Da, znam.
On odigra Gregshot, druž.
Gregshot, Juče su prošli u Last Chance 8. SSG. Za bod.
Yeah, Daytrade needs to punish this knock onto Foot if they want to win this game. Oops, the smoke just bounced off of him. Not too big of a deal there. But they need to try to isolate the Foot players that aren't busy doing this challenge. They know they've only got 2 guns to deal with. They've got 3 players. They have to find this moment. Bard out in the open, in trouble.
Daytrade just walks right up into this weakened point. Beamy now navigating back over Rez.
PUBG America Series Phase 2 su bili treći. $10,000.
Suddenly finds themselves being the one pinch they need to
Nice.
As fast as possible, and you can see that's where so much of their focus is going. But 3 members of Day Trade just creeping closer and closer by the second. Now it is going to be Legacy going out. Going to do the last bit of damage. Now the fight in the south going to be kicking off. Day Trade being the aggressor.
And it's a fair fight, a lot of damage.
Fight sa 17.
Could find the second on the Beamy. He does.
Izgubiš se jebe.
I to vidiš, znaš kako je izgubio? Sve su izgubili na duele, bre. To je ono što sam ti rekao, bre. Svoji ljudi bolji individualno. Mislim, mehanički su bolji. Ništa drugo. Kako njih očisti 1 na 3 sam.
Mislim da su previše foot bili u toj rupi dalje.
Zato je Flash lik ispika full reach, ono, a vi ništa.
To ti kažem što su im previše dolje bili, nisko.
Uplašeno.
Koje su ovo kamere, neke kocke jebod? Rezolucija 360p. Guadalajara Gaskins. Bravo. Kako dobar ovaj intro za ekipe.
Nema šta, Kineščići su bolji.
What a way to end the day.
What a way to end the day.
Chicken dinner and you gotta love seeing it. The home crowd rejoices.
Loki.
They made a big move.
Važno, je li ova Danova najjača ekipa?
Nemam pojma, nisam ja to toliko gledao.
Trenutno 17-ica Danova i Tijamba. Kako pucaju.
Znam da Danova je baš stabilna, on je kvale.
Kvale? Grupnu fazu misli, jel to?
Da, to, pa to.
To. Tijamba isto, Tijamba prvi dan 80 pojena skupio.
Did great things in group stages and then struggled here in the winners.
I'll tell you what, the hometown teams, Day Trade,
Jel Tijamba ono nešto na, kad je bio Everest game, nešto tako, onda
Tijamba.
Onda na Tijambu.
Da.
Me se on druže isto.
Svi su Kinezi.
Ma da, vrat.
Meni su oni svi Kinezi, bre.
Ja bi ti prepoznao Lil Ghosta, Pija i Pao Pao, a ostali mi svi isti.
17 Gaming and Suju, though, he made a run for it, and I gotta say I was impressed with the in-game leader of 17 Gaming.
Also, not just any team on the high ground. It's a specialist, a high ground Miramar specialist in Batulin, who has mastered shooting from that angle. And the team did a great job. It was nice to see Twisted Minds put up some points, but ultimately, the story here at the end of the day is Day Trade coming away with a big win at the perfect time. Welcome back to the desk for the final time today. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger. It has been a wild day one here in the winner's bracket, and I think really reiterates what we said earlier. This is a insanely strong lobby.
Yeah, and that's also why we see some teams that might have done really well in the group stage, maybe struggle a little bit here because it is more stacked than our group stage, right? It's more stacked than what they were used to, and also a little bit of changes in some drops and a little bit of changes in kind of the pathing and the teams that they're playing against makes it slightly more difficult. But then again, it's been some of our favorite teams that and favorites in terms of kind of the teams that we expect to win the tournament, Toffees, that have been doing well. And also, of course, Day Trade here, Flash, Nurens, Puchus, and of course, Belmont, they're able to clutch it up. Flash, the big one, 4 kills coming his way. Of course, a little bit in terms of so home turf terrain, like they have the circle, they have the compound for a long time, but they defended it and they didn't have to move out until very later.
I mean, that's it. Call a spade a spade. They got the circle, they had the compound, but they moved at the right time. They saw Foot got caught up in a fight, and they made the most of it when Legacy sort of tried to backstab them. They got in position, they got the win. That's how you get those big points when you need them. Flash is going to be the man of the match, 4 kills, 300 damage, but again, it was more about patience and managing their position in the circle that gave Day Trade this win.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, 17 Gaming also able to get, what, a 4-way tie of 14 points? I've never seen this before. That's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's wild.
17 at Gaming going to come in at that third place position with 14 points. Twisted Minds gets 14 as well. And then Legacy, of course, because of that backstab at the end, managed to get themselves up to 8. A couple of these teams, particularly Twisted Minds and Legacy, desperately needed those points. So when we get to this overall leaderboard, we're going to see where we stand. A reminder, the teams on the left will advance to the championship. The ones on the right go to the last chance qualifier and have to try to earn their way back into the big show. Here's where it stands at the end of day 1. 6 games down, 6 left to play. 17 in the lead at 65, and it kind of goes down from there. The cutoff, which is looking pretty close, gets very tight once you get to that 6th place position.
Yeah, we're talking about a 70, 75 point cutoff. Hypothetically here, Twisted Minds 31 here, 2 points off. Tyloo, Asla, FaZe even, these guys, they're close. Luminosity. NAJJACI though, a team that have a lot of pedigree on them. A single digit of 8 points, toughies, for tomorrow. We're halfway through. It's going to be extremely difficult for them going into tomorrow.
A lot of people bought themselves Ming when it came down to the prices on the fantasy scores, and now we know why he was priced so low, I guess. NAJJACI eSports not living up to the hype, but they have 6 more games. It's possible that they come out big tomorrow. They kind of figure out what wasn't working and what was, and that's going to be the name of the game for our teams tomorrow. It's tonight. Is those teams on the bottom got to figure this out. It is absolutely necessary. Hopefully they can get comfortable and they can sit in their brand new Honda Seat official gaming chairs. The chair elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Honda Seat, choose the seat of victors. We're sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro eSports, great gaming gear made with a unique design. And as a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Talkanoi, live deliciously. Hey, I like that. And then #1, fast and reliable fiber internet from True Online, staying connected when you need to the most. And some of these teams need to get connected and figure out how to win tomorrow.
I have a suggestion for that segment.
Yes.
From now on, we're going to call it Talkanoi.
Talkanoi, live dangerously.
That's good.
Live Talkanoi, clutch. I mean, that clutch, that's going to go down as probably one of the best clutches.
The only double-digit kill game for a single player.
He gets the chicken award for the day. Chicken award for the day. Good for him. Yep, there it is. Our little chickens.
And also, 1,276, I believe, is the exact number of damage he got as well. I think that is going to be the highest damage so far. And it's pretty insane that it's going to come out of the winner's bracket. That's something you can't expect to come out of the losers or like some of these, like last chance even. But to make it in the winner's bracket, to make it a clutch win, that is just absolutely insane.
What was crazy for me is I watched Vikendi. I expected to see a bear waking up there. It was on Miramar that the bear truly awoke. And I think Tycon tomorrow is going to show back up with the same amount of violence. And I'm Cerberus, maybe great day tomorrow. Think about changing one of them onto your roster.
It's going to be a new tattoo on his arm. That clutch, like the moment.
It was insane. The fact that he played both sides of that tree, that he hid behind the car, I've never seen anything like it. Favorite moment of the day?
100%.
100%.
Absolutely.
All right, well, I've got another good moment for you. We're going to be back tomorrow with more action, but for now, we're going to go check in with Pan. She's got a couple of the players, and I'm hoping one of them might be Tycon himself after one of the best days I've seen. Don't go anywhere. Check this out.
สวัสดีค่ะต้อนรับกลับเข้าสู่ด้านบนเวทีนะคะอย่างที่บอกไปว่าในช่วงท้ายของเกมในแต่ละวันเราก็จะมาร่วมสัมภาษณ์นักแข่งกันนะคะแน่นอนค่ะวันนี้เรามีทั้งซุปเปอร์สตาร์นะคะที่ได้เกิดขึ้นแล้วก็สร้างความ Amazing ให้กับเราทุกคนมากๆนะคะแล้วก็รวมถึง performance ที่ดีมากๆของทีมที่ในวันนี้ไม่พูดถึงไม่ได้เลยดังนั้นเดี๋ยวเราไปเจอกับทีมแรกกันก่อนเลยดีกว่านะคะ So as I mentioned at the end of the game and every day of the competition right here so we're going to have like some interview with some superstar and the great performance player right here on the stage. So let's get started with the first team that is 17 Gaming! Woohoo! Hello girls! Hello! Ni hao! Okay, so for the first question, so you have end of the day in the first rank for the second time here at PGC 2023. So how do you think your team performed today?
所以作为又一次的单日第一，能评估一下今天整体队伍的表现吗？
我觉得我们今天打得很团队，没有个人能力。
What he said is today for the overall performance, they focused more as a team rather than a solo player.
Okay. And for the second one, after today's performance, there will be less pressure for you tomorrow. So are you already working towards for the grand finals?
所以今天表现得那么好，那相对应的明天整体的压力就会有所降低。那对于那个总决赛的话，你有什么期待呢？
明天打完先进决赛吧。
Let's go for tomorrow first.
Okay, that is the great answer. เมื่อกี้นะคะมันก็ได้ถามเขาไปในคำถามแรกนะว่าวันนี้เนี่ยต้องบอกว่าเขาปิดท้ายนะคะด้วยอันดับ1เป็นรอบที่2สำหรับการแข่งขันที่ PGC ในปี 2023 นี้นั่นเองนะคะคือเขาคิดยังไงบ้างกับความสามารถของทีมในวันนี้นะคะก็ต้องบอกว่าเขาตอบสั้นมากก็คือพูดง่ายๆว่าวันนี้เขาก็เล่นในรูปแบบของเป็นทีมมากกว่าเล่นแบบบุคคลนะคะหรือว่าเป็น solo performance นะคะแล้วก็ต่อไปก็คือในเรื่องของการที่ต้องบอกว่าความสามารถเขามาขนาดนี้แล้วเป็น first rank แล้วดังนั้นคือมันก็คงจะไม่ pressure มากแล้วมั้งในวันพรุ่งนี้หมายถึงว่าไม่กดดันมากแล้วมั้งดังนั้นก็คือมีการวางแผนสำหรับการไปสู่รอบ grand final หรือยังเขาบอกว่าก็ขอดูวันพรุ่งนี้ก่อนนะคะเรามาสู้กันในวันพรุ่งนี้ก่อน anything to say to your fans
有什么想对粉丝说的吗？
兄弟们，干就完了。
Okay, guys, let's go and fight for it.
Okay, 17 Gaming, thank you นะคะก็บอกแฟนๆนะคะโอเค let's go นะคะเราจะไปลุยกันนะคะทุกคนโอเคส่วนอีก1คนนะคะวันนี้โอ้โหเป็นซุปเปอร์สตาร์ที่แบบโอ้ว้าวมากเป็น one versus two นะคะแล้วก็ได้Chicken Dinner มาสู่ทีมของเขานะคะนั่นก็คือ Zdravo eSports with Tycon Woo Hello once again Okay so as today everyone calls you like a superstar so in match 5 you had done like such an unbelievable performance with 11 kills and almost like 1,300 damage. So can you tell us about the fight in the final circle that you like won back to back 1 versus 2?
Là hôm nay ở trận đấu thứ 5 thì em đã có một màn trình diễn rất là kinh khủng với 11 kill và vần 1.300 đam lận thì em có thể nói cho mọi người biết về cái trận giao tranh cuối ở trong vòng bo cuối cùng khi mà em clutch 1 bắn 2.
Thì trong cái lúc đó là em nghĩ mình chết rồi nhưng mà mấy đoạn cuối lại knock một bên team bạn NAJJACI thì nhờ đó mà em có pha clutch 1/2 thành công.
Okay, so in the last fight, I thought that I would have died in that situation because it's 1 versus 2. But then when I got 1 kill from Daedra, and I got the confidence, and I gonna clutch them. Yes, I did it.
โอเคต้องบอกว่าเมื่อกี้พี่ถามไปว่าคือเราก็เห็นกันอยู่เนาะในเกมที่5นะคะที่เขาแบบ1 versus 2นะคะเขาบอกจริงๆเนี่ยเขาคิดว่าเขาตายเหมือนกันนะตอนแรกเขาคิดว่าเขาจะตายเหมือนกันนะแต่พอเขาสามารถทำได้1คิวอ่ะอยู่ดีๆเขาก็รู้สึกเหมือนแบบมีกำลังใจขึ้นมาแล้วก็สุดท้ายกลายเป็นว่าเขาก็สามารถนำ Chicken Dinner มาสู่ทีมได้นะคะคือแบบสุดยอดมาก Okay so in your opinion is that the best single match performance in your professional career?
Em có nghĩ đây là cái màn trình ở trận đấu vừa rồi là trận đấu hay nhất trong sự nghiệp thi đấu chuyên nghiệp của em hay không?
Thì ở PGC năm ngoái thì em cũng có rất nhiều pha xử lý tốt nhưng mà có lẽ là cái trận đấu hôm nay là trận đấu cột mốc đáng nhớ nhiều nhất của em.
I think like yes, it's definitely one of the best moments in my entire career. Like last year in PGC 2022, I also have great performance and then great moments. But then this time, this performance is by far the best momentum in my career.
ว้าวสุดยอดมากก็คือแพนถามไปนะคะว่ากับสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นเนาะในแมตช์ที่5นี้เนี่ยถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่ง amazing หรือว่าความน่าทึ่งหรือว่าเป็น best performance นะคะกับความสามารถที่ดีที่สุดที่เขาประทับใจหรือเปล่านะคะเขาบอกว่าถือว่าใช่เลยนะจริงๆตั้งแต่ปีที่แล้วเนาะกับ PGC ในปี 2022 นะคะคือเขาก็ทำได้ดีแล้วแหละคือเขาก็รู้สึกว่าเขาทำได้ดีแล้วแต่ว่าในสิ่งที่เกิดขึ้นในปีนี้ก็ดีเหมือนกันแล้วก็รู้สึกประทับใจเหมือนกันก็ถือว่าเป็นหนึ่งใน best performance ของเขานะคะ anything to tell to your fans
có lời gì muốn gửi đến người hâm mộ của em không?
Cảm ơn các bạn đã dành thời gian cổ vũ team mình cũng như giải đấu nói chung và bọn mình nói riêng. Hẹn gặp mọi người tại chung kết.
It's like I would like to thank all my fans for supporting my team and also other team in the winner brackets and also see you in the grand finals.
Wow, okay ก็ฝาก หรือแฟนๆบอกว่าขอบคุณมากๆนะคะที่คอยเชียร์ร่วมสนับสนุนเนาะที่วันนี้เนี่ยก็มาเชียร์กันในรอบ Winner Bracket ด้วยแล้วก็ไปเจอกันในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะจ๊ะโอเค thank you Super Sis Boys thank you โอ้โหสุดยอดมากวันนี้นะคะต้องบอกว่าพลังมาเต็มก็สำหรับในวันพรุ่งนี้จะเป็นอีก1วันของ Winner Bracket นั่นเองค่ะก็สามารถที่จะมาร่วมเชียร์ส่งกำลังใจกันได้เยอะๆเลยนะคะพรุ่งนี้วันอาทิตย์เนาะยังเป็นอีก1วันหยุดนะคะมาเชียร์กันได้เลยค่ะที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวนะคะส่วนในวันนี้ค่ะก็ขอตัวลาไปก่อนเจอกันใหม่พรุ่งนี้นะจ๊ะสวัสดีค่ะ
Mali vas.
Alo.
Jao. Rihec, jesi se ti vratio iz grada? Ne možeš ti Rihec ko ode u grad, on se više ne vraća.
To je to, vrat.
To ko Crnogorac ko ode u Beograd.
Ne vrati se nikad više u Crnogoru.
Nikad. Osim ako nije moj brat, on se vrati.
A ti Boga drago. Kakaj si tu išao s ljudima, nikoga?
Gle što ima dobar frižider jebote. Gle fanti, ja bi tu sve kole zero držao.
A ti Boga. Ben ti pesmu, nisam umro sad. Upalim pesmu, ono gramo opali, druže. Tu je Rihec, vrat, online je.
A bi otišao do grada.
Ah ti leve.
Evo, Gilded. Čekaj, brate, da mi se ne pali s kompom, jebote. Dao mi Tifa. Dao Tifa link za ovaj Gilded. To ti je kao Discord, samo što ima 1080p 60 stream. Nadamo se za garantovan. Jer znaš na Discordu ono da samo random, da, samo ga random obrne nekad.
Izjednačio Liverpool na 1-1. A ti Bogaj.
Niđe žive duši. Aj nađemo ljude.
Sad vidim kako je Liverpool dao gol. Ne vidim ko je dao. Alex Arnold. Tela bi drip, tela bi čip. Noću dok si jed. A? Ajde, kure. Neće mene ljubava, neće me ni kladionica. To ne valja.
Nema nikoga. Nije nikoga. Papara, nema nikoga prti.
Evo, šta je s ljudima, bro?
Brti. Kakav kralj.
Strašno.
Ima li u gradu prase? Si gledao te mali u gradu prase?
Nisam. Sad ću da vidim.
Evo, baci malo duo, šta?
A šta ćemo, bre?
Grujić tu, a ja nemam Grujića, ne može ga ima nasti. Gravity. Ko je Gravity, jebo?
Gravity je igrao Counter, brate, Hrvatije.
Je li to taj?
Jes, iz Hrvatske.
Jes, boga.
Gravity igrao sa Anakinom i...
Zato ja njega ima.
Da.
Kako se ona zvala? Ding, grupa.
Gravity, Anakin, Mariucci.
Kako se zvao tim, brat? Zaboravio. Opet sam zaboravio. Rekao sam im prije neki dan.
Jao, bret, sad da se setim. Jao, oj. O, jebem ga. Ajde, sad sam ja zaboravio, jebem ih.
Ne, sjetit ćemo se. Lokastik, da.
Ah, ti boga drago. I Giants 5 su se zvali jedno vrijeme.
A prvo su se zvali Giants.
Čekaj da se setim polako.
Gavra, Slamen, Raptor. Će liko prihvati. Evo Gavra ušao, evo Raptora. Raptor.
Otkud on, bre?
Kakav sad je Gavra. Slavene. Postaću ti invite još 3 put.
Idem samo po Coca-Cola Zero. Sad ću doći.
Oj, pitat ću te još 3 put. Joj. Gavrac. Unex Gavra. Gavra. Gdje si, mačak?
Šta imaš, što se radi?
Oj. Evo malo gledali PGC, gledali ljude koji igraju kako mi nikad nećemo.
Ništa novo, jel?
I sad idemo gura do mastera, ali iz golda izaći ne možemo. To je problem.
Najteže iz golda izaći, verujem. Najteže. Šta je, gdje je četvrti? Ko je četvrti?
Pokušavamo ga naći, imaš ti nekog?
Sad ćemo da vidimo. Šta ima na repertoaru?
Ako ne idemo 3-man. Nije sporno.
Idemo ćemo Ramo igrat.
Ramo je online. Mamo li snage naći četvrtog?
Ma Zarola je 3-man squad, pa piši. Ne, meni Rama se ne javlja.
Nime ništa. Ništa. Raptore. Amo reti. A Raptor po kolu otišao. To je respekt. Ali... Evo ga.
Evo njega.
Duli koji bira kakav imao da pošalje Gavi. A ja sam mu poslao brzi imao. Gavra, kako futbol ide?
Ide zlatna, kura zlatna. Dobro je, brate, igramo sutra kup.
Jel?
Igramo sutra osminu finala kupa, a završili smo 3. na tabeli na bol sezonu.
To sam vidio.
Pa dobro je. Zadovoljni smo.
Znači, svakako ti ide bolje nego Daliboru.
Pa ne znam kako njemu ide, ali meni ide sasvim okej.
A s obzirom da igra za laktaša, ide mu lože.
Au, ne treba dalje. Ne treba dalje. Jesi, Rab.
Raptore, navučeš me na tu pjesmu i Belu Hadid.
Beži bre, jebe me majku. Je zarazno. Ajde.
Šta skačem?
Sam zaboravio i... Šta god? Čuma.
Čubasera. Ajde, može čuma.
Prvo pa mu.
Prvo pa Duško.
Duško?
Ma, 2 ekipe. Makar.
Samo?
Tako mi izgleda.
Levo ili desno?
Aj, vidjet ćemo sad.
Leva je stabilnija i... sigurnija. Levu ne kontestaju. Odte vamo.
Dvajca ovdje.
Sam teo da gađam našeg.
Mi imamo našeg jebota. Gledam ko je 4. sjebao sam se. Evo kalaš ovdje uzmite. M-ka, sorry.
Šta imaš?
M4 na podu.
Nemoj mi to govoriti. Ima negdje kaciga nekako nešto.
Brevse kad tražiš.
Dvojicu je skinuo jebote. Znači tim 12 i 13.
Gdje ste vi idete na gore?
2 noka na 12.
Ajde, idem ja krenuo, a pa dvojica su tamo u tom hangaru.
Ma znam, ali nisu otišli se na drugu stranu da fajte drugi tim.
Pa mislimo, šta će biti.
2 za 2. 2 za 2.
Tu kod vas ima neko?
Da.
Bravo.
Beša. Jel' ovo Beša?
Jeste.
Ja ni veste ni helmet.
Gdje je on?
U žutom. Ja sam safe ovdje. Diže me ovaj, pazi Raptore. Ne možeš proći tuda da znaš. Ubit ćeš samog sebe.
Nakan ovaj on.
To je Beša.
Nešto govor.
Ja na zeleno. Zeleno, pušajte se zeleno.
Dobro.
Je li upstairs nokovan, ja?
Dole bio.
Ma šta će mi ovo druže? Tačno tu na crvenom.
Dobro.
Treba mi helmet, vest, šta god da nađete. Sve primam. Malo loše zvučalo.
Jel?
Bravo.
Bravo.
S O'Connellom, otkud on igra s O'Connellom? Majke ti vred. To mi je objasnjeno.
Znači imamo neki... Na ogradi tu nokan. Ja imam bandaže sam. Stilam. Ovdje nokan na plavu.
Dobro. Ali imamo 10 onda s ovim garažicama.
Ne bi ti znao reći.
Čudi me da tu nema.
Jeba se ime stvarno. Plav. Gotovo ništa. Desno tu od plavog, s ove strane. Ja ti spredam. Treći u šek, treći u šek, desno.
Zublija, vrat.
Dobio sam ga dosta. Nego meni treći bli.
Ovo me bitno da završi, ne da revaj da.
Dosta je ovaj jedan. Evo tu, crveni pin. Znači, tačno na crvenom ti je posljednji. Jel' tako, jel' posljednji?
Jest.
Žuti pin sad, ovu kućicu. Ste full, nismo full, dođi na Discord. Ovaj je random, ovaj anti-lag.
Se učinilo da sam vidio dole? Dvojica su bila.
Loše sam ja izbrojao, ovaj lik je flasho. Čini mi se da je flasho dvojicu jeba.
Čini mi se da sam ga vidio. Brate, opet umiram zbog oluje, znači ovo je... I učini mi se da sam ga vidio, brate. Ko dolazi?
Antić.
Lako je, kaže, teško je izaći iz Golda, ali lako je ući zato u Gold.
Dokle si, Antiću?
Tu sam ja, invajtaj sam. Dekline-ovo si mene, ali si prihvatio Dulića, bro. Jebi ga, brate. Nisi ti Dulić.
C.
Ate, boga je.
Slučajno, nije namjerno.
Čekaj da ga obrišem odmah, brate.
Lagani unfriend.
No, izbrši ga, ja što ćeš? Ej.
Može ovaj barrel sam da se uzme nekako?
Pa, možda i može da se kupi sam.
Ne vidim kako. Može MK? Ne MK, nego MK12. MK12 je dobar. Može, ali nema.
Evo, čekaj, kako se mora sam da skupi.
Ko nije ready? Nisam ja ready, WTF.
Hajmo, Antić, počeraj.
Ja sam ready, čekaj.
Ma nisi.
Mamo li snage stisnu ready?
Ti boga se muči moja. Teško je, brate.
Šta je to? Bonus gift 7.000. Šta je to?
Koje?
To plavo od bonus gift. Sad se nešto otvara od ti.
Nemam pojma.
Na dnu dole. Set si neki otvorio i na dnu dole ima ko
Pa...
pentagoni.
To je ovaj PGC. PGC set, koji kupiš dobiješ
Pa ja,
kupone.
bodove, kakve bodove? 7.000 bodova, onih...
70.000, to je onih poslije za kupovinu. Da poslije ti kupuješ nakon PGC-a skinove.
Jasno.
Kad dobiješ sve poene, jel?
Jesu ustrali s ovim skinovima, brate moj. Dobiješ kromu skina, ali onaj... nemaš puške. I onda ti skin nakon džaba stoji.
Ramo igra FIFA. Malo je takih. A dobra je FIFA. Ma da ova nova FIFA što izlazi, jel sad sljedeća ili koja li je, na novom engine-u, ta može biti dobro. Evo majku, te FIFA zadnjih 40 godina iste izlazi.
Sve isto, samo malo grafika je to špinka.
I FIFA i NBA, ali brate, ako porediš grafiku FIFA i recimo, ne znam, lupan sad Battlefielda, to je ono razlika 40 godina development.
Hoćemo Lamba?
Ajde. A opet s druge strane, FIFA da podigne grafiku, pitanje da li bi ljudi mogli igrati uopšte. Jebi ga Battlefield kad upališ ovaj novi, recimo staviš sve na max, ko film da gledaš jebo.
Ali to na 2042 najnoviji, jel tako?
I to kad izašao je bio baš sranje pun bugova, nije mogla se igrati. Sad su ga nalickali, znači perverziji. Ali tako je bilo iz Battlefield 4. Battlefield 4 ista bila. Prvih 6 mjeseci to je pljuvačina bila. Nula, ništa.
O dobro, da su ljudi sjeli uradili.
Sjeli uradili, napravili najbolji Battlefield ikad. Pored mene su pali. Tu. Na žuti. Ja ti aug iza tebe.
Sigurno je još uvijek do nas tu. Ajde. Go close, imam flash close.
Ček, sjebo se. Može.
Jedan HP. To je to.
Dolazim.
Nema, sam je bio. Imaš first.
Da. Imam 4x rebaliti i half.
Znaš šta je uradio? Izašao ispred flasha.
Evo ti ovo sve.
Ej, levo kuće. Levo. Hangar, levo. Dvojica su. Ovo pikovati, Antin, prećemo vam vred.
A glob sam, trebao sam te dignuti ti vas.
Lova AP taj unu.
Enti.
Čuo sam ga, vred.
Ja nisam znao da je u toj kući, ali svejedno trebao sam te nositi unutra. I to smo dobili vikend, to se jednom godišnje desi.
Da, 74 sam uskinuo pre nego što si ga nokao, vred. One batici, ja mu bacim flash, on istrča napolje. Jedino što je mogu da uradi.
Evo Partizan dobio novog playmakera. Ko je ovaj, druže?
Ja stvarno kad imaju toliki pare, bog te, da menjaju igrače non stop.
Jogi Ferel čušokle, brate, pa državni klub.
Istina.
Jogi Ferel, nikad čuo. Brate, mili, koje budžete imaju, koliko para država daje i Zvijezdi i Partizanu, to je sramotno.
Da.
Pola od toga da daju svim ostalim klubovima, makar bi imali jaču ligu, ako išta.
Istina.
Imam osjećaj s parama koje prime oni, ja bi bio u top 8 u Euroligi. Pa gdje si, Lanice? Gdje si, Lanice, kako je? Da li ću ikad steći naviku, to jest odviknuti se od markanja aviona, ne znam.
Teško.
Čovjek ovako sedi u...
Vojvodina Zvijezda 1-1. Voša.
Dobra je Voša. Igra Voša kao Barsa. Dobra je tim Mike.
A Zvijezda nikad skuplji, nikad lošije ne igrao. A Partizan je standardno lož. Ono njihovo.
Oterali mi komšiju i...
Ko ti komšija?
Milan Pako.
Seri.
Ajde. Preko puta me ne živi. Pa igrali jedan zajedno, trenirali futbol.
Ali on je, brate...
A Paver, a?
Išao je ti ostao. Paver.
Ja nisam ni mogao. Nisam ni mogao da igram kao on. Znaš ti šta je njegov ćale, vjerojatno prodao zemlje i ostao.
Ja.
Nije to, brate moj, tek tako nešto tu para otišlo. Da bi on otišao samo u Vojvodinu. Ja uvušao da bi otišao, ozbiljan novac je otišao.
Da bi dao 2 gola Liverpool.
I to. A dobro, to je već počeo da zarađuje.
Brate, cijeli Dirt Road jedno auto nema. Če imamo taj eSports i to je to, jel?
Aj nađemo što smo.
Ovdje možda.
Maje što to, nego na krovu nema puške kao bre.
Što znači nema šta nema. Imam 6 nekom, eto, makar to.
Nemam na šta da stavim.
Sve te razumijem.
Kurec ti moj razumeš.
Ne razumijem.
Ma to iz filma, brat.
A što si bezobrazan?
Ma to isječek iz filma, brat.
To bi ja pričao.
Da kaže, razumijem, kurec ti moj razumijem.
Evo, 2 šasce ovo.
Ja sam dobar. Kurac ti moj dobar.
Dok ja imam SLR na leđima, nisam dobar.
Evo ti Draganov.
Ti Bog.
Nikad nijedna puška toliko OP nije bila.
Nije, boga mi. Nema jače. Znači Bože.
To ti je kao da ulaziš, kad igraš 1 na 1 protiv njega, ko protiv snajpera da igraš. I još gore. Znaš da može 10 puta omašiti.
Da.
Evo MK, bret. Preskočit ću drugu, no. Da ostanemo peticama.
Imaš mini ako ćeš u hangaru tamo.
Da, dobro si možda.
Znači ja meni u hangar, ja?
10 ni dova, evo. Ćemo iznad San Martina otići odmah.
Ne. Drop ide negdje, ako ga nije već bacio.
Treba flash hider.
Evo ga drop.
Može AR, da. Flash hider, sniper, ne. San Martin negdje. Drop.
Evo 6x i...
Baci ga u gep.
Daj u auto baci, hajde. Ima gepek u auto.
Možemo pokupiti ovaj drop. Zapravo treba doći do dropa.
Jedan first aid, vidimo? Evo to ga ispred, tačno izdošao njega. Ima neko first viška.
Imam ja.
Bacimo gepeka opet. MK.
Uzmite MK. Aj, nećemo svajta ovdje, idemo gore iznad.
Ima ljudi ispred negdje pucaju.
Ja mislim da je to dublje još.
Dublje, dole.
Na hangaru možda ono negdje.
Skroz je to dolje. Dođi u kampu na žuti. Dimi mi rado na hacijenti.
Ja, flash hider AR ovo nema.
Red dot nađete.
Treba meni taj flash hider.
Evo ovo.
Šta imaš ti? Imam ti ja red dot.
Polo.
Daj, ajde.
Imam i 2x, bret.
Može 2x, aj.
Tek samo dole sa njega.
Ma ne moraš, ajde, daj ću poću ja.
Neću, šta ćeš. Aj jebote, ne mogu da iskočim kroz prozor od kuće, bre. Ajme.
Zeg.
Prođi.
Prošao.
Jesi izbacio flash hider?
Ne, Antiću, budem pokupimo flash hider toga tu.
Uzet ću, ima ja kutiju već.
Ima holo, kome treba holo? Ko traži holo?
Evo red dot ovdje.
Imamo sve. Gdje su ove foke? Foke mogu na nas lagano.
Gledam ih, ja.
3 lika, jel?
Da, 3 lika. Ne, vjerujem da će oni na nas.
Možda će na ovu planinu otići budale.
Otići gore, brete, vjerovatno. Otići na kamp ovdje. Plavi. Gdje su ovi zgrade što su bili
Evo ih, žuti pin. Tačno iz ovoga.
Vidim ga. Ušao unutra.
Nije. Ne znam šta radi. Skočit će. O da.
Mislim iz ove ovdje. Ili ne. Evo ga tu.
I to me u glavu pogledam.
Hečetovo sam žuti pin.
A šta ovaj na zelenom?
Ja mislim da je bio, da. Nisam ga vidio.
Ima više lijevo negdje. Fortune ove, šta je već?
Se treba žuti valjda da pretrči na njega.
Mora kroz, on je skroz lijevo.
On bi trebao... Još jedan iskočio na njega ide. Skočio tačno plavi pin sad. Pretrčava iza kuće, otišao.
Dva su tamo, dva grad, ja.
Ovaj žuti ne pika, evo moj.
Evo ga tu MK. Dobio.
Razvalit će mi helmet, brat. Jer... Ja ne znam ovo pročite, brat. Jerop Kolopsonse. Nice nick, bro.
Izašao žuti na ruhu. 1 HP žuti na ruhu.
Iza ovog, jel?
Da.
Mislim da je zeleni prešao na žuti. Su ovi ispodizali. Joj, ova zona više jebo se znanje. Oluja, ne zona.
Na plavom je jedan. Taj headshot vam bio low.
Kaki metak mi u glavu završi. Znači Vesta...
A, pokice.
Gledam, nema.
Mora naći helmet. Da nema mu gep, možda ne.
Oba, hitovan je taj u Five Story, nekoga hitovao sa Hacijende. Ne Five Story, šta je ovo? Crveni. Crvena kuća ova.
Jedan i dalje na zelenu.
Pretrčava nas sad ovdje, pretrčao na plavi lik.
To je taj sa zelenom. Dole, first floor.
Bolts tu. Low HP. Ovo dole sam menja prozor i to je to. Jaj, znaš šta bi trebali da uradimo, brate?
Na Fortune se spust pobitave.
Ma ne, možemo sam da ih odemo ispred njih i da ih holdamo, brate. Van zona i sami sad čekamo.
Žuti je zauzet.
Mutan si, Dulke.
Žuti je zauzet, ovaj. Koji su ovo sad?
To je došao sa Hacijende tim da fajta ove. Sad bi on trebao možda i da krosuje. Evo ga van kuće na plavom.
Bagi prema nama.
Nokan taj dole.
Na nama liku.
Da. One HP na bagiju. Bravo. Aranđasti pin.
Gdje su tijela?
Znači da nisu pulali, evo ovdje.
Treba mi bombi ako ima negdje.
Možda Dulke tijela ovdje. Otići ja iza planine, dođi Dulke sa mnom vamo, brate, nek oni holdaju grad. Bojim se da ne dođu s druge strane planine da nas ubiju. Njihovi.
Brate, niko nema utility-a.
Sve sam ja pokupio bombi, imam 4 bombe, mogu ti dati jednu.
Ma imam ja 4 isto. Možemo u Virtus lagano.
Mislim da ne dođu između planina ovdje, vjerojatno. Dvojica su bila na bagiju, što ne, dvojica im fale. Ti vidiš nešto?
Amo je čao zon.
Idemo ćao, da. Gde su nam ta kola? Imamo njihov bug i nisam ga oštetio uopšte, bre.
Ali oštećen je pušici.
Svi mu ti evo kevu, a?
Nije, nisam ga ni pucao.
A imamo naš auto. Je li bio Helmet 2 u kampu?
Mislim da jes. Ček da vidimo ovdje, mislim da je bilo.
Ajmo, ćao.
Ja jebe sirotinju.
Ajde,
Pa
vozite.
nije bolje ovo auto, ne izvrće se, vrati. Čere.
Ja ću. Šta je ovo sunce, poljubim? Koli me kre.
Miami kamp ili free, ovdje spinao.
Bilo izgleda full free, bro. Desnika na hangarima. Samo sačuvaj auto, dobro. Ne smemo igrati baš svi na kućama. Tim jedan rotira na plavom pinu, izvrnuli su se. Ako sam jedan.
Na drvetu.
San Martin team.
Gledam ih ja, vred.
Šta je s Haci, jel koga bilo u Haci?
Ne znam, pa kontan San Martin će igrat. Ajmo.
Možemo igrati na ovim krugovima. Dobro, ostaješ late igraš, jel?
Idem. Ma ne, šta late igrat?
Da ti kažem, ne?
A ne, ovog nabio 2 put, pa...
Mislim da ova kuća free.
I meni da glavu, ja.
Ništa se ne sekirajte, imate doktora za volanom. Jedan bi trebao da uzme auto da igra kod Ulića, nas dostavi dvojicu.
Moram da se healam.
Imate čovjeka u vili vam na žuti. Nokao sam ga na...
Vem puca.
Hoće neko na Duliću da igra?
Idem ja s njim to.
Treba vidjeti šta će Hacienda uraditi.
Nema se. Ima kad si ga ovdje gore.
Auto na mene.
Beži.
Puša jedan. Pao je.
Kako nije izvađeno?
Pitanje, aj drugi. Ne id mi je bacio.
Tu je ušao Raptor.
2 su desno, trebamo flash tu. Hajde ste Hacienda vas puca, jel?
Big D5, smoke, pusti mi smoke samo. Pusti smoke.
Sleđa puca, evo.
Lik me D5, 3 metra iza zida si me nokao.
unutra u garaži je Raptor.
Ja vam treba da dođem da dočistimo to prvo, da smo rahat.
Ne.
Dobro.
Morate vas držati. Ako vas pustite, mi smo u sandviču.
Dobro.
Poslije ćemo mi krešati ili oni ne krešaju, mi držimo. Moramo očistiti to. Ne možeš tu igrat, vidite. Možeš samo na mene igrat.
Ovo je low, da znaš.
On je sam, jel?
Haci se ne pokazuje, jel da?
Pustio sam ovog ovna.
To je Haci.
Blue zone, gledaj ga.
Dobro.
Ali ja u svakom slučaju gledam.
Gledam test. Ma on će ovdje da stane. Imam ja još jedan blue zone, ili imaš još jedan da mu bacimo dva?
1 HP.
Gavro, gore, žuti pin. Skinuli su.
A tu su 2 lika, brate, znaš?
Da, jel?
Maš i booster da mi daš?
Ja imam 2, jedan.
Ide blue zone tamo.
Haci se fajta, dobili smo shift. Haci ispo. Moramo držati Haci. 2 tim.
Lakan. Hangar, vrata, desno.
Drži ti te na zeleno.
Držimo, možda nam dođe ovdje ljudi.
Samo ti drži to, brate.
2 lika na žutom gore. Hitan jedan. Prvi hitan, ovaj crni. Vidi šta, bravo ga. Ja šokiran, druže, slik stao i hila se, samo kao da ga nisam pogodio na tom mjestu.
Ovi su lijevo otišli.
Držite te ljudi samo.
Ide na nas, Haci.
Ne, veliki mater.
Pušta me čovjek. Raptor je tu, lovi. Probat ću ja da probam.
Bližem, Raptore.
Baci jedan smoke samo.
Hvala.
Haci ga se provukla negdje. Haci ga je ubio. Haci negdje ga odavde ubio, flašovo. Ne, ušao mi na ove krugove. Iza krugova jedan health ima.
Koje lijeve ili desne krugove?
Lijeve krugove. Kod vas. Ovdje je ušao tačno na plavi pin unutra. Iza njega. Kreći Haci. Puša top heal. Haci. Dobri ste od Haci. Sam treba tog na krugovima, sam je. Ovi su otišli prema healu gore na plavi.
One up.
Uzmi boostera, ko možeš njega.
Daću vetru. Šta ima? Dobar.
Nokan je kamp gore iza nas. Plašan.
Moguće niko extender evenog nema.
Kako nije nokovan, bret? Na vili je.
Na žutom.
Žute 2, energy.
Ko sam dobar, toliko sam nedovoljno.
Povuku žuti prema šeku. Ejde u pizdu, materno.
Mal sedmica na liku.
Ima kod mene, daćete ja.
Pokupite meni municiju ako imate petice ili nešto. Može i meni sedmica, 30 uzao sam beril.
Daći si ja.
Bilo šta vrati, nema municiju. Pazite levo, ove garažice male. Ne znam, gdje su.
Lutaj me.
A gdje ću tebe lutati, vrati, nemam bestu. 2 hitu.
Žuti ispo, alo.
Evo ga ovdje lik.
A nije žuti uz ovdje.
Plavi pin. Šta je ovo? Ne znam da li garažice mu šansu ubiti. Koje municije imaš, Duke?
Evo, ovdje ima petica.
To je moje telo.
Imate li boostera?
Imam. Nokan.
Nemate, a?
Ima. Evo ovaj svile skače da revive-a na nađastom. Evo boost, evo 2 paina i 4.
Nemam vest.
Gdje zbacio?
Evo ovdje.
Treba nam moj auto u zoni. Treba nam moj auto u zoni.
Tu su ljudi na naranđastom.
A šta je zeleni pin? Jel ima čovjek tu?
Ne vidim, bret. Pa bili su dva čoveka, ali možda su oni otišli na vilu, možda su ta dvojica to, bret. Ne mogu da skontam, jel ovi ne pikuju uopšte, bret.
Mali blue zonu neko baci na garažu kad priđe zona, ne sad.
Ja sam probao da čistim, ali nisam uspio.
Rano je to, treba sad baciti, kad prilazi zonu.
Nemam više,
Ja ću baciti ne i ti zonu, neš.
Ja nemam. Imam samo 2 flasha i smoke. Ajde. Na kamenu, naravno da si pin dobio headshot. I 2 su desno, vrati se kod mene, vred.
I 2 desno, jel?
Jedan je naranđasti gore, da. I 2 su desno negde. Na edge zone. Šta bi bilo najbolje da mi odigramo ovdje?
Desno, znači mi moramo igrati desno.
Da, ali bit će problem desno. Nemam vestu, bret. A Gavra je AFK, bret. Ja sam mrtav. Eto ti igranje, jebem ti igranje i boga i sve. Blida ću, brate, on nije tu, on je AFK.
Ma ne mogu stići.
Kako, brate, što igramo? Jebem u mater, stučim pored lika, jebem ti boga i igranje.
A ja ne mogu pogodim ovo, jebote živo, znači pogodim 3 puta teže hit.
Nice try, bro.
Šta se desilo s Gavrom?
Ko ne znam. Bukvalno lik mi stoji umjesto najlakših hitika, ja ne mogu ga pogodim.
Pa jesmo mogli više Duliću da napravimo, brate, a manje. Gle ovo, brate. Smiramo. Svaki put isto, brate.
Ovo je Gavra pukao. Ajmo bez njega pa kad se javi, kad doći.
Kokica. Ne. Će bolo nešto, evo.
Paranoja.
Ja nisam vidio, brate, ja mislim gori Black Friday u Srbiji.
Da, nema goreg.
Ovo je katastrofa.
A jesi vidio onaj video?
Nema šta kupit.
Ma nema šta.
Jesi vidio onaj video koliko je bilo gužve u Zari?
A vidio sam.
Šta je Zari bio neki popust tam?
Ma jes. Ljudi ste tukli da bi ušli u vodu.
Ma.
Ja nisam, za gaming ja nisam...
Ali sva ta sranja je američka, zapadna smo pokupili. Znači dobre stvari koje oni imaju, to ne kupimo. Ali sva sranja smo pokupili moguće. Od noći vještica preko crnog. Zamisli, brate, koliko ti morbidan moraš biti da nazoveš dan bilo koji u godini crni petak. Mjuta je u debrčinu. Kako? Ali sad me ova još iznervirao. Znači, po kojoj logici ti progovoriš svoj jezik i očekuješ da ti neko odgovori? Jebo majku svoju. Pinovo, žuti, pa ajmo. Znači, progovori svoj jezik i sad on očekuje ti razumiješ šta on rekao.
Ili ima neko?
Ima dve ekipe.
Ima 4 HP split. I close skaču, hoće da se fajte. Ali ima iza mene. Isto ovdje.
Naš je nekog ubio.
Pored ovoliko gloslone sam skače istu zgradu. Tim ljudi nikad neće biti jasno. A nikad mi to neće biti jasno, evo. I sad je ubio čovjeka, za sljedeću rundu će biti mrtav i tako u krug. Evo, već ovo je mrtav. Ajde, ne sjednim, on je s dva skočio.
Heroj, brat.
Da.
Ja imam ispred sebe jednog. Bežim.
Na pijaci?
Ma, plavi pinuo sam.
Pušaj me. Igrat ću krov.
Ja ću te kaverati ruku.
Nema ga, oni drž stepenici i to je to. U kući su već. Evo, tu su blizu.
Pa se popnem ja na bauštela možda.
Blizu su. Dvojica su.
Nisu unutra?
Da. Tačno ispod mene sprati.
Napolje ne mogu da ti izađu tu su. Iskočio ti lik na rub. Dobro bio, iskočio na prozor. Vidim ga i dalje.
Bravo. Ja sam jedan kill. Prvi smo.
Aj jebemo. Padnut ću dolje.
Ja ću te revivati, ti su.
Skačem ja onda.
Otvori vrata uću.
Pa nemoj da iskačeš, brate, ne vidim te. To ne gore, brate. Sačekaj da ga digne. resvetljamo, nisam vidio da si ti.
Jel neko šotku uzeo? Nokanje, puša. Nema veze, uleti samo,
Prema sobici malo je, da. Prema maloj sobici je lik.
Dole, sprat ispod. Ili gore još.
Malkom na rupu.
Pazi, baca nešto.
Ajde, zađi za njim.
Evo, brat. Evo, lik me noko smog, brat.
I mene isto.
Dragono.
A lik me noko kroz smog, brat. Lik me ubio kroz smog, znaš?
Ja ko zna kako se to njemu vidi dalje. Ne me čudilo da vidi sve kroz smog.
Brate.
Dao nam je glave s dragunova mrtvi.
Lik me uopšte nije vidio. Ne, mislim, ovo je stvarno sramna igrica, brate. Samo ovu igricu kad igram preznajem se ko da sam trčao, brate. Moj Marko.
Da.
Da. Šta da?
Što da ne? Emo buksnicu jednu i idem da jedem. Idem da pravim da jedem, malo pauza pa ću doći poslije. Neđe oko 7 sam tu. Gdje si DGA? DHA?
David?
Odlično. Naučio ga ja srpski. Rusi. Ja sam najjači gore.
Lik, na nama.
Bravo.
Sad moraš ti.
Nakam drug.
Gdje su pali?
Iza kuće naše.
Iza kuće, levo.
Dobar, ne ide. Nice.
Svega ostoši, raptor, broši, nemam ni metka.
Mislim, ona sine još naučio, jači kjer jebe, brate.
Jel?
Gotov fight. Ili? Nije. Nije. Info.
Vrat. 2 metra iza zida, vidi da sve. Na kamenju tu duže, sebe negdje krije se tu. Ima. Tu me odmah revive i na prolazu, tu ne bi u 6 života.
Dvojica te pušaju s lijeve strane. Jedan direkt na vas ide.
Važno da žuti stoji u mjestu. Right side.
Kad se 16 strana.
Napuštam vas, guys.
Ajde,
Vidimo se. Hoćeš igrat poslije?
Da.
Vidimo se poslije, ajde, čao.
Cijelu noć.
Ajde. Ljudi, idem da jedem. Jebi ga, stream od 12. Mala pauzica, ovo ono. I tu sam od 7 opet. Ćao.